98, Mark and Mike with you Friday morning. It's 22 degrees outside, pretty cold. Today, sunshine and cloud mixed, high 33. Long night last night. I don't know how long you stuck with the March Madness games.
Oh, I was up till 2.
Were you really?
Yeah. Yep.
Why till 2?
Well, I got a nap in, so I
Okay, well, why not?
I slept for like 3.5 hours in the afternoon, so
Yeah.
I didn't feel like it was that big a deal. And then, Tooch was over watching hoops.
Yeah, great games last night.
Yeah.
I even stuck with that Butler-Wisconsin game because I just had a feeling Wisconsin was not going to stay shooting 1 for 15 in that second half when they were down by 20. Ended up cutting it to 4 and losing, but still.
Yeah, they made it close.
Pretty exciting game. The games before that, too, were good.
Yeah.
One was the UConn-San Diego State game. Very close. Of course, Florida and BYU went to overtime.
Yep.
Major upsets.
And then Duke got rolled.
Yeah, by Arizona. So everybody's pretty much cooked in a pool if you have 1 seeds.
Yeah.
2 1 seeds out. It's good. It's actually made the tournament a lot of fun, but
yeah,
unless you're a gambler.
I know I was up there. I don't know how I'm doing now.
I think you're still in 3rd.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't have Duke winning it, so.
Yeah. And it's one of those years where there's a lot of women at the top of the pool.
Yeah, boy. That doesn't sound good.
And I read a story yesterday about Matt Hasselbeck's kid, who is 103rd out of 5.3 million on ESPN.com.
Really?
He's 5 years old.
But that's the thing with the pools, though.
Yeah.
I mean, I know less about this year's pool than I have in any years past.
There's been more upsets this year than
Has there?
Well, I don't know. I want to say having these 2 number 1 seeds out this early is so different.
Well, didn't we have 4 number 1s a couple years ago?
Yeah.
Make it?
Yeah, but that was like the first
That
time
was
in
ever.
ages, so.
Yeah. I mean, it might have been. Was it the first time ever?
Since they seeded them, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. Speaking of basketball, John Salley's going to come in studio today, talk a couple Pistons games and specials, drumming up support for the Pistons, including when they retire Rodman's number on the 1st. And also in the world of basketball, Mark Cuban, the owner of the Mavericks, he's got a new show on ABC that has nothing to do with basketball. It's a Shark Tank. It's about coming up with new inventions and ideas.
Yeah, he's apparently running around with Charlie Sheen.
Cuban, that's right. He was on Kimmel.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know about William Chappelle, the diaper-faced guy who cried on the benefactor.
Yes.
He's passed Cuban in the top 500, so... A lot of stuff to do.
A lot of friends here? Sure, I'll ever say, oh my God. Ugh.
Yesterday, Drew and Mike went in search of Rodell, the guy who had relations with the horse, and I think made some progress.
Hello?
Rodell.
Hello?
Is this Rodell?
No, this is not no Rodell.
Is Rodell Vereen there?
No, he don't live here.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay. Now, you know what I'm talking about, right? This is Drew and Mike calling on WRIF Radio. Rodell, is he not living there since he got in trouble, or did he move out, or?
He lives with my brother.
Okay. Is he's out though? He's free and all?
Yeah, he works. He helps my brother work some.
Okay.
Yeah. The issue with the Hi-Yo Silver, with the with the horses and all that.
Did I know about it?
Yeah.
Well, that's my brother. I know him.
Oh, okay. Yes, you know what's going on. Has he gotten some therapy? Do you know?
Well, they did running tests on him.
Tests.
Back and forth to the doctor and stuff and getting treatments.
Because it was kind of odd that he seemed to have a hang up on that one particular horse. And that poor woman was naturally, she's a little upset and probably wanted to throw up a few times.
Because
I don't think he into that no more.
Yeah,
that's good.
I don't think he playing that now.
Yeah,
he's over all that. Did he try to explain it to you?
I don't know what happened on that part because we never talked too much about that.
Have you ever noticed, does he especially, really, really, really like the Kentucky Derby?
As far as I know, he didn't.
Okay.
But as his brother, this is certainly not something that he shared with the gene pool. It's nothing that you would have understood or had experience with.
Said I never had no experience from that.
Okay, so it's not in the genes or anything. It's something went askew with Rodell.
I think his medicine and stuff, and he didn't take it, and I think that's where the problem come from.
Was some crazy medicine.
driving along the side of the road, and then there was a barn there, and he'd be, pull over. I mean,
he was by himself. He won't with none of us.
Like the loose-lipped brother.
I got what I wanted. I got me a woman, and that's what I wanted. And that's
that's right.
Good for you.
Yeah, definitely. That's the way to go.
Was the medicine, was it saltpeter?
Now, you'd ask me something I couldn't ask.
Okay, I was just curious.
I don't know what kind of medicine they was giving him, but he was taking his medicine. Then he got off his medicine when he was supposed to be taking it.
God bless him.
Have you ever seen him, any hay bales in his trunk or anything?
Nothing like that.
Yeah.
No, because I'm totally blind.
Oh, are you? I see. Okay.
That's not something you'd want to see, that's for sure.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
I don't know nothing about.
Better
I
off.
don't know nothing about whether he done that kind of,
Yeah,
because I'm totally blind.
Yeah.
Well, it's fortunate.
It can be rough, Those things do buck.
I ain't never tried that, and I ain't got no intention of trying it.
Yeah, you know it. That's for
good
sure.
to hear, because again...
Was a woman, and that's what I got.
That's right.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to maybe try another number, and just wanted to have a word with Rodell and just see how he's feeling, and just what is it that got into him, if he has any idea. Maybe it is just the medicine.
Yeah.
Satisfied with a woman, and I think he probably. I'm mad that he's probably working.
Sure, out to convince us that he's satisfied with a woman. Yeah, whatever you said, I'm going to agree with here, and we're going to try and call Rodell at this other number here. Your brother, is he got a 399 number too?
That's my number, where you call.
Okay.
Where you say you calling from?
Well, Rodell and I were playing some hoops, and I was supposed to call him a little later.
No, I don't know the number.
Okay.
I ain't never tried to keep up with it, because, see, he don't live that far from me, and sometimes we talks and stuff, but that's about it.
Yeah.
You kind of distance yourself from him in light of the incident, maybe.
How far away by horseback?
I don't ride no horse. I ain't never rode a horse.
No. I was just wondering about him. I mean, when he comes over,
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I couldn't even answer something I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. You got a point there.
Well,
I was in the military, and so I did what I had to do in the military, so I didn't try to see what was happening back here.
Yeah, you can go back there and hear some guy going, come on, giddy up now. Come on, let's go now. Come on.
We used to have mules that we used to... See, my daddy used to have us plowing mules when I was coming up.
Yeah.
We used to plow mules and stuff. As far as other than that, I ain't never...
Wait, now, when you say plow the mules, some people might think that you were suggesting that maybe you had some kind of sexual proclivity for mules, but you're talking about doing some work in the field, right?
You're talking about plowing.
Well, that was in the field. We used to...
Okay.
My dad
slow.
farm.
Yeah, really.
You don't know nothing about no farming, see?
No, not big on it.
That's true.
I know what plowing a chick is all about.
Yeah.
So
we used to have a mule, and what we used to do, we used to feed them and stuff.
Yeah.
This family ride on a short bus, like the whole family?
I kind of think so. Very slow.
When you went to school, grade school and stuff, do you recall? Because I know you said you're blind. Do you know, perchance, because you probably counted the seats when you sat in the bus, did you guys ride in was it a short bus or was it a real big bus when you went to school?
Well, but I've been out of high school since 1969.
Did they have the shorter buses back then? Do you remember riding in a?
They did.
Was it kind of a small bus you took to school?
No.
Wear a helmet?
Yeah.
Wasn't a short bus?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we had no short bus.
Okay. We're going to call Rodell. I want to see if I can get that basketball game going.
Fake.
Is that it?
Hello? Yeah, boy.
Melrose hang up after all that.
Don't tell me that he actually got huffy over that.
At the end?
All right, come on, turn around. Give me that.
So what was the hay that broke the horse's back on that, would you say?
I don't know. Was it the short bus? I mean, after all that stuff about the mule? I mean, come on.
I don't think she could comprehend the whole short bus issue.
Wait, that was a he,
he.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was in the military, remember?
It didn't seem like he was
I used to be in the military, but I was unfairly thrown up because I went berserk around all those dudes and tried to bang everybody.
Where did that come from? Wow.
It's from him earlier. Recorded that earlier.
That guy was bizarre.
He wasn't following anything. I mean, I can't believe he would have been hip to the short bus thing.
I know. Well, no, he followed stuff. He followed stuff. He answered everything. He was the loose-lipped brother of the horse banger. He's a disaster for the family.
Yeah.
He's not going to be home.
Who, Rodell?
Yeah, he missed all the jokes.
All the jokes. Nevada, where he's wanted for banging horses.
Everything went over his head. Every joke. He one was right there, right in his face.
I don't know. I think I'm not sure. Hello?
After the tone.
Yeah, Rodell, just calling about the hoop game. We talked about playing some hoops.
Fake.
Are you there? Pick up. We just talked to your brother. He's still blind and stuff, but anyway. I'll try you back a little later. I was trying to get your credibility over knowing his brother was blind.
Oh, yeah. Like that.
He's still blind.
But I didn't know his name, so I didn't know what to say.
If you knew that much, then...
he's still blind and stuff.
Yeah. If you knew that much, then you obviously knew him.
Yeah, I knew his brother. Yeah. That was all I wanted to prove, but I didn't know how to prove it. Oh, God.
Look what we got here! A talking horse's ass!
2 more numbers, believe it or not. Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
If they weren't on the short bus, they should have been.
Yeah.
Because I thought he was just like a really overly helpful brother.
Yeah.
For a while, but there's something funny's going on there.
Plowing the mules, I don't know about that either.
He sure made his point about liking chicks.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's afraid that he might like a horse.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a little too aggressive on making that point. Very aggressive.
I thought he was going to start describing some intimate sex he'd been involved in.
Yeah.
Horse's ass!
Hi, I missed your call, but if you leave me your name and number with a brief message, I'll be sure to return your call as soon as possible. Thank you, and you have a blessed day.
This is an in-law. I don't think it's a
After you
family
have
member.
finished, press the
Have a
pound key
blessed
for more
day.
options, or simply hang up.
Well, they need the Lord.
Yeah.
I was just calling for Rodell. It's Drew and Mike, and we're supposed to have a basketball game or something. And I was just talking to his brother. I can't remember his name. He's the one with the sight problem. He can't see. He's blind. But anyway, I just wanted to call and say hi. And Rodell, if you're there, this is an answering machine. Pick up. Rodell. Rhodes.
Okay.
Rotors. I'll call back later. I'm gonna be hanging out with your brother for a while. I got him his cool Braille book and stuff. But anyways, I'll see you later, man.
We're really pushing that point.
I want him to know I know his brother.
Oh, man.
Why didn't we ask his name? That would have been huge in terms of getting Rodell on the horn.
It would have helped, all right.
Because you know it's going to be weird. Just based on Rodell.
Oh. I can't believe this guy, to go after the same horse. I mean, that's the really freaky thing about this.
What if that horse, upon seeing him, if it was excited, or if it started to try to get the hell out of the barn?
Rodell? Hello?
Yeah?
Rodell?
Hello?
Is Rodell there?
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about Rodell. It's Drew and Mike calling on WRF Radio. We were supposed to talk to Rodell today. I was supposed to bring him some medicine, I guess.
Medicare?
His brother, I can't think of his name. God, I was just dropping a Braille book off over there, too. Anyway, his brother gave me some medicine he'd left there, and I was supposed to bring it back. He said it keeps him from doing some really impulsive stuff. So Rodell needed it, so he just, I was supposed to talk to him.
You know what we're talking about? Do you know Rodell? Does that name make any sense to you?
Me not here.
Rodell's not there?
No.
Boy, these people are slow.
Yeah, Rodell, I mean, is that Rodell your brother or your son?
No.
He's not?
No.
I don't know who you're talking about.
I don't know if I'm buying this.
I don't know if this...
No, seriously, everything's cool. I mean, if you're trying to protect Rodell, there's no need. It's friendly fire. Actually, we've got his medicine.
I mean, we like horses, too. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
If I don't bring the medicine over, he could end up at Lazy B Stables again. You know, to dig it.
Yeah. For a little tail, if you know what I mean.
And, his brother was really worried about this. And he's first real excited about the Braille book I gave him, and then he all of a sudden got real worried, realized the medicine was over there.
Hold on, let me talk to Mama.
You can get Rodell?
What is going on?
Well, she's slow enough to be in the family.
Oh, my God. I don't want to get behind this one at the bank either. Boy, this fam.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, is Rodell, is he still there?
Hold on a minute.
Okay, you going to get him, or is this some real time-consuming activity that's not going to lead to anything?
Ma'am? Oh,
did you know that the first horses were invented by Utah State Fair scientists to defend pioneer farms of old from wild Sasquatch attacks?
Oh, there he is. Rodell?
Hello?
Oh, is Rodell there?
Rodell.
Yeah.
How you doing?
You got the wrong number.
Oh, you've never heard of a Rodell?
Yeah, I hear the Rodell, but Rodell don't live here.
Oh.
Okay. Is he your son or your grandson or your brother or something?
No.
How do you know Rodell?
Because he live right around the curve from me.
Oh, he does.
He's a neighbor.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
How's Rodell doing these days? We're aware that he had some problems.
I guess he's doing all right. I haven't seen him.
Did you you've heard about his problems, right? The horse stuff?
Yeah.
Boy, that's kind of wild, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, did you have any idea, Rodell, that he had this weird thing with the horse? Did you know that until he got caught?
No.
The woman that answered the phone, was she trying to protect Rodell? Because, it was this real kind of rather short, bussy conversation. I don't know how else to describe it, where she seemed to know Rodell, but not know Rodell. And was she kind of covering for him or what?
No, she's sickly.
Oh, she's sickly. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's a little short, bussy.
And I'm through with it now. I'm sick too. I don't know nothing about I ain't taking nothing to do with Rodell stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hear you, man.
Yeah,
you sound a little upset. We're gonna let you go, but thank you for your time.
Uh-huh.
Bye bye.
Right, see ya.
Peace.
Bye.
Boy, that whole chain.
I'm his neighbor.
That whole chain is so weak.
The first conversation that I've ever described as short, bussy.
Yeah. Yeah.
101 WRIF and WRIF HD1 Detroit. Drew and Mike in the morning. 101 WRIF. Everything that rocks.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engines running. Commit. Liftoff. We have liftoff.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
Warren Jung has won cash and prizes totaling $3,152. Today, one of our contestants will win a large screen TV, a Rockwell lithograph, an emerald ring, or a trip to Puerto Rico, and continue a journey towards a fortune in cash and prizes, including just Audi and $50,000 in cash. In total, over $100,000 on
Drew and Mike in the morning. Drew and Mike on 101 WRIF Detroit. Right here.
Here we go. It's Friday morning, and we're back in March Madness. And what a mad evening it was last night. Wow. First of all, Wisconsin, despite making a really pretty noble run at the end of that game, did lose to Butler. The other late game, not exactly a shocker, but I tell you, the way it happened, watching it was a bit shocking. Arizona was down 6 points to Duke, and they went on a magical run, a 19-2 run in the second half, and then they continued. They just poured it on. Oh, my God, were they hot? And Duke was discombobulated, turning the ball over. I mean, you don't see Duke do stuff like that.
Well, see, and then Duke was questioned, too, after that Michigan loss. People wondered if there was any chinks in the armor, and there you go. But as you say, Arizona also fabulous.
Oh, Arizona was phenomenal last night. They really were.
Yeah.
And I don't think that was Duke's best performance.
No, see, they were having their troubles this year.
And we've got 4 games tonight, and the brackets look bloody. Oh my goodness.
Wow. Good God, Armageddon.
More on those games and also the early games if you didn't catch them. And we got a great show today, too. Taryn Manning from Playboy. Much more. The oldest woman in the world, maybe 119 years old, possibly. So stand by, Drew and Mike, for 2 Rock Starting. Stand by, ready?
Thank you, Detroit.
Thank you, sir. Coolness aside, I'd like to say thank you.
Thank you, Rudy.
Say it! Say it!
Thank you and stuff.
Thank you, Jesus!
Thank you, Detroit! 101 WRIF and WRIF HD1 Detroit. Drew and Mike in the morning.
So he says to him, he says, hey, it's just a show. What are you trying to prove?
101 WRIF. Back with more Drew and Mike in the morning on 101 WRIF.
6 at WRIF. Turn you up in a second. And then we'll run down the sports and all the March Madness. And it was a little mad last night. Well, I was a little mad. My bracket is just cooked. Absolutely bloody. It's a bloody, grisly mess. It'll look bloodier after tonight. Oh, God. Lease the 2011 BMW 328 all-wheel drive sedan for only $499 per month for 27 months with nothing down. Visit DetroitBMW.com for full details. And they bring you traffic this morning.
Hey, move your ass!
Nosy traffic jam. The traffic report will get me out of this one.
Hey, Stress, what's up?
Hey, actually things running real smooth this morning so far. No accidents at all, no disables, no nothing. Just posted speeds and not even all that many cars out this morning. Everybody up late watching the game and no one feels like participating, and who can blame them? Anyway, that's it. Nothing shaking. No hell of traffic.
Just looking at this big full-page Bob Seger ad in page 3 of the sports section.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
You know, I keep hearing those
arms in the air and a victory. What is that position?
That victory. I'm on tour for the first time in 50 years. Stance,
and I can get my arms over my head. Awesome.
Yes.
Cool.
I have a feeling Bob's hair will be dyed darker than in this photo.
Oh, when he finally gets to the stage. Oh.
Yes.
You know what? He didn't seem like he was ever concerned about appearances.
No,
he just wants to rock.
His hair was dyed though.
Oh,
yeah. You know, maybe that wasn't last time out. It might have been 2 tours ago. It was definitely, because I think we talked to him in the studio, and he was pretty gray. I mean, who cares? Mm-hmm. But then when he went out, it was real dark.
Yeah.
He looked good, though. He lost some weight.
Yeah. You know, you have publicists who want to tweak you and work on your image and stuff like that.
No, we appreciate the effort. We like to go a little bit back. It's a nostalgic night. He might as well look a little younger.
Sure. Why not?
But hearing those concert ads, I know it's just a lousy concert ad. But hey, hearing all those live bullet cuts sounds fantastic. Really got me psyched up. And all that goes on sale tomorrow, May 17th and May 19th. Tickets at PalaceNet.com, Live Nation, Palace Box Office, and Ticketmaster. And we have front row seats for Bob today.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah. It's huge.
So this one is going to be probably pretty hard.
Yeah, yes, it will be.
Yeah.
Be quite difficult.
Okay.
Just announced, Buff Whalen Chevrolet, located at 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights, has the distinct honor of becoming a Saturn authorized service provider. Please see buffwhalen.com. That's BUFFWhalen.com.
And he's going to do it all over again, Kwame, according to a professional who's looked inside Kwame's mind. Apparently hasn't seen the wreckage that King Kwame created in Detroit. Says
Nice try, fellas.
He has post-traumatic stress syndrome. If he does, God, Detroit sure as hell does collectively. But Dr. Norman Miller,
He was a pussy.
has been hired to say that Kwame seems to be, confined. Yeah, he's actually in prison, so most people feel that way.
Has
Humiliated.
been hired to say, well said.
Embarrassed, devastated, depressed, and anxious. And that he is suffering from post-traumatic stress and emotional distress as well. In this deposition where he's trying to sue SkyTel for revealing all of his sexy messages to Christine Beattie, Kilpatrick says he doesn't know if he would have done anything differently because he thought it was more important to protect his wife.
He's so
he didn't tell the
noble.
truth. Yes, he is.
He's
and
so
that's why
noble.
she still loves him for that.
Oh, yeah, no, they're closer than ever. But that is so noble to lie on the stand to protect your wife and children from your cheating.
Yeah.
If he cared about his wife and children so much, wouldn't he have not plowed every chick in sight? Would that have been a good idea, maybe? If he's so concerned about embarrassing his kids and his wife, not to mention stealing millions of dollars from the city of Detroit, that was kind of embarrassing, too.
And all the other stuff that keeps coming out little by little, drop by drop. Putting his dad up to being a consultant and all that other stuff.
That testimony was just beyond embarrassing yesterday. I could not believe some of the things he said.
Well, I know. He says he didn't tell the truth about the affair with Christine, and he thinks that's why Carlita still loves him now, and their relationship is so strong because of that, because she knew what he was trying to do there, protecting her from the information that he was having. And he also says he had a one-night stand with Cheryl Robinson Wood. He caught to them getting it on in a hotel one night.
That's bullcrap. He was nailing her for a while. Do you believe that?
I don't know. Maybe they got together and he didn't like her. I mean, but there was just that one time. Although she did hang around quite a bit, so.
There were multiple retaps.
You think?
I think so. Because, the feds were aware that there was a personal relationship that was inappropriate, and I don't think the feds were talking about a one-night stand.
No. Well.
Plus, I think
there are so many others. I mean, remember the string of stories? The barbershop.
Oh. Yeah, if you go through
trim and all that.
If you go through all the text messages, you will find there appear to be, just in the text messages, at least 5 or 6 different women that he's talking to and about, and seems to be making some, trying to make some hay with them.
How can he try to suggest that he has the stronger relationship with Carlita because he lied? Whatever.
He's amazing. The old joke about how do you know when a lawyer's lying when his lips are moving? It's a stupid joke, but honestly,
it really works for him.
Kwame Kilpatrick, I really feel that way. When his lips are moving, he is lying. I really, really believe that. I don't believe he ever tells the complete truth. It's always shaded for some reason. He has so much to lie about.
For some advantage for himself. Yeah, for sure. So the bridge builder, Matty Maroon, why do you suppose he decides that he's going to re-roof and put some windows in the old Detroit train station, that hulking building that is frequently used as a backdrop for movies? Matty's people say that the makeover will make it easier to have a developer come up with uses for the depot if they just tweak a few structural things. So
it's kind of like painting a couple rooms and carpeting a couple rooms to bring up the
value of your house.
Yeah, but on a larger scale. I've noticed he's been doing a few things that are a little on the friendly side for
more proactive for the city, but
for him. But I think it's because he wants that bridge deal.
I wondered if it had anything to do with the fact that he's trying to negotiate that deal. But
of course it does.
The possible mad bomber who hates the FBI seems to think that they have an evil card system. Whatever the FBI says, they don't have any idea what he's talking about. But Gary Miklich, who lives up in the UP, left the bomb, according to the feds, at that federal building, at the Back to Mara building downtown. But why? His family says he's got a couple of cuckoo birds building nests in his head. The bomb kind of sat around for a while, too, from the end of February through a couple weeks into March, before an FBI agent realized it might be something to look into It actually went from somewhere in the building to the lost and found, and then they finally realized that there might be something in it. And when they looked through the components, they found something from the bag itself was a tool bag from Home Depot, and so that was easy enough to track. And they figured out that it came from the Home Depot in Iron Mountain, and then they just watched store tapes until they saw him walk in and buy it. And then there were these previous threats against federal agents, and that sort of all matched up, so they went and arrested him.
That whole thing was on the FBI's part. That was brilliant because they when they blew it up, it had that GE timer,
right?
And what was
the tool bag,
the Husky bag or whatever. And by finding that was only at Home Depot, and I guess they can track recent purchases somehow.
Yeah.
They do. As you said, they tracked it to the Iron Mountain place, and they followed him out to his Oldsmobile, but they couldn't make out the license plate. But they've been getting a bunch of threats from some character in that neighborhood. So when they go to that person's house, hey, there's an Oldsmobile in the driveway.
Yep, there he is. Yeah.
So that was some great work.
It was great police work for the FBI. But he's going to be arraigned in Marquette today for all of that. Some of these online threats that he was making, though, did you read him about this card system is going berserk for some reason, making threats of hitting local police and threatening to murder me too. And then he posted online something about every president since the Kennedys have had trouble with the FBI's card system. What the hell is that all about? That's what the FBI said anyway. They don't know what that's about. So now the nuclear experts think that one of those Japanese reactors was breached. And if that happened, of course, we know that there's way more radiation filtering into things in Japan than they at first thought.
Wow.
A lot of people still skeptical about it's okay to drink the water permission that was given by the Japanese government, too. They're really suspicious.
I would really wait on the Japanese government. They seem to be backtracking every day on something.
By the way, did you happen to see, though, the most amazing feat? You know how long it takes to build roads around here? Did you see the story about there was one highway, a main highway in Japan? It was actually split in half right along the white line, and one side was about 6 feet higher than the other. 6 days later, it was fixed, paved, smooth as glass. Wow. They had it all repaired. And that, you can see there's probably pictures of it online. Amazing before and after there. And the business of making cars seems to be getting back into business again. Toyota says it's going to start making Priuses and hybrid Lexuses starting Monday. Nissan, they actually are going to start making their engines in Tennessee and shipping them to their plants in Japan because they're having a few more complications. Now,
with the car haulers?
I think so.
Yeah, the car haulers are basically on strike with GM and Chrysler, and they want to charge some overage fee, and the big three is saying, no, we're not paying for that. That's not in the deal. And so the cars are all sitting there. They're just sitting in this car hauler lot. And I mean thousands upon thousands of brand new cars. They're not even on the trucks.
What? Somebody give the baby his bottle and get things going again, okay?
Yeah, it's pretty wacky. I mean, they were implying that people who have ordered a new car and paid for it may be waiting.
No kidding. Oh, crap.
Isn't that a mess?
Boy. How about that whack job lady in court in Las Vegas where she thought they were going to let her out of jail in a hearing? Judge surprised her, though, by telling her, nope, got to go back to the slammer, and so she wigged out and fought deputies.
Let me go. I got kids and responsibilities.
Come on.
Y'all, let me go.
Let's go. Come on.
No, let me go.
She's surrounded.
So, lady.
She's surrounded in court by deputies, if you can picture this, who are trying to get a hold of her, and she's fighting. And then one of them grabs her, and apparently she just climbs his body. And before you know it, she ends up in the air, and they're sort of crowd surfing her across the courtroom back to jail.
I want to see this.
And not alone in his criticism of Kirstie Alley, but certainly taking the most crap for saying it, is George Lopez.
My favorite female dancer this season. She did a nice job. Her little hooves tapping away. Before the show, she went to the market, and then she had roast beef, and this is her going all the way home.
Here's the little clip he played of the Geico commercial. Well, he did it, and then he apologized for it,
Oh, don't do that.
Say it first and then apologize later. She snapped back on a Twitter something about he was...
oh, you mean he apologized off the air, not on the show?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And the federal appeals court in Louisville, Kentucky, are allowing a free speech lawsuit to go ahead after a Kentucky guy was arrested for calling a police officer a fat slob. Kevin Kennedy, so angry over permits to expand his strip mall near his home in 2005 that he called the officer, who was also a building inspector, a fat slob, and got arrested. Well, the charges were later dropped, but he sued in the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals that you should be able to, it's free speech, to be able to call a cop a fat slob.
Wait, he was actually arrested for calling him a fat slob. What was the charge?
He was arrested for disturbing the peace.
Yeah.
That sort of fits. That's in the category.
I don't know
You
about
said it
that.
loud enough.
Calling a cop a fat slob. I mean, not that I would advise anyone to do it.
Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals said that it was over wrongful arrest, and the First Amendment violations can go forward. So that's now being litigated. Trudy Daniels, Riff Rock and Roll Radio News.
Yeah, not a good thing to call a cop anything but sir.
Absolutely not.
Sir.
I know, but I always wonder that. I mean, it is your First Amendment right, but they are always going to find something that
I've been feeling
some way of being an offending situation, I guess.
I've been feeling rather warm and fuzzy towards our friends in law enforcement.
I know. Yeah, me too.
I got pulled over on Coolidge.
Oh. Today?
No, not today.
Today?
It was actually a couple weeks ago, but the guy comes up to the car, and I'm not sure what police that would be because
where was it at
Oak
again?
Park
it was on Coolidge
or Huntington Woods or
I bet you Oak Park.
Does Oak Park?
They have a couple cars around here.
They do?
Yeah.
Oak Park?
They still have cars?
Oh, yeah.
Royal Oak Township is the ones that pulled out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
they're the ones that are
used to be here too. They pulled out too.
And they do sometimes sit very quietly on Coolidge.
Well, I was going probably,
Capital
40. I must have been going 45, I guess, because it's 35, isn't it?
Really?
Yes, 35.
Yeah, it's 35.
No,
Anyway,
it's 35.
he pulls me over and he walks up and I tell him I'm on my way to Riff. And he does.
The show is starting in 10 minutes.
He does kind of a double take. He starts to grab my license because I have my license out, and then he goes, "Have a good show, Drew." And that was the best feeling. The best feeling.
Yes, it is.
Oh my God.
It's a great
You're
feeling.
busted, buddy.
And what a terrible feeling when they go, "Yeah, so what?" I hate that show. And I hate everyone on it.
I just said I was late. I was late for the morning show at Riff. That was what I said, I think.
Yeah, okay.
So it wasn't. I don't know. I didn't think it was the worst ranked poll ever, but
it's pretty there though.
It was to the point.
There's nothing wrong with it. I've done it.
I didn't say do you know who I am?
It was there. Let's be honest. It was there.
There was no do you know who I am or anything like that.
Is there any way to put your business card? I was trying to figure out how to do that. How to juxtaposition your business card close to either your license or your insurance, your proof of insurance.
Put it on top of your registration.
Yeah. Okay.
What's going on, officer?
I used to have all these police cards stacked above my registration, so it would take 7 different cop cars or state police, Oakland County from all the cops we've talked to.
I'm a cop, you idiot.
God, where's my registration? I just keep running into all my police friends.
And that worked? And that worked for you?
Are
they
I never had
impressed?
an opportunity to try it.
Huh. Oh.
By the time I got pulled over, the cards got repositioned, unfortunately.
Yeah. My dad, who hadn't worked for NASA in years when he was pulled over, would put his NASA card next to his driver's license. Or accidentally hand them the NASA.
Does NASA pull out of rank? I mean, cops go,
Apparently.
NASA, well.
Oh, yeah.
Really? Okay.
It did in this case.
I would not have known
last
that.
week. That was a beauty. That was a great launch. Thank you.
It had nothing to do with any of it.
I mean, I'm not knocking him for making the O-ring, but I would think being an astronaut would give you major rank. Making the O-ring, I don't know.
You can blame the other company, that Thibault company that made the rings. You know?
He probably tried to tell me he was an astronaut at some point.
Yeah, because with NASA, it's like I know the astronauts. That's it.
Right.
Except for the famous people that played various people in The Right Stuff and things like that.
Yeah. I hear
Like
you.
Ron Howard's brother. I would think he was an important person at NASA. Whoever he was playing.
He was the O-ring guy, as a matter of fact. Hey, Liz Taylor, by the way, is buried already. Did you happen to see that?
Yeah, I saw that at a service. I was like, what?
I know the Westboro Baptist had no chance to get there in time.
Is that why they did it so quick?
I don't know.
I bet it had something to do with it.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, if she didn't want just unsavory characters.
That was awfully quick.
Mm-hmm. But she was 15 minutes late for her own funeral by her own design. That was what her request was. is that she make people wait for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, how wacky.
Was also dumb the fact that it's just her family because no one was invited to the thing. They just had this small thing, a couple of cars in a procession, and that was it.
Well, most of the people she knows are planted there, so
where
join them.
Where does Liz Taylor cut the list? I mean, for her funeral, where's the family cut the list? Because once you invite a few actors, then but what about so and so? And if you invite a couple media, what about so and so and so and so?
I think she just wanted close friends.
What I didn't see was whether Larry was there.
Fortensky?
You think Larry was?
No, I don't think so. I'm not so sure about that because Larry, and we had a good time yesterday discussing the Fortensky years.
A lot of falling down the stairs sound effects.
Yeah, there were a few of those. Well, the fall takes forever, my God.
That's not a sound effect, though. That's really him now, right?
Yeah.
It took all day. Really, who is? Well, she's got 4 kids, right?
But Fortensky, yeah. Larry just asked her for quite a sum of money to get himself out of foreclosure. This is the 3rd time he's asked her to help him get out of foreclosure, and she's helped him.
He was in a trailer.
Yeah. Well, no, he was living in a camper trailer in his driveway of the home he bought. He bought this fancy schmancy camper, and he lived in the camper in the driveway, which always peeved the neighbors because he would go outside and pee in the bushes of his own house.
What white trash.
He'd be walking, in his boxers from the house to the camper to the house.
Larry.
It's so ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh,
classy
Larry.
guy.
Almighty.
Yeah, I know. He was just kooky.
Well, they dumped her in the ground awfully fast, man.
Yeah.
We were chuckling yesterday about the fact that because in reading about the Fortensky years, because I went, for some reason I went online the night she died. I just wanted to read about Larry and how the Larry thing came about, and they had a little segment called the Fortensky years. So I'm reading about that, and I'd completely forgotten that there was a big rub between Elizabeth and Larry from the outset. And literally the week they got married, she told him that his best man would be Jose Hebert.
Oh,
as opposed to his brother, who was real, guy weighed about 300 pounds or something. And I guess Elizabeth did not want his tool brother to be in the wedding party, so she insisted he have Jose Hebert, hairstylist to the stars, as his best man.
Who he knows? He doesn't know him from Adam, obviously, judging by his
Because in Crazy Land, they're married.
No, he did not. And then there was the problem. The wedding was at Neverland. Michael Jackson paid for that wedding.
Oh, wow.
And put it on.
Weird.
And they had a bunch of porta-johns, but the funny thing about it was Elizabeth's guests were going in Michael's house to use the facilities. Larry's family was not allowed in the house, so they had to use the porta-johns.
God, where are they from? Were they like...
The Fortenskys?
Yeah.
I don't know, but they're pretty redneck.
Oh, I see.
They're pretty...
Sorry, I just took an upper decker in the master bathroom.
That's what they were trying to avoid. And then apparently the porta-johns weren't good enough for the Fortensky family, so Elizabeth got angry at Larry again because his family was peeing in the bushes. Instead of using the porta-johns.
That's a family tradition.
It is. Well, that's what he was doing at his own house when he was crashing in the camper in the driveway. Wow. He'd go out and pee in the bushes of his own house.
What a character.
I know. What a piece of trash, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Larry. Anyway,
I'm surprised he wasn't there, though. I mean, that seems like he should have.
Well, he just got turned down by Elizabeth, although they were kind of implying that she was in no condition to say yes or no.
Right, yeah.
But the answer was no. So Larry, who, after getting Elizabeth to pull him out of foreclosure, and I guess it cost a couple $100,000, his new loan that he worked out, his payment was $5,800 a month. But he had no job. So, it was never clear how Larry was going to cover the nut. And that's exactly what happened. He didn't pay the mortgage, or he couldn't pay the mortgage. He got behind in no time, and then he went back to Elizabeth, and that was too late. Sorry, Larry.
Great.
Well, now that she's gone, he's going to be on the outs for good. That's the end of his ass.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, wild night of March Madness, and I mean wild. The late games, in particular, I thought, as Duke goes down. And also, Wisconsin, a furious rally. They got way down to Butler. What is it with Butler? My God, this amazing little train that could. They got way up on Wisconsin. Wisconsin made a furious rally at the end. And what happened? Details coming up in sports. right after this break. And actual audio of Fortensky falling down the spiral staircase. Which took quite a while. We're trying to figure out, how does someone fall down a spiral staircase?
Let's just start in the attic and went all the way to the basement.
It was a long fall. We just couldn't figure out how he gets around the...
Lots of accessories, a lot of shelving all along the way to the staircase. Lots of breakables.
You would just think, though, that he would, he'd, at one of the curves in the staircase, he'd stop somehow.
Yeah. Well, I think he was so drunk, nothing was operating.
Yeah, he was. Actually, he was extremely bombed.
He was so bombed, I think he was just Gumby. In his viewpoint, it was probably just a blur of colors going around and around. And he never felt anything until the next day when he was really sore.
Well, actually, he was in a coma.
Yeah.
He was in a coma for quite a while, but he recovered.
There you go.
That Fortensky, what a resilient guy.
Yeah.
Man, this is the longest piece of actual audio I think we have.
Yeah, I believe it.
Well, hopefully this thing will end by the time commercials are over. But anyway, we'll be back with sports. And again, find out how that Wisconsin rally wrapped up. And then Norm MacDonald as Norm. Norm is back.
Overachieving, too.
I know, but Norm is so much fun to talk to.
God, he's got a stand-up special Saturday. He's got a sports show. He's hosting poker. Jeez, cut it out, MacDonald.
Yeah, it's going to take longer to get the plugs out than to actually do the interview.
Yeah, you're not kidding.
But Norm's the kind of guy who I think... Oh, I thought we were almost done there. Apparently we've got a couple more, maybe one more story to go down.
I believe so.
Norm can be funny plugging an event. I mean, literally giving a location. He is... Something about that guy just wrecks me. So, Norm MacDonald after sports. And then John Salley's coming in this morning as Dennis Rodman getting his number retired at the Palace. Is that tonight?
It's Saturday.
Saturday.
And then he's got another thing going on next Friday, doesn't he?
Rodman's the shirt retirement is the 1st.
Oh, that's right. That's next week.
Yeah, Friday, yeah.
But
Saturday he's doing something.
Interesting, though, that Dennis Rodman can't... Well, I don't know. Do you want to promote your own jersey? I don't know. That's a tricky one. I mean, I can understand why the Palace wants to promote it, as they don't have a whole lot to promote this year. The team has certainly been struggling. And to have some of the old bad boys in town, including Dennis, it's exciting. It's a draw at the Palace, no question about it.
I probably figure if they try to have Rodman doing the promoting, A, it would be arrogant, and B, and most importantly, no one would understand a thing he's saying.
Not to mention, will he show up?
That, too.
You know, I expect him to show up for the... are we done with Larry? I think we're getting close to the end.
Yeah.
Well, it was a long fall.
No wonder he's in a coma.
Finally. Oh, Larry.
That was just landing, I guess.
With Dennis, I expect him to show up for the jersey number being raised to the rafters, but I would not expect him to show up for the promotion thereof. And I expect him to he might even be a little late for that game. I bet he makes him sweat.
Probably.
Anyway, sports coming up, and then Norm MacDonald right here on the riff at 6:37.
101 WRIF and WRIF HD1 Detroit. Drew and
This program contains subject matter and language that may be disturbing to some viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
101 WRIF. Everything that rocks.
Relax away.
Back with more Drew and Mike in the morning on 101 WRIF.
Wow. Fortensky. That is the most incredible spiral staircase. I don't know what's more amazing, the spiral staircase or the fall. love that.
That sort of like that hollow clink sound like a bowling pin, you know?
Yeah.
That right there.
Just picturing that, the ass in that sound effects studio as they're producing this thing.
Yeah.
Dude.
God.
Sorry to destroy the theater of the mind. That is really Larry going down the spiral staircase. It really is. Well, we're just going to have to cut that thing off. Maybe we'll revisit it, see if it's still going a while. It's amazing. Front row Bob Seger today. And Norm MacDonald in minutes following the sports. Oh, man, what a pile of activity going on with Norm. You won't believe the plugs. The plugs alone are half the interview, my God.
Man, you're not kidding.
Because to get through them is going to take at least a couple minutes. Norm is, and we're kind of eavesdropping on, they do the series of interviews, and so you can kind of plug in and hear who he's talking to and what they're talking about. And it sounded like Norm was being, when it was mentioned that he had the Comedy Central show Saturday night at 11:30, Norm kind of sounded like it reminded him, like, oh yeah, forgot about that.
Jeez.
But that's Norm, eh?
Oh yeah, that's how he is.
It's about 22 degrees. It's chilly this morning. Amazing. Here we are, last Friday in March, and 33 for the high today. It's 22 now. We'll get down to 18 tonight. And then the weekend, just 33 for the high tomorrow, and then Sunday, maybe 35. But it's just 23 degrees right now at WRIF.
It's supposed to be in the mid-40s by now, they say.
Yeah, normally,
so
sure.
We're unseasonably cold here.
Well, just get it right for April the 8th when the Tigers open up.
Yeah, really.
And again, we're just, let's see, today's the 25th, 6 days till opening day in New York with the Yankees. And it's, really cool to open in New York, too.
Oh, my God, that's awesome.
Love that.
Oh, my God, yes. Is Verlander starting?
Of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
That goes without saying.
Well, he's really due, I think, for about a 22-win season to just put it all together. Mm-hmm. So good, man. I love when he bears down in a game, when he's in a tight game, couple runners on base, maybe up a run in the 7th, and he just starts firing that thing like nobody's business.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got that extra gear. So cool to watch.
He is great. Wow, he's great.
Wait, we're almost there. Love baseball.
I'm ready.
And apparently, Cabrera, everything's cool. The whole DUI, the threatening all those people with a gun, it's all gone by the wayside. He's hitting home runs again.
You should have taken the Jim Leland's cue when he was he didn't want anything to do with it. It was just like, hey, get onto something else. Hey, what do you quit dwelling on it.
We all got way too carried away with it.
Yeah, way too carried away. It was nothing. It was just no big deal.
Yeah, it was just a back page.
Yeah, he's fine.
Just a footnote.
Yeah, I don't even think he did the one-on-one with the players.
I know.
I don't think that ever happened.
That was really quickly kind of dismissed and forgotten, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Somebody realized that was really dumb.
I'm sure somebody was probably watching to see if he was, in small clusters of players, just kind of going from group to group in the outfield as they took batting practice. But I suspect he was probably just standing over by first base, taking a few ground balls and not talking to anybody.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's just like, hey, just forget it. Just go out there and hit the ball.
Gee, am I going to get my apology today? Well, I didn't even see the translator with him.
Yeah.
I guess not.
Thing of it is, nobody wanted to go through that anyway.
Of course not.
No player wanted to sit down and hear all that garbage.
That was the strangest thing to kind of back off of. You're going to apologize to the team? Yeah, I am. So you intend to address the team tomorrow? Well, I don't want to address the team.
No.
And I think it was a matter that he just really didn't want to do it. He didn't want to be told how to do it, and he didn't want to do it then. So it's Miguel Cabrera. He does it the way he wants to do it.
That's right.
Sports brought to you by Terry's Terrace. It's Friday. Get to Terry's Terrace for their hand-cut, hand-battered fish and chips for only $10.99. They only use the freshest cod. Is your mouth watering yet? Terry's Terrace on Jefferson, 1 mile south of Metro Beach. Visit terrystime.com for menus and events. Oh boy, where to start? Well, the late games, we had Howard and Wisconsin, one of our Big Ten entries, and, gotta believe in Wisconsin. This team always plays such phenomenal defense. The game always seems to be their kind of game. The scores maybe in the 40s or the low 50s. And it looked like that kind of a game. The only problem is Butler plays the same kind of game as Wisconsin. Really, they tend to keep the score down and play really good defense. And Howard got up. They were up by 9 at the half. They expanded it. They were up 47-27 in the second half as Wisconsin opened up with a 1 for 15 shooting touch. Just a disaster. But, hey, what do you know? Wisconsin gets, they kind of keep cutting it. It's 14, it's 12, it's 10. And then they go on a little run at the end of the game, the last couple minutes.
Bruzewicz strong to the basket. Knocked away, stolen Jarmus to Gosser, and he lays it in. Oh, a steal, Jarmus! And this full court pressure causing Butler all kinds of problems now. Taylor for 3. Got it! Whoa! Wisconsin right back in it. 4-point game, 53-49. Timeout, Butler.
Boy, that Taylor is just deadly late for Wisconsin, but they just fell short. They needed a couple more buckets, maybe another steal. They just couldn't get it as Butler. Not the kind of team that's going to collapse. They actually had more of a collapse than I'm used to seeing Butler, but I think they wanted to kind of safety dance, kind of just sort of run out the clock, and Wisconsin wasn't going to let them do it, so they made them work for it, but they did win the game. In fact, Matt Howard had 19 to lead Butler, and the final in that game was... What was the final of that game? 61-54. Thank you. Because my story doesn't have the score. Jordan Taylor had 22 for Wisconsin, who shot 30.4% for that game. Wow. Then the other late game, Arizona and Duke. And, you know, you had to think this game was going to be a dandy. And it was, as it was pretty close at the half, close pretty much early in the second half. Duke's out in front by 6. And then all of a sudden, it happens. Arizona gets a little run going.
How about that rearrangement? Carey with a rebound. The dish. Of course it goes through. And Momo Jones pull up with jumper horn. Look at this kid. He's banging that chest. He wants more. And at the other end, Heron for 2. But they now lead by 11.
Wow. What a run. A 19-2 run. And, you know, the run kind of continued because they started trading baskets, and then I think Arizona even increased the lead a little more from there. And I thought it was strange that Krzyzewski, did he call a timeout during that entire run? I mean, I know they've got the TV timeouts, which come at the 8-minute mark and the 16-minute mark, but did Krzyzewski call a Duke timeout, though, during that run? I didn't see it, and I was going back and forth between the games, so he may have, but I was just surprised that he let that thing go on because Arizona was getting a lot of bounces. Duke was turning the ball over. They were getting offensive rebounds, and it was one of those runs where not only was Arizona playing tremendous, but they seemed to be getting every bounce. And it's funny when you see that happen to Duke because Duke, they're that team that seems to always get that bounce they need or that foul call they need. Not last night, and Arizona had an awful lot to do with it. 5th seed Arizona shooting 60% of their three-point shots and beating the Blue Devils by 16. 93-77 was the final. Derek Williams' career high of 32. He had 25 in the first half before his teammates came up big, scoring 55 points in the final 20 minutes. They were just unstoppable. And again, the offensive rebound, just amazing. The Blue Devils sent packing for a regional semifinal for the second time in 3 years. That's a no-no for Krzyzewski, who finishes the season with 900 wins. You know, he could have broken that record in the national championship game. Well. Yeah. Oh, well. He'll have to wait till next year. Oh, what a shame to continue to pursue Bobby Knight. Then to the early games. Connecticut is now 1 win away from its 4th trip to the Final Four. They beat San Diego State 74-67. Kemba Walker, wow, he was on his game. 22 of his 36 in the second half. Jeremy Lamb also had 24. He's a freshman for Connecticut. He had a huge three-pointer with 1:43 left in that game for the third-seeded Huskies, who needed 5 wins in 5 days to capture the Big East tournament. You know, it's very interesting that they've really used that Big East run, and that was an amazing run. In fact, we were talking about a little survey question. Was the 5 wins in 5 days, was that run more impressive than winning the NCAA tournament? It is the Big East we're talking about here, although the Big East has been, I think, a bit demystified in the tournament. But that was an amazing tourney run, those 5 wins in 5 days, and they seem to have picked up huge momentum off it. They looked great last night.
Did you watch that game?
I watched a lot of it, yeah.
It was one of the most exciting college games I've seen in a long time.
Connecticut, San Diego State?
Yeah,
I thought
up and down.
It was tremendous. I thought really all the games had their moments last night. I thought Arizona and Duke was amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, to see Arizona do that to Duke, didn't they look just absolutely
slow?
Yeah, they looked slow, but they looked just kind of helpless and they were turning the ball over like crazy. You don't see Duke turn the ball over like that.
They gave up 55 points in the second half.
They looked panicky.
Yeah.
To see Kyle Singler turning the ball over and losing offensive or defensive rebounds, that was really kind of fun, I have to admit.
Dude is so ugly.
He is.
I don't know who's uglier, him or Matt Howard from Butler.
Does Matt Howard look a little like Digital Shorts, Andy Samberg?
I guess so. He's got that long curly hair.
Is it just the hair? Maybe it's just the hair.
Goofy looking, though.
Yeah, he is. He's become a pretty good ball player. He can shoot threes now.
Yeah, I can't stand him.
I know. He's one of those guys. Unless he's on your team, there's no way to stand him. The big game of the night, I think people are really excited about because it was the rematch from last year when BYU beat Florida in 2 overtimes in the opening of the NCAA tournament, and Florida really took that one hard because they had a really nice team last year, and they had won 2 national championships recently, and I think they thought they were going to start their rerun last year. Well, delay it a year and things aren't looking too bad as Florida, with the superior size, and they've got better balance, they've got a stronger bench. They put an end to Brigham Young's dream season and the whole Jimmer thing. And I don't know, the announcers, I love Jimmer, I love watching him. The announcers are starting to drive me a little crazy with the Jimmer.
Well, their offense looked ridiculous last night because they would just dribble down and he'd shoot like a 55-footer.
Yeah, or he'd dribble around until he found an opening. Mm-hmm. Although, he really was amazing. I have to say there was a stretch in the game, and he didn't have a great shooting game.
The end of regulation.
Yeah, the end of regulation, that bomb he took with about 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
Wow! Yeah. And, before the half, he had 2 drives that were just incredible, back-to-back drives to the bucket, where he went between and around about 4 guys.
But if you're the coach, it's like, all right, Jimmer, shoot the ball from 22 feet away, or if the guy's on you, drive and shoot it.
That's pretty much their offense.
Yeah,
although they had some other guys that could shoot, and maybe they needed to have them shoot a little more because Jimmer, I think he ended up 11 for 29, but he was hot in the second half as once again BYU and Florida ended up in overtime.
Jimmer deep. Out, he gets the roll. Fredette with the steal. Parsons wins him. Fredette to the bucket. Single roll. Here's a screen to the bucket. And he ties it at 67. He's got 32. Here comes Jimmer. Long range.
Are you kidding me?
Now there's the bomb.
J-back, folks, and the eye of the tiger.
Yeah, I believe that was beyond, well beyond an NBA 3. What they were doing was they weren't giving him the 3-point shot. Then they weren't giving him the 2 feet beyond the 3-point shot. So he took it about, 7, 8 feet beyond the 3-pointer and sunk this bomb, which tied the game at 63. So that was Jimmer, hot as a Dickens for one stretch there in the second half. And, both teams could have won this thing in regulation. Florida, some pathetic free throw shooting. They got some bad free throw shooters, which I have to believe is going to cost them at some point in this tournament. And BYU, which was kind of a one-man band. And Jimmer did have a couple of chances with a minute left, and I think with about a minute 40 left, and just missed his shots. I think his legs were getting a little tired. And in the overtime, the flip side of Jimmer's hot act in the second half there, things did not go well, either dribbling, passing, or shooting the ball. This is pretty much Jimmer in overtime for BYU.
Fredette, quick release. Fredette again. Not that time. Way off. Fredette again. Crossover off the back rim. Fredette going cold here. And a timeout called by Florida.
And I think Jimmer had 3 turnovers in overtime. At least 3 turnovers in overtime. And Florida just literally dominated. They won by 9, 83-74. They had a couple big threes in the overtime. BYU was never in that game in OT. They got down 4-0, and then I think they made a bucket, and then Florida made a 3 and another 3, and that was that. So Florida goes on, and Jimmer goes home, and he was an exciting player to watch in the tournament. That was really very, very cool, I got to say. Otherwise, in the world of sports, a little bit of basketball. Nowitzki had 30 points and 11 rebounds. Mavs rallied the fourth quarter for win over the Timberwolves. New Orleans outlasted Utah in overtime, 121-117. Okafor banked in a 20-footer at the regulation buzzer to force overtime. Minnesota Timberwolves coach Kurt Rambis says there's a chance Kevin Love could miss the rest of the season. He's got a strained left groin. Apparently, it's pretty bad. He's averaging 20.3 points and an NBA high 15.4 rebounds per game. And he's on that, is it the double-double streak, Kevin Love? I think he's at about 55 games. Mm-hmm. And the streak will have to wait. Although he's miles away from the Wilt record, which is, I think, close to 200 games. But he's passed just about everyone else and having just an amazing season. And other than that, Jason Worth hit his first home run of the spring. Michael Morse hit his seventh in the Nationals 5-2 win over the Tigers. Porcello roughed up a bit, 5 runs and 8 hits in 5 innings. Brendan Bosch had 3 more hits for the Tigers. As Bosch is, he's kind of settled in and looks like maybe he can be a little less crazy, streaky than last year, perhaps. There is talk, by the way, about Guillen. What is his return date? Is he done? That's even being discussed because, you know what? He's back. He's not back. He's going up north. No, he's not going to go up north. There's pain. There's no pain. He's running. There's no pain. Oh, there's pain again. I mean, it's really just been a roller coaster with this guy. And he keeps saying, I'll know when I'm ready. I don't want to come back and play a couple games and get hurt again. I can't tell if he's one of those guys that is just really fragile and refuses to play hurt, or is he just, at that point in his career where his body's totally breaking down? Because these injuries have just been ridiculous. It seems we've been waiting for him every year to get started, and he never seems to get started until he re-injures himself, sits out for a couple months, and then comes back in the second half and might have a little streak in him. But, they're happy with Rhymes, and if he gets off to a good start, hitting 320 or something, and, spraying the ball around the way he was, I don't know. I don't know if Guillen's role is going to be quite as simple as just starting at second base, but we'll see. Matt Stafford is throwing again and not having pain. He was tweeting, that he felt good throwing in Athens, Georgia 2 months after having surgery on his right shoulder. He said he was heading to rehab, lift, and run during the NFL lockout, adding that you never know when the owners will let us back to start playing. Okay. And Wings playoff tickets are on sale tomorrow. Wings playoff tickets for the first 3 home games of the first round will go on sale at noon tomorrow. Prices range from $50 to $120, similar to last year's price range. Fans will be able to purchase up to 4 tickets per game for each of the team's first 3 opening round games. There you go. And you know what? I didn't mention the continuation of March Madness, which another fabulous round this evening. 7:15, we've got North Carolina Marquette. 7:27, Kansas Richmond. Could Richmond give Kansas a game? Could that happen?
I don't know. They got an okay front court. I think Kansas is too strong, though.
I do, too. But Richmond is they've been exciting. I mean, really have just blown people away. Then the late games, oh boy, Ohio State, Kentucky. Gotta love that game. Yeah, that should be phenomenal. And on the other side, you've got the 10 seed Florida State, 23-10, and the 11 seed Virginia Commonwealth, 26-11. And VCU has been playing amazing basketball. Florida State's a pretty talented team, and when they put it together, they can be pretty good too. So anyway, one of those teams going to the Elite Eight, which is a 10 or an 11 going to the Elite Eight. How about that? Well, Norm MacDonald, we've had so much fun with Norm. Probably one of our favorite guys to talk to, no doubt.
He's great one-on-one. He's a ball.
Yeah, he is. God, he's just fan. And if you go online, go to YouTube or something, and you watch him on the talk shows with Conan in particular, yes. He just got that. I don't know. It's almost like there's a comedy infection when Norm's around. It just works.
He does. He excels in those interviews. He really does.
And Norm will be with us momentarily. First, just want to mention a couple things. Taryn Manning, who is the April centerfold for Playboy, and God, is that a great spread. Taryn's going to join us in a bit. We've got Bob Seger in the front row as Seger's tickets for the 17th and the 19th at the Palace. Those go on sale tomorrow. A lot to think about with these tickets. Red Wings playoff tickets tomorrow at noon. And Seger tickets, those Seger tickets are going to go fast, don't you think?
Oh, man. Oh, God, yeah. That's going to sell out immediately.
Yeah, it's only 2. You think it'll go that quick?
Oh, yeah. People are chomping at the bit to get to those tickets.
I know a lot of people have been calling me, that's for
me
sure.
Too, yeah.
That's an indicator.
Oh, yeah.
It's 24 degrees right now, just 32 for the high today. 24 right now at the Rift. Norm MacDonald?
Hey, Norm. Good. How you doing, man?
Excellent. I'm doing excellent.
Yeah, you sure are. I'm starting to think you got a blow habit. You got so many things going on this morning.
I got a what?
A blow habit.
Is that a new term?
You're hanging around with Charlie Sheen a little bit lately or something. You came up with all these ideas at once.
But did you hear that, Norm, we were eavesdropping on your recent interview, like the one you were doing 10 minutes ago, and you... I guess your stand-up was plugged, your Comedy Central thing, and it sounded like he was reminding you that you had to do this. You said, "Oh yeah, that's this weekend."
Oh, what? Doing what? What am I doing this weekend?
It's Norm MacDonald, me doing stand-up, a Comedy Central original.
Oh yes, that's right. It's a stand-up special.
Yeah, Saturday at 11:30. Had you really kind of forgotten about that because of the other stuff?
Yeah, but I shouldn't have forgotten about it because it took me like 2 years to write it.
Is that right? I love some of the material I'm hearing about this, one of which is kind of intriguing. They say that you get into cheating death, 24-hour news stories, shameful sex, serial killers, and cheese sandwiches. I'm trying to imagine how the cheese sandwiches gets in there.
Oh, yeah, no, I love cheese sandwiches. Did you ever have any?
Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to find out how that winds around shameful sex and serial killers.
Oh, well, it's just different subjects, you know, like I'm fascinated by a number of things, one of them being cheese sandwiches.
I'm with Norm on the serial killers. I got to say that. I don't know about the cheese sandwiches, but
You don't know about cheese sandwiches? Well, you probably haven't tried one, but let me ask you a couple of questions.
All right, I have tried them, but
let's turn the tables a little.
Okay.
Shall we?
Okay.
You like cheese?
Yes.
Well, how do you feel about bread?
I enjoy bread. I do. I eat too much bread, I think.
Well, my God, I got the perfect thing for you. It's a cheese sandwich.
The cheese. Wait. Were we putting the cheese in the bread?
Yeah, you need. This is the thing. This is what people forget. You need double the amount of bread as you do cheese.
Oh, is that right? See, I wouldn't have done that. I would have gone with the reverse. Now, do you put anything on it? I mean, is it just straight ahead cheese on the bread?
Oh yeah, man! I just put cheese on bread and I eat it.
What kind of cheese? You go American, Swiss, cheddar. What's your fave?
I like orange cheese.
Orange.
Norm, do you melt the cheese though? Because I like to melt the cheese.
You're talking about a grilled cheese sandwich.
That's true.
I'm talking to Emerald Lagasse over here.
Norm, this might blow your mind. I even, with a grilled cheese sandwich, I don't know, this is kind of a weird thing, but I like mustard with a grilled cheese sandwich.
Oh, that's really bizarre.
Yeah.
Is that a little weird? I guess it is.
One time
a lot of people have mustard.
You ever go to Kmart?
God, yes.
Yes, I have.
And there was a big sign up for the day's special, and it was grilled cheese sandwich.
Yeah.
And then it said, with a pickle.
Yeah.
How much did it cost?
No, the was $1.49, but I made sure when I went up there, I was like, I'm not being charged extra for that pickle, right?
Because you really
for your sign, you know, it says with a pickle.
Yeah. Now you don't.
Then it turned out to be with an eighth of a pickle.
Now, you like pickles? Did you want the pickle, or did you find the pickle being added was just? Yeah, I don't. It's not a good combination.
Oh no, man! Pickles go with anything.
Oh yeah, okay, all right. So you were good with that. That was a plus that they offered that.
Yeah, you can give me basically any food. You throw a pickle on the side.
Yeah.
You give me a tumbler of ketchup.
Yeah.
And it's a donkey ride to heaven for me.
A tumbler of ketchup. Not a dollop, a tumbler.
Yeah, a tumbler.
Hey, they said to make sure, by the way, since Game Show Network hooked us up here, they want to make sure we mention the High Stakes Poker Saturdays at 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. And also, I'll just go ahead. Norm, you got so many plugs, it's hard to keep up with you. The Sports Show with Norm Macdonald, that starts April 12th on Comedy Central. And speaking of sports, Norm, also, I hate to totally rip off the previous interview, but I heard about your big baseball bet. You lost how much?
Oh, God.
I know, I'm sorry.
No, that was a long time ago. Yeah, I lost low six figures.
Low six figures. Whoa. And this was the Mets game where the Grand Slam was, am I to understand that if this Grand Slam, if everyone had touched all the bases and had been 4 runs and extra innings there, you would have won the bet, but he did not do that?
Yeah, what happened was it was in the National League wild card, and he hit, it was extra innings, and they were down by 1. So he hit the home run. He hit the Grand Slam, and 2 people crossed the base, and then everyone ran onto the field, and the other 2 players didn't round third and go to home, so they didn't count.
Did you check with the middleman or the betting person and say, is this bet nullified? I mean, that's so weird because that seemed
nullified in Vegas.
It was?
Yeah, they paid off the unders and they pushed the overs, but I didn't go to Vegas to make the bet.
Oh, I'm so sorry. What's your biggest victory gambling, Norm?
I mean, these are just rare and isolated cases. But one time I played craps. I won a lot of money playing craps one time. But it was early on. It was actually what started my dissolute gambling life.
Yeah.
Would this have been in the 6 figures?
But if you win a lot, if you have a big rush and win a lot, you can never go back,
Yeah, it gets in your blood, which is, and that probably leads into this business of high stakes poker and you hosting this thing. And it sounds like it's kind of some big shoes to fill, right? With Gabe Kaplan stepping aside, boy, that's going to be a little tough for you.
It is, man. That guy was the best. He was the best poker commentator. He was funny.
Yeah.
And also, when I was a kid, I used to watch him on Welcome Back, Kotter all the time.
I like that basketball movie he did, Fast Break. Did you have
Fast Break?
Isn't that great?
Yeah. Aren't you a little nervous about this, or not at all?
No, I'm nervous.
Are you? Yeah, because you poker. Have you won a lot of money at poker ever?
No, I mean I've won some money.
Yeah, do you understand all the strategies so you can comment intelligently on some of the world-renowned players' maneuvers?
Not as much as Gabe. But you have the advantage. You can see their hole cards.
Yeah.
But Norm, now
for clearly that other dude has a 9.
I'm assuming the point, though, Norm. Surely they want you there to be funny. They're not expecting you to be like the ultimate, brilliant poker guy, are they?
No.
Oh, okay.
So I just make jokes about people's shirts and stuff.
Yeah.
And the sports show, Norm, what's, I know you're a big sports fan, but is this like in lieu of kind of a Weekend Update type thing? It's just all sports?
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like Weekend Update, except it's all sports, so I actually know what I'm talking about because I don't know anything about the news.
But, Norm, you made spectacular jokes, well, mostly about OJ, but
yeah.
I like the news format with you.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not interested in news. I mean, I would read the headlines and figure out jokes for it and stuff.
Force yourself to get
through. It's boring, man. It's just like the same dudes all the time, and then you can't figure out stuff, and they talk about the NASDAQ index as if you're supposed to know everything. Tiring.
Yeah.
It's wearying trying to pretend you understand what they're talking about.
It is positively wearying. But sports is predictable. You kind of know what's coming down. It's same every day except different players, different game-winning hits, different excitement. What's your favorite sport, Norm?
Well, my favorite sport's hockey, but we don't get much of it around here.
No, God, not at all.
It's unfortunate.
I mean, do you go to Ducks games or Kings games or?
Yeah, I'll go to the occasional Kings game. I think now my favorite's probably football.
Yeah.
I always assumed I assumed Norm liked football because he was so into the O.J. Simpson trial.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I started to read, you were talking about NCAA bracket predictions, which we're all getting clobbered, but you start off, it was really funny. I'm not sure exactly how this interfaces to it, but you were saying if you're competing with another gent for the same girl and he plays a lute and you don't, you're in serious trouble. And then you go on. Yes, you did. Do you remember that?
Oh, you know what? I probably tweeted it.
Oh, that's what you did.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter. You ever do that?
Never for myself, but I'll follow you, Norm.
No.
Yeah, it's fun because, like, if you think of some stupid thing, like you just said.
Yeah.
About a gentleman or whatever.
You just said.
But
he said it.
Yeah, you
said I said it.
But I don't think it was stupid. I think it's the lute is not an instrument that would have come to my mind. That's what's so damn funny about it. And I think you posted a video about that to do with your tournament picks. Is kind of how that
you got to get the Twitter.
The Twitter.
Because it's fun. You can say anything. You got to be careful.
Yeah.
You don't want to say anything about certain things.
Yeah, come back to bite you.
Yeah, they come back to bite you in the ass like a duck.
Yeah, like that crazy Gil Gottfried. Hey, Norm, do you have some connection with the University of Michigan? Because we kind of had a line on you maybe attending the Michigan-Wisconsin game when you were around. Is that true?
I didn't attend it, but I would have loved to. I remember the game.
Do you have a child at University of Michigan, perhaps?
Wait a minute. How do you know that?
Somebody sent us something out of it was some piece of literature involving the student body and said parent of this child. And someone just sent us this and it said parent Norm comedian was the occupation.
Yeah.
And we're like, no, it's got to be Norm. It's got to be Norm.
Where'd you... No, it's a great university.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
and?
I like the way Norm's buying in all of a sudden. At first he was a little uncomfortable.
Yeah.
We'll tell no one, Norm, I promise.
You can't hide anything. You see that?
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of Michigan.
Yeah.
I know somebody that goes there.
Do you now?
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought so.
Yeah.
Norm, listen, we're going to watch you on GSN High Stakes Poker Saturdays 8 and 11 p.m. The Sports Show with Norm on April the 12th, Comedy Central, and that little stand-up deal that he almost forgot about this Saturday at 11:30.
That's right.
Yeah, on Comedy Central.
Watch that, man.
We will, and you better be there.
I'll be there, man. I'll be talking about
shameful sex.
Yeah.
And cheese sandwiches. Every time I eat a cheese sandwich now, I'm going to think of Norm Macdonald. That's for sure.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to get a pickle for sure.
But they're going to kill us if we don't let you go, Norm. Thanks a million. Anytime. We really enjoy you.
Cool. Awesome, man.
Yeah, it's way cool to talk to you, Norm. You're the best.
You're nice. We'll talk again.
You got it.
We'll see you all of a sudden.
Okay,
thanks, Norm.
Okay, man.
All right,
bye-bye.
see you, man.
You all know me. My name is McManus. I joined this union some 20-odd years ago for two reasons. To have intercaste in exchange for cash. And two, to protect my rights as a man here. But 3 years ago, when this union told we man hares that we were to stop having intercaste with underage girls, I strongly disagreed. But I did not stand up. I'm ashamed to say. I stood down. And then, 3 months later, this union told we man hares that we were to begin washing our private areas between customers. Our private areas. And once again, I'm ashamed to report to you gentlemen, I stood down. But now, sir, for what am I to tell my 8-year-old boy when he comes to me and he says, Daddy, what's that thing hanging off of your heap? What am I to tell him, sir?
Boy, the first time we brought that up to him, I swear, I don't think he remembered it.
No, I don't think he did either.
I mean, he knew he was in the movie and he did something, but that's so damn funny. I laughed so hard. The first time I saw that on European Gigolo, I could not stop laughing. I kept rewinding it.
Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect for him.
The accent is just...
Oh, priceless. It's priceless.
Brilliant.
Oh, God. God, is he funny.
He's really...
What a style
he is really goofy.
Yeah, he's just got a very, very unique, quirky style. God almighty, I still remember that roast where he just went up there and read those stupid jokes off those index cards.
Yeah.
You know, people tolerated it for a while and laughed. In fact, laughed at first, then began to tolerate it, and then all of a sudden it sort of started to get really awkward in the room. He just persisted.
Well, I've always had the feeling, and I don't even know this because I just haven't read that much about Norm. I should read more about him as much as I like him, but I really get the feeling must be an Andy Kaufman acolyte.
I could absolutely picture that.
Because he, that was so Kaufman-esque.
Yeah.
That whole thing with the roast and the dumb jokes.
Yeah. That's actually that's a great comparison. I think that's right on.
He's in Man on the Moon, too.
Yeah.
Which means nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, you can certainly be in a movie and not be a fan of the person.
He's trippy, though. He plays with your brain a little bit, you know?
Yeah. And, I was in a conversation about Norm, this is about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and there's 4 people talking. I'm one of them, and Norm's name comes up, and I'm like, oh, I just love Norm. Honestly, of all the people that we get on from time to time, he's one of the ones that I really get excited about. I just know we're in for something.
Right.
It's going to be a fun ride.
Right. He's going to be funny.
And the person that was talking about him was real excited. I want to know everything I knew about Norm. Oh, wow, was he nice? That whole thing. And the other two were like, wow, sorry, just don't get it. Just don't think he's funny at all. He's so dry and, they totally, and it's funny because I lost a little respect for both of them. It's like, wow, you totally missed it. You just totally missed it. And he's that kind of guy, though.
Yeah.
He's going for something that can really go over somebody's head or under their head or however you want to put it.
Definitely. Yeah, you got to understand what he's doing. If you don't get it, it is going to come off as really stupid.
This is a really silly part. I was wondering, well, what do you think's so funny about him? And how do you explain what's so funny about Norm Macdonald? I have a hard time, though, trying to find out what it is about Norm to hang your hat on when you're sort of explaining him.
It's tough because, Drew, look what he did with that stupid cheese sandwich.
Well, yeah, exactly.
And that was really funny. I mean, but just him going, you like cheese sandwiches? I mean, just absurd statements that he just begins to wind humor around, and he can just make the simplest thing, the most idiotic thing, find a way to actually make it funny and do something with it.
Well, there's so much with him in the delivery and the emphasis, it's just really. I think that's what I like about him is he is so different. It's just not your traditional throw up the setup and knock it down with a punchline.
Right. He does really well. I find in interviews, the one-on-one stuff is where he really excels. That's where I think he's actually at his best when he's doing that. Those conversations with Conan.
The Conan appearances, are really good.
Priceless.
And I find, and we find too, talking to comedians that some comedians who are really funny and can do 40 minutes that will just knock your socks off, when you're interviewing them, they're not always, on their feet. They're not always that great. Yeah. That's what I think says a lot about Norm is the fact that when he doesn't know what's coming, he can be just as funny as when he's, spitting out his routine.
Definitely.
And those are the guys, Giraldo, same way. We talk about Greg so much because what a terrible tragedy. Yeah. And God, when it comes to comedy, he is so missed.
Boy, you know it. He really was one of the greats. Oh, I still can't get over he's gone.
But honestly, the hardest I've ever laughed at something Greg Giraldo said was something when he was totally off the cuff in this room. And it was not something that was, he even knew we were going to talk about.
Yeah.
But he's like that, man. He can just take anything out of the park. Does anyone remember something Giraldo talked about in this studio when we had him in that was extremely funny? Do you remember specifically what it was?
Dane Cook was great because I think that was off the cuff. I think he had thought that, but all of a sudden it had never been brought up to him before, and then it was like, wow, I'm not alone in this thinking, and then kind of rolled with it. Didn't you get that impression?
Yeah, he was trying to avoid it. He sort of didn't want to deal with it.
Right.
But then once it was out on the table, once he got the handoff, he ran for the hole.
The guy, we all know the guy, Lance.
Yeah, I still haven't seen the Giraldo special, by the way, the R.I.P.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds great.
Very good.
I know like 5 people who've seen it, and everyone keeps asking me. It's driving me crazy because I haven't seen it repeated, and I got to see this damn thing.
Yeah, me too. I see that in a worst way.
I didn't realize they were doing it kind of on a. It's sort of serious, isn't it? When they talk to his comedian friends, and aren't they sharing stories about him and stuff?
Yeah, they're all telling stories about him, and it's just littered with great clips of him doing stand-up through the years from like very beginning.
What a great
all the way
special.
through his final show. You know, like the last performance he had in September. Or
Somebody should have been doing interviews with that. They should have brought more attention to that special. To that.
Oh
RIP.
yeah,
I mean, somebody
I bumped into it on accident.
That's a shame.
And then they've only run it a couple times. Yeah.
Oh, you can see it on the site. Oh, okay, cool. Well, Norm, once again, always kills. That's it right there?
No, that's Norm.
Oh.
Well, that's the index cards at the roast.
A bit of a swinger. Did you know instead of an umbilical cord, John was born with a bungee cord?
This is those index cards where people are awkward after a while.
And Cloris Leachman is here. Cloris?
The Bob Saget roast.
Cloris, if people say you're over the hill, don't believe them. Why, you'll never be over the hill, not in the car you drive.
Stupid.
God, is that dumb?
Giraldo is here. He has the grace of a swan, the wisdom of an owl, and the eye of an eagle. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is for the birds.
The crowd's getting a little antsy.
Oh, yeah. After a while, they don't know what to do with it. It goes on for so long.
Susie Essman, of course, is famous for being a vegetarian. Hey, she may be a vegetarian, but she's still full of baloney in my book.
I love the delivery there.
Gilbert Godfrey, one of my best friends. I love Gilbert. When you go to the men's room later, you'll see a sign that says, "Gentlemen, pay no heed, go right in." There's no room that says "scoundrel" on it. But now we come to Bob Saget, and that's why we're all here. Bob? Bob, you have a lot of well-wishers here tonight, and a lot of them would like to throw you down one. A well. They want to murder you in a well. Seems a little harsh, but apparently they want to murder you in a well. It says here on this card. Now, the Bob has a beautiful face, like a flower. Yeah, cauliflower.
Oh, Norm. Oh, Norm. Wow.
Oh, man.
One special guy.
Boo. Yeah. Yeah, boy.
Look for Norm. Enjoy Norm. He's the new host of the Game Show Network's High Stakes Poker, Saturdays at 8 p.m., 11 p.m. The sports show with Norm MacDonald starts April the 12th on Comedy Central. Boy, Norm, is he really up to all this work?
Seems like way too much, like he's taken on way too much, but it's too late now.
And then Norm MacDonald, Me Doing Stand-Up, a Comedy Central original 1-hour stand-up special, Saturday at 11:30. That was Norm on the riff.
Hey, Drew, do you want to play that Giraldo Dane Cook thing, or maybe later?
Do we have it up here?
Yeah, it's in one, if you want it. I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Greg Giraldo's here. Greg's been on some of these great comedy tours. We played so much of your stuff over the years,
Thanks,
actually. A lot from the Dane Cook. Who was with you guys? We were trying to remember. Was it Tell on that tour?
Yeah, David Tell. It was David Tell's special, the Insomniac tour.
Insomniac
and
tour.
then Dane Cook, who
who we didn't even know, like at the time, he was just starting to really blow up. Like I didn't know that he was that big. You know, I guess he had the underground sort of following.
Are you kind of pissed that he's blown up the way he's blown up?
He did seem to take off in a split second, though. But it seems like he's shot up, and then all of a sudden he's kind of exploded and come right back down.
Yeah, you know, I don't know.
I think his material has gone down as he's blown up.
You know, the reality is the whole idea of the show was supposed to be like a crazy, drunken, you know, insomniac thing. He wanted to have like Artie Lang and people like that. And then, you know, I stopped drinking right before then, and then they put Dane Cook on, and it really didn't make sense as an insomniac tour. It didn't matter, like, you know, if you look at the Blue Collar Guys or something, that's what this kind of was supposed to be for Attell, like a bunch of his guys that kind of, you know, like Sean is a maniac, but you know, it lost sort of that point of view thing that he wanted, really.
And Dane doesn't party at all, does he?
No.
That's weird.
Not unless you count typing on MySpace.
Well, I kind of got the impression, it's funny because we were talking to Dax Shepard, and Dax is in Employee of the Month with Dane. Dax, do you know Dax?
I may have met him in passing, but I don't know.
I really got the impression from Dax, from what he wouldn't say, that Dane was nailing Jessica Simpson. I mean, you've really blown up when that happens.
Yeah, I guess. I'd be very surprised to hear that, for real.
You don't want to believe it, do you?
I need to see video footage to confirm it.
Okay.
But it's, you know, anything's possible. Showbiz.
Yeah, I guess. But the last HBO special, he kept going into all this stuff about how, you know, when you're having a good cry with your dad, and he kept doing this, you know when, and every time he said it, I was like, no, that never really happens to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
100,000 times, and nobody ever, you know, that's exactly the thing.
Well, that was
like, you know, there's always that guy. You know that guy? His name is always Mike. And you're like, what? What guy's name? What? Mike. He's always like, hey, I'm Mike. You know Mike? You know that guy, Mike? And I'm like, no, I don't know. You know that guy's always touching your water? You know that guy? His name's always Sebastian. You know him, Sebastian? I'm going to call you Sebastian if I will. If I will, and I will. His name is Sebastian? I don't know what you're talking about. You know when you're walking? You know when you're walking and you got to walk and you got to like stop and you always got to stop and you always got to step and then you start walking on your hands because that's how you got to walk. You know, you walk on your hands, so and then the cop always comes over, and the cop's name is always Bart. You know that cop, Bart? Like, no, Bart, I'm not going to walk on my hands.
That is the style of so many, isn't it?
No, you just nailed it.
Hilarious, man.
Do you and your fellow comedians riff on this kind of stuff?
Sounds like it.
You know,
Sounds like it.
I'm trying in my new life to not, you know, give a turd about
everything, everybody else
goes on in the world. Because let's face it, it's a mysterious industry.
Yes, it is. Comedy is a really mysterious industry.
It certainly is.
He just presented at the Golden Globe. Couldn't figure out why was he at the Golden Globes.
You know when you're at the Golden Globes, there's always there's that guy, that other presenter, and his name is always Tristan. You know that guy Tristan? And you got to present. You're always like, oh, I will present. I'd like to present. If I could, if I might, I will present, in fact. Oh, my God.
7:34 at WRIF. All right, thanks again to Norm. And, hey, this is cool. With all those great games last night, what do you know? John Salley's coming in. In fact, I believe he's in the house, or right outside the house. John.
Coming in now. Thanks, you hootie.
John will be talking up Pistons and the Pacers at the Palace, which is Saturday. And then also, his teammate is getting his jersey retired. Dennis Rodman. That's Friday. Pistons Bulls, and only appropriate, of course. It would be with the Bulls in town, and several former teammates will be in attendance, including Mr. John Salley. So the great thing, though, is we can talk up those games last night. See if John. Hopefully, John watched. As God, what a great career he had at Georgia Tech. In fact, I didn't realize his numbers retired at Georgia Tech, which really didn't happen that much in college hoops.
Yeah, they said it's, I read that. It's a very rare honor in college basketball.
And he was on some nice teams, really nice teams. In fact, they won the ACC at Georgia Tech with Bobby Cremins, who, you know, I'm trying to remember how old Bobby Cremins was when he was there. I don't think he was that old, but he had that big shock of gray hair, man. Those guys must have driven him nuts. But Spiders teams, Elite Eight in 85. They lost to eventual finalist Georgetown, and then they were in the Sweet 16 in 86, Mark? Yep. when they went down to LSU. So, hey, let's talk some hoops with Spider after this.
101 WRIF and WRIF HD1 Detroit. Drew and Mike in the morning.
Y'all need to hide your kids, hide your wife, and hide your husband because they raping everybody out here.
101 WRIF. Everything that rocks.
Hey, look, we'd all love to watch March Madness in person, but if you're not at the game, then the best way to see the games is with the best high-definition experience. That's what you get with AT&T UVerse.
We're back with more Drew and Mike on 101 WRIF.
.742 at WRIF, and John Salley's here.
Oh, what a ball of fun already.
It's already fun. Hey, John.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing? You know my cans don't work, but don't worry about it.
See,
I got it.
John works in the business. He knows the terminology. They're cans, not headphones.
Oh, yeah, he's all over it, man.
And he's pissed that they don't work. Anybody else would be going, they'd be taking them off and putting them on.
Yeah.
I can't hear you, even though you're 5 seconds in front of me.
The first thing that blew my mind as you walked in was how tall you are, and I'm so short. I mean, I can't believe I looked straight up to see it.
Well, God likes certain ones of us. Not everybody, you know what I'm saying?
7 feet tall.
You can get more movies than I can get in, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. You know, let me see. Lord of the Rings, the Gnomes. You can get in all the movies. I can't get in, man. They don't use giants anymore.
Well, this is just no work at all. Let's let John just riff away.
I know. We've been talking about watches, a big watch collector, all these things.
Yeah, man, true to my heart. Hey, we were talking about your Georgia Tech teams. Elite Eight was the best you guys did in '85?
Yeah. I had my best game against Patrick Ewing in 1985. Mark Price had a poor game that day. He went 0 for 15.
Oh,
but he put up 15, baby. You gotta love it. And,
hey, keep shooting. You gotta do that.
Shooting till it goes in. And I just knew it was the biggest stage for me. It was CBS. I was, not too far from home. I had played against Patrick and befriended him in high school. So while everybody else was afraid of him, his nickname is Beast, and I was always friends with Beast. And I was like, I'm going to get him in foul trouble and dunk on Donaldson as many times as possible. And that really made my career. It made people pay attention to me that I had some game.
Is that what got you in you were selected 11th, right?
Yeah, I was selected 11th because literally all the other 10 teams ahead of us suck, and they didn't know. But, Jack McCluskey knew, and 3 years later, the year before, the Pistons lost in the first round to Atlanta. And then the next year, when Dennis Rodman and I, Sid Green, Adrian Dantley, Rick Mahorn, all were on that team, we went into the game 7 against Boston Celtics. So it literally was night and day. And 3 years later, we got a championship ring. And then 4 years later, we got another one. And then 2 years after that, they said, go to Miami.
Well, yeah, why?
Because I'm a nice Jewish boy, and that's where we retire.
But you
I'm a snowbird. I had to get out of this joint. No, they got rid of Chuck Daly, and that's when Dennis let him see. Dennis was not happy with that move, and we stopped being a family. We stopped being a family at that point because it became a business. Mm-hmm. And, things had to change. Everything that starts has to end. But the cool thing is it's all coming back, so the memory is back. So tomorrow at the Palace, they're doing a nice thing by saying hello to me and Dennis with the X Factor. And it's cool because it's back to Detroit and everything is slashing prices. Mm-hmm. $40. You can be in the upper bowl. You get a T-shirt. And then if you pay another $40, you get to, next week when Dennis comes in town to get his number retired on the 1st, April Fool's Day. I just hope he doesn't fool us.
Yeah, we were wondering about that.
If he does, I got this blonde wig and I have a whole bunch of fake tattoos and I'm going to run around naked. So you're not going to miss anything. I look forward to Dennis crying on the mic next week, man. Yeah. I miss that guy. Isaiah already told me he'll be in town. I know Rick Mahorn is going to slap me in the head. James Edwards is working with Vinnie Johnson, so he's going to be here. Bill Ambier has a job, so he's the only responsible one. And Joe Dumas, my man Joey D. And so I just look forward to coming in, and they, I'm bringing my daughters. My daughters are finally going to get to see me in the Palace. They've never seen, and one is 14, one is 7, and my wife is from right here in the middle of Detroit.
Oh, cool.
So, they get to see, the way they treat me, hopefully. Right now I got a limo, but tomorrow I might have a Pinto. You never know.
Now, you won 2 more championship rings, which is amazing with the Bulls, right?
Yeah, I got one with the Bulls and one with the Lakers. I knew when living in Los Angeles, you had to work for the Lakers, even though my brother would call me and go, "I saw you in that yellow. It is so nasty on you." And I go, "It's gold." He goes, "It's yellow and it's running down your back." And he goes, "How? You used to sit around." He seriously used to sit around and draw pictures on Michael Thompson's face. So when I got in the game, I hated him. And I don't hate anybody. I'm a compassionate human being. Ask all the women. And I decided, you know what, man, I hate this guy, and I played better with that feeling inside of me. But I went and I worked with him because Phil Jackson came back, and it was Kobe and Shaq. And, I got to sit around and make $1 million and looking at the stands.
Not bad. Did you get to play much? That Bulls team was the 72-win team, wasn't it?
Yeah, Dennis Rodman was on that one. James Edwards was on with me. I came in the middle of the year. I paid for my way out of Toronto Raptors with Isaiah. I gave back $750,000. I didn't have $750,000 to give back, but somehow.
Will the Bulls make it up, I hope?
No. I'm just a dumb. No, you know what it is? I believe my friend Russell Simmons, I don't mean to drop names, but I said, "Man, I heard you had to give a lot of money to your wife when you got divorced." He said, "You know why people have divorce? Because it's worth it." So I divorced myself from that team. That's right. And it cost me that amount of money, but I was only free slave in the NBA. So I was able to pick what team I wanted to go to, and I picked the plantation I wanted to go to was the Chicago Bulls.
Good call.
And you see how we can joke about slavery now? I just love this life, man. I love this life.
Oh, I love you doing it, too. Hey, what did your game against Patrick on that 85 team, what did you do? What was your line in that game?
I had, I dunked in his face on CBS. That was enough for my whole neighborhood. Literally, when I dunked it, I heard everybody in my neighborhood jump up and say, "Oh!" And they were at least 1,000 miles away. I had 14, 10. I had 8 to 10 rebounds, 4 or 5, and they had to do a box and one to beat us.
You must have had some blocks.
Yeah. Oh, I had 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks. Right.
Wow.
What do I got? What's the line?
Oh, I was asking you. I really didn't know what the line was. You said you had a real good game that day.
You sound like a police officer. Have you had anything to drink last night? Yeah. Step out the car, sir.
No, you had such a great career at Georgia Tech, and they retired your number, which doesn't happen that much in college.
Also, I was the first player that Coach Crimmins not recruited, but committed. So that way, because I had some name, and so I thought, and he said, if you commit, we get the rest of the players. And that's, he sold me on it. I didn't want to go through the whole college thing anyway. I liked the school. It was in Atlanta. It was cold. And when I went down there, it was hot. And it was in January. And I was like, I'm going to Georgia Tech. And my mom's like, "Did you see the school?" I said, "Man, I went to this club called 2000. No. I said, "Man, women here, if you give them a couple of dollars, they just dance for you." Then I came to Detroit and found out that's your, extended job after high school.
Oh, man. Oh, John, we got to have you in here more often.
I know, man. It's a great place, man. I like all the marijuana smell in here, too. They legalized that. Did they totally legalize it here?
No, just medicinal.
Just medicinal.
We've got plenty of ailments, so it's not a problem.
Yeah.
But even that's kind of screwed up. Some people medicinally, they're getting busted, and they're all caught between paperwork and all this. There's a dispute.
Wow.
It's never easy.
Well, that's why they should pay $40. Come to the X Factor game tomorrow night. You're going to be up in the upper rafters, so you're going to be high. But if you pay $85, you can be in the lower bowl, and I'm signing autographs at halftime. I'm shaking every hand like a baby. And if anybody wants to serve me papers, that's the wrong time to do it.
Yeah, that does happen, doesn't it? I'm trying to think at the Tigers last game at the old Tiger Stadium. Somebody got served. Was it LaFleur?
Really?
Yeah, somebody got served for something. I don't know if it was a baby. I think it was a warrant.
Oh, I don't have any more. No, ma'am. I don't have any more babies, and I haven't done anything negative. I just joke about that. I don't know negative.
No
but
warrants.
on Sunday, man, I'm doing this thing called Veg Mish out in Novi, so you should come check that out too. It's big. I did it. We did it in Ferndale. We got so big here in Ferndale High School, that we literally had to move to Novi to make it bigger. So I speak it too. We give all kind of things on transition from flesh eaters into vegetation, and hopefully stopping diabetes and cancer and all that kind of stuff.
And Oprah's chef is there.
Oh yeah, Tal. Tal is a great dude too. He works with Gardein and just a different way. I was in Royal Oak yesterday, Cacao, Raw Cafe, and then I'm going over to What Crepe today. Yeah, I eat all this. It is funny because you come in Michigan and you think everything has to be steak and chicken. And this is the place with all the organic foods, man. And so I'm glad that Michigan is making that move. If we can't get jobs, that we at least shouldn't die from bad diseases that we can hail. That's all.
We can't get jobs. In fact, you've heard about the census, I'm sure.
Yeah. I saw it in, I'm one of those guys that read the Wall Street Journal and New York Times. New York Times said we're down to 717,000 people.
Yeah. 1 in 4 left Detroit from 2000.
How about they called it black flight? There's more black people in the suburbs than white folks.
Yeah, that's what they're calling it.
Yeah, they call it black flight. And you know when black people start leaving the place, hey, you are in trouble.
Black population outside Detroit than within now.
Yeah.
800 some odd thousand outside Detroit, 700 something inside.
Yeah.
But
wait, there's still 700,000?
No, that's not right.
Yeah, they said that they want to change the thing.
50,000 more outside.
This is what I would do. Seriously, if I had any say-so in this town, I think Dave Bing is right on it when he said, if we're so low in numbers here in this city, then that means we need state and federal money. So send some of that money here, and let's rebuild this city when there's no one around, and let's see what happens. Now, if Mr. Gauze gets the team, who was my neighbor, really good guy, I'm telling you, man, Alec Gauze is a really good guy, and his brothers.
Story about him yesterday.
He's richer than Ted Turner.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's about your height.
Is he?
Yeah, by your height, yeah.
I feel better about that then.
Yeah.
He's worth, what, $4 billion, something like that?
Yeah, $4 billion. Now, good cat. And if he comes in, and that mentality, I don't know if they're going to move the Pistons or not. I ain't going to get into all that stuff. Well, we're going to keep the Palace, man. That's what I want. See, I looked over at my man. He said, don't you say that. But I'm just saying, when you're in town and you're in this situation and you got this city, we should now make school 6 days a week. If we make it just like they have it in Korea, educate all these kids in the inner city, all of a sudden we build back to the city it was in the 50s.
Mm-hmm. Will they really go 6 days a week, though? I mean,
well, they don't go now is why they close them. That's why you should do it. If you make it happen now, because I think the problem with this whole situation with this country and which way we're doing it is we, used to establish and stand on education. Now we just sit around and stand on our military.
I know the dropout rate is unbelievable.
And let me tell all you kids, if you drop out of high school, you can't go to the military. If you don't have a high school diploma now, you can't go to the military. So you're becoming a burden on the country. So you have to get this education.
Or if you have problem. Is it just, will a felony knock you out? Just a felony? Because I know.
That's such a Detroit thing. Just one felony? I don't get 2 more strikes?
John, surely you heard that if you're applying for a city job, the city will not ask you if you have a felony.
Yeah, that was the new thing they wanted to.
Yeah, and they want businesses in Detroit to do the same thing, to not ask you if you have a felony. They feel it's
sometimes
unfair.
Let me just say this. Sometimes, just going over it, felonies aren't really, it's just they put a title on it. Like I made a joke about municipal marijuana, right? But literally in certain places, that's a federal offense.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But then it's funny, in Vegas, you can have cocaine and it's a misdemeanor. And it's amazing because marijuana is grown in America and cocaine isn't. So it's just funny on what you can have and how you don't, how they want to be. Plus in Detroit, it's a tough place. So everyone is born with a felony, I thought. My wife has a felony. She was born. She went to Mercy.
There are a few felonies, no question. I think it's like 1 in 3 18 to 34-year-olds in Detroit is in the criminal justice system for one reason or another, which is pretty rough numbers.
Well, at least we know where they are.
Yeah, you do. God, John, I've read about your career and I watched the Best Damn Sports Show, which is a great show. I don't know why you guys ever didn't keep that thing going. That was
it was Fox. It was 7.5 years. They went from making $61 million to making $27 million. You can't make just $27 million on a show that doesn't cost you any money. You see how I said that without calling them names?
They didn't give you any money for that show?
No, man. One day I said, you're never going to make $1 million on this show. And I said, good. Then I'm going to take big cars and to take suites, and I want a large per diem. That way, that's all I wanted in the first place. But no, they just decided, they didn't really think it all the way through. We messed up with our affiliates, and we didn't have it. So now they try to put something together. I got a new show coming on Reel's channel. It's the channel that's playing the Kennedys. So you got to see it premieres on April 10th at 10 p.m. It's a Game On with John Salley, interview all kind of celebrities. Celebrity of any kind, too. So I can come in and interview you guys about movies and see what you remember and what you don't remember and what you like.
It's just there's so many jocks that want to go into, television usually, sports broadcasting. You've done reality TV, you've done morning radio, which is pretty ballsy, I got to say. But I'm glad you're one of those jocks that actually can deliver, though.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many that think it's, I guess, just because they're a good athlete or football player,
people tell them that, too. See, the deal is, everyone used to say to me, if you concentrate more on basketball than you do on trying to, make jokes and be on television, you'd be an all-star. And then I said, you're a jerk. I'm a champion. I don't need to be an all-star. I'm a champion. And this job, the chances of staying in the NBA longer than 4 years is slim and none and slim left town. I stayed 12 years, and my life started. I have a new show, reality show I put together. It's called Starting, and it's about athletes when they retire. Because you're pushed through. Since when they realize you got talent, they push you all the way through. Mm-hmm. Not just educational wise, but you don't have to come out of your cocoon. And then when they finish with you, they go, "Well, go get a job," and when haven't been trained to have a job.
Right.
So I literally, my brother Ron and my brother Jerry, made sure that I had something to think about every day. And I learned this in Los Angeles. You're always looking for your next gig. So everything I say I wanted to do, I do. Everything they say I couldn't do, I do better.
Mm-hmm. Now, you're not one of these guys, I'm sure, but we are so constantly stunned to see, for example, Charlie Batch. Bankruptcy yesterday. Mm-hmm. And it's not just the NFL. The NBA, I think something like 80% are bankrupt 5 years after they're out of the league.
Yeah, before they get out of the league. Yeah, I ran into a financial situation as well. And the reason you run into it is because, one, you're not taught. And that's what I said about education. One of the things I say, every athlete, and I hope these kids are listening to you, if you're going to get a scholarship to a college, you want to be a finance major. You do not want to do any other. Don't go in there and say, I want to be, business, and I want to get architecture, and I want to do sport. Don't do that.
Don't they all do criminal justice, though? I mean,
certain guys do criminal justice because they know, they want to be able to get some of their relatives out of prison eventually. No, it's a dumb thing to go into, criminal justice. It's a dumb thing for an athlete to go into. You should go into finance because you're going to be given a certain amount of money, and you being able to handle or understand that life. It's a language that you got to understand. So I don't mean criminal justice is a bad thing, but it's funny that, it's an oxymoron, criminal justice.
But, Luther Ellis, who played for the Lions, I'm sure you know Luther, played 11 years with the Lions, played a couple years for somebody else. We were watching him on Real Sports, and he went bankrupt.
Right.
And he's got, 8 foster kids and, 4 biological kids. Terrible situation. But he said, and the other guy they featured who played with the Buccaneers, both of them said, I always said it will never be me. I read about all these other guys. No way is it going to be me. There's no way I can spend all this money. And Luther's
not a lot of money
guy.
either. I got to tell people, I was on you guys are making way more than when I played. A radio jock was making way more than I was making as a Piston. I was making I was making a lot of money, $230,000 in 1986, 87.
Really?
Yeah, and jocks were laughing at me as they were giving their mistresses $230,000. But when the guys run into that situation, once again, they'll always push through. You only eat what's in the fishbowl. That's why the guys date the same bad women. That's why they get the same bad agent, bad lawyers, bad financial guys.
Really? There are that many bad agents? Because I would think the agent would be the guy that could save you from yourself.
No, the agent is there to save himself. I tell people that all the time. I fired my agent and hired a great lawyer, Peter Kupelian, right here, a great Armenian, right off of Northwestern. I saved $600,000 just having him negotiate because no matter what happens, it's going to be predicated on the guy who is according to you in 48 minutes, are predicated to a guy who they match against you. And then he's going to look at it. And once you go through that, the NBA Play Association helps you with that. He makes sure the legalese is together and you get all your cash as opposed to deferred.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're done. Because your agent's going to have a lawyer do the deal anyway.
Right.
So it's better to have
lawyer.
I'm not talking against. And then an agent mostly is for babysitting and finding deals. You might as well get a manager for that.
But as far as after sports or during sports, when these guys do go bankrupt, it seems to me it's got to be a terrible investment. Or signing, Luther signed. I think he basically guaranteed a couple loans that weren't just his, but they were one was I think a sports car business. Oh no, that's Cecil Fielder. Anyway, basically they're bad business decisions, aren't they? It's not like they just spend all the money.
No, they don't. As a matter of fact, you don't even spend the money. Like, I bought, everyone thought I was crazy for buying the largest house in Michigan, right here.
Oh, yeah. That 62-room mansion. I wanted to ask you about that house, how cool
in Wabeek, when I bought that house in 1989, I could have moved to Wabeek and had a glimmer of the lake for $750.
Mm-hmm.
I bought this house for $500,000. And I was in the inner city of Detroit, in the most well-built building ever. Fishers built it in 1923. The houses they build now are made with Scotch tape.
Yeah.
And I was a part of the community. So kids who were looking up or looking at me were like, wow, that's a grand house. And that's a grand, you can come by and literally almost, you can touch it. I was tangible and I was available. So that helped the city to me and it helped kids coming up around me. I hear it all the time. The other part of it.
Did you sell that house?
Yeah, I sold it to Bishop Jackson. I'm trying to get it back, but can't get him on the phone.
Did you do well on it?
Oh yeah, he wouldn't pay $1 million for it, and he paid way under that.
What was
close
the heating bill on that thing?
No heating. That's the funny thing. 13 fireplaces,
rooms, right?
Yeah, they situated this house in the 20s according to, and it was brick and wood and fabric, and literally you walk in the house, it wasn't cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the way it was, they really did a smart job. Back in the day when they paid attention to architecture class, they really put it down. But I did, and you run into a situation. I did help people out. I became like a bank for no reason. I paid people back that helped me out when I was in a situation, but you're never taught about money. And that's the whole thing. And I tell guys, get into finance. And now I teach cats, and that's what the show Starting is about, the ones who literally have to start their life at 36, 37, like Kenny Anderson and Antoine Walker, who have committed to being on the show.
Antoine went through, $108 million?
108. Now, there's a little difference. Mike Tyson, they say, went through 300 million. That's not totally true, because when you're an athlete, they go, hey, champ, we're flying here. He goes, all right, man, you got a schedule. Like, look at my schedule. I got to follow. I ain't paying attention to the schedule. I'm just getting in the car and shaking hands and doing whatever they ask me to do. I don't ask who's paying for the private jet. I don't ask who's paying for the limo. I don't ask where we're going to eat and who's paying the bill. That's taken upon the player. The player he always has somebody looking out for him, but he's not looking out for him.
Well, Antoine, didn't he take 8 or 9 buddies with him everywhere he went, basically?
Yeah,
with his Vegas dinner.
Yeah, and he liked dinner. Yeah, people eat, and what's funny? People eat flesh and then don't finish it. Yeah, I want a steak, man. It was all right. It was all right. That nasty, watching some animal die for you to sit around and pick out your teeth. I different. I teach cats now, man. First, you grow the tree and you feed people from the tree. One of the first things I did is I had to take a loan because I was in a business with my brother, and I wind up having given him more of my money than I had just for the business. And I gave this person, because when you go to the NBA, you feel you want to pay people back. Mm-hmm. And that's what they call giving back. And I realized I didn't have to give back. I was just giving. And I didn't take anything from you. What am I giving you back? I learned that the hard way, but I was blessed enough. And my brother Ron was able to help me when I was here to think of my future in television, in radio, in entertainment. Like, these athletes don't realize they're entertainers. They're not just basketball players. So fighting on court is not entertaining unless you got on gloves.
Well, you made a hell of a career for yourself. You've really carved something out. Were you on Dr. Oz teaching Mahorn how to eat?
Yeah, man. Well, I was on Dr. Oz teaching Mahorn how to eat real food. He knows how to eat.
Yeah, he does.
We love Ricky. He uses a shovel to do it, but he knows how to eat.
Is he one of your good buds from
there?
Yeah,
man. We love him. I'm the youngest of 4 boys. He's my fifth brother.
Oh yeah, you guys must have a.
He is a riot.
He's a funny guy.
Oh
too.
yeah, he has 5 daughters now, and I got 3 daughters. So the fun has changed. But before we had daughters. Oh my God!
God, I wish I tagged along for that ride.
Oh yes, I said the same thing. I was so happy I was the rookie.
Oh, John, I'm so disappointed. We have to wrap. You've got other places to be. That schedule is begging you to go.
I love rock, though.
Anything quick on the games last night?
The games last night, yeah, they were on television. I'm going to be next on the 4th and the 2nd and the 4th. I'm doing some primesport.com where you can literally do tickets again. But this time we get to hang out with me in the suite, and we get to yell at people because we're in Texas. So you get to yell loud at people. And I do this lounge where I talk to old coaches, and I make it fun. It's like my late-night talk show / talk to athletes who aren't quick enough to catch the jokes and can't hit me. So and there's all kind of food and booze and all kind of hangout stuff. Radio stations come through, so I don't really pay attention until it gets down to the nitty-gritty, which is the Final Four.
Okay. But you're the Pistons and Pacers tonight, or tomorrow night. You're
tomorrow night. Come check me out. It's $40. You can't beat that.
No.
You can't beat that.
That's nice.
$40.
And
that's
then,
what it costs in the champagne room, man. $40.
I think it's a little more than that, isn't it?
You tell me. You go all the time.
It's been a while. And then next weekend, the Bulls and the Pistons, Friday night, all your buddies coming back, the Bad
Dennis
Boys.
Rodman, yeah.
Hopefully Dennis, too.
Dennis will be here.
And you think he'll cry, won't he?
He's going to cry. He's going to tremble. But he might not cry. I think he should get butt naked and just streak.
Don't give him any ideas.
He would.
No, I'm just joking. He won't. He's going to come back, man. This is everybody out. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. But as my wife said when we landed, welcome home. This is my house. This is my home right here.
Well, Dennis is way overdue because the 50th anniversary, Isaiah kind of called him out because he didn't show up for that.
Yeah, he didn't show up, and he wasn't in the right mind to show up for Chuck Daly's funeral either. He's had some rough patches in his life, I guess, but, you know, the thing gets in the way of everybody else's plans. It's called life. So, you know, his life is on his terms. And
did you catch him on Celebrity Apprentice?
Yeah, I caught him. I think he picked on the wrong guy. You never pick on a country singer ever.
I thought they beat him up kind of bad there at the end.
I mean, the alcohol is what eventually.
Yeah.
So
I hope he's doing better. It looked a little rough.
Got a little grim toward the end, no doubt.
Yeah, I know, man. Is that scotch you're drinking? No, I'm joking.
But he is so beloved here. I mean, he's gonna get an incredible reception.
I hope so, man. I hope they really realize this is a good cat. And thank you guys for having me. And check me out, JohnSalley.com. All that stuff's going to be on there.
Hey, call in once in a while.
Hey, you tell me when, man. And, I'm so happy. And I want to tell everybody, this is a great studio. You got black people on the wall. It's not like Sal's Pizzeria.
Absolutely. Let's set something up before John's out the door. We'll have
don't mess it up and give me one of those iPads.
We want a Final Four. Awesome. We want to interview when we get to the Final Four. You give us a little analysis. Give us something to talk about. Just a basis for a conversation.
Anytime. I'm the easiest guy to get in touch with.
John Salley, thank you.
Thank you, brother.
Great to see you.
Peace.
101 WRIF and WRIF HD1 Detroit. Drew and Mike in the morning.
No women were involved in the making of this program.
101 WRIF. Everything that rocks.
Relax away your stress. Reduce pain without drugs. Relieve headaches. Increase energy. If all of this is sounding good to you, then you need to check out MC Therapeutic Massage in Livonia. They can give you all of this, plus increase circulation and mobility, improve your posture, lower blood pressure, and much more. MC Therapeutic has over 22 years.
Back with more Drew and Mike in the morning on 101 WRIF.
Oh, our thanks to John Salley. So nice to have John. What a great guy. What a great guest. Yeah, it's tough when the guest is quicker than the host. Gotta tell you, he's a challenge. Funny as hell. And really looking forward to Friday night, too. We're all going out there to see Dennis get his number retired. Very cool. And all those former teammates coming back. And the Bulls in town, too. Derrick Rose. Good deal. MVP. Yeah. Will they be chanting at the Palace? Better not. Traffic's brought to you by Jack Demmer Lincoln. Right now, lease a 2011 Lincoln MKZ for only $265 per month, plus tax at Jack Demmer Lincoln in Dearborn, based on 24-month, 21,000-mile lease with zero down and zero security deposit on A or Z plan with lease renewal. See Demmer.com. And Stress, what up?
Hey, I got one accident this hour. This will be I-75 northbound at Rochester Road. And that one in the left lane. And a pretty good backup there, of course. The rest is construction. That's it. That's the hell of traffic.
And Greg goes on this morning. Mark Cuban, in about, 35 minutes. Maybe he watched the games last night. As, boy, great basketball. Wow. And more tonight. Holy. How's your pool, Trudy?
I can make it. I don't have a pool, so I'm doing okay. Because I most certainly would have picked Duke. So
mine is so bloody. I have two, thank God. I have Duke in one and Kansas in the other. So I'm alive with Kansas.
Right. Alive with Kansas.
Oh, boy. But the rest of my pool is ridiculous. Oh, my God. But I think everyone's pool is pretty bloody by now.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, Mark Cuban coming up in just about a half an hour.
Yeah, he's got that show, Shark Tank, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's exactly what.
He's been hyping it.
He's coming. Well, he's calling on the phone anyway.
Oh, cool.
He's a good guest. God, we're hot today.
Yeah, for sure.
Very hot. And Spider was a little hot on you, Trudy.
He is one handsome man, and smart and funny.
He has it all going, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really does. Remember when he was having his yard sale or his garage sale or something?
Oh, did he do that in Palmer Woods?
A really long time ago when we were in the other building.
Oh, yeah. I think I faintly remember that.
But
we were talking about that house, that amazing house.
Yeah, the architecture and how savvy they were then.
Yeah.
Man, he knows everything.
Yeah, well, we got his phone number. We're going to get a little tighter with Spider-Man.
Yeah, and then where he is, where's he going to be?
He's in, this weekend, you mean? He's at the Pistons tomorrow night, Pistons and the Pacers, and then, let's see, also promoting the Pistons X Factor offer. We talked about that. Oh, Veg Fest, Metro Detroit's premier vegetarian taste fest and expo.
Yeah, and he's a healthy eater, too.
Suburban Collection, Showplace, Grand River, Novi, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Sunday.
That'll be cool.
And Oprah's chef is there.
No kidding.
Yeah. And some other guests, and I'm sure John would love to teach you how to eat healthy.
Yeah, sure.
You're brought to us by Cultivation Station. Bring the plastic flamingo, the concrete Buddha statue, the whole garden indoors with a hydroponic system from the Cultivation Station. Pull up the cultivationstation.com to see how it's done. Cultivation Station, they know it, you grow it.
And
you take the bomb on me, baby. You took the bomb on me.
Inside the mind of Gary McCulloch, who thinks that he's the nominated president of the United States, and after years of seething about how he hated the FBI, felt like he needed to drop off a bomb at the McNamara building. And so, according to the FBI, he packed a Husky bag with bomb components, including a timer, into Detroit.
Timer.
Yes.
Only available at, is it?
Home Depot.
Home Depot, yeah.
Well, actually, the combination of those two things that he purchased, the Husky tool bag and the GE timer, only 9 other people in the United States bought that combination of items. When they checked the database, and that's how they triangulated back to Gary McCulloch in Iron Mountain.
I was amazed the way they described the way the FBI nailed this thing.
Yeah, well,
that they could find the most recent purchases of those two things that easily.
That's great police work, and they just followed the book on that.
What you just said, someone buying them in combination, they're able to easily access that data?
Right, and then they also knew that he paid cash for them, so that made them extra suspicious. That and the fact that here's a person who's been issuing faxes and posting online how much he hated the FBI and that they had this weird card system that he was paranoid about. They think maybe he got to the McNamara building and maybe just put it down, and there it sat for 3 weeks after a security guard picked it up from wherever it was, and without thinking, that whole national security mantra that we've been taught, if you see something lying around, particularly at a federal building,
even though it's nothing,
you want to approach it with suspicion and have it checked out. Well, this guy put it in lost and found, and there it was.
He knew it was nothing.
And that, says an FBI agent who's formerly in the Detroit area, says might be his job.
Agents going in and out, a lot of citizens. It could have been a disaster. I think they're going to fire some people. I think there's going to be some heads roll.
See? Which you always look for, somebody to be held responsible for it. That guy finally says that's probably going to happen, although they haven't said.
I still want his face on the cover of the Detroit News, a giant face. Here's the guy that didn't take the bomb seriously.
Because, again, people were just innocent bystanders passing that thing every single day on their way to whatever was going on in the federal building. So there was even a note inside of the tool bag reading, number 1, turn switch. Number 2, plug it in.
What?
That's according to Andrea Isom last night, who did a great report on it. And again, the FBI card system he thinks is responsible for killing his father and some other people. He's going to be arraigned in Marquette today. The woman in the city who had barricaded herself yesterday when the Child Protective Services came to take her daughter, finally giving up on that barricade and the standoff with police about 6 o'clock this morning. Kwame said I would lie. Again, if he had to. All over again, he would do the same thing. March 9th, he was deposed in this lawsuit he's filed against SkyTel, the city's text message provider. He's suing them, of course, for millions because he said they're at fault for him losing his gig, his law license, and his freedom.
Come on.
And says he would lie again, even though he believed telling the truth while under oath would have saved his butt, saved him turmoil and trouble in the whistleblower case, but he didn't want to cop to having that sex affair with Christine Beatty because he was trying to, in Kwame's words, stand up for his wife and children at that time.
Oh, yeah. Maybe he could have stopped nailing all the chicks. That might have been a better way to have so much concern for his kids and his wife. And, boy, I tell you, the going on and on about his kids being destroyed, kids reading the text messages to his children at lunch. I don't know if I believe that, to be honest. That sounds like a crock, doesn't it? Can you see kids? His kids were, 9 and 7 and 5 or something?
Yeah.
Would a 7-year-old bring in the text messages from the Free Press?
Yeah, I don't know.
Read them at the lunch
Do
table?
7-year-olds read the Free Press?
No, they don't.
It's a great market, though, if
I don't
they do.
think 20-year-olds read the paper. They don't get the paper.
Well, anyway, he was being deposed.
I guess they could have got it online, but I really, really, really doubt a lot of that testimony. But he is so comfortable with lying on the stand. He's been nailed for perjury twice, and then he tells you he would have lied again. So when is he not lying on the stand?
When he was saying that.
Okay.
But I don't know if he could be held responsible for any of this because poor Kwame, a psychiatrist who was called in to testify on his behalf, said has post-traumatic stress syndrome. And the company that he's suing, SkyTel, was trying to keep the doctor's opinion out of the lawsuit because he said it was based on just conversations with Kwame. You have to do a whole lot more analysis psychologically, don't you, to determine that?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But he came up with that before he talked to Kwame. He had that analysis from talking to his wife and his sister and I think from Mama Kilpatrick. And then he talked to Kwame for, it wasn't a very long time. I guess that verified.
And listed his condition as being confined and embarrassed and humiliated.
Yeah. Well, who wouldn't be?
Depressed.
He's been nailed for perjury. He's thrown in the can.
But as part of this deposition, he had to give himself up about, the Christine Beatty stuff. Yes, I would lie again. And then he also had to give up the affair with Cheryl Robinson Wood, who was the federal monitor brought in to straighten out some issues with the police who holed up in a hotel with him one time.
And he can't even acknowledge having an affair with her. He has to say, no, it wasn't an affair. Oh, really? What would you call it? It was a one-night...
intimate session.
Yeah. Session.
Session.
Oh, God. Like he didn't retap that. Give me a break.
Well, he didn't cop to that, but it turned out the guy who was supposed to be manning the tower in D.C. at the Reagan National Hotel was sound asleep, and he said he was asleep. He couldn't help himself. He was wiggy tired after pulling 4 consecutive night shifts. The guy has been suspended. The Secretary of Transportation was furious about all of this, but he's immediately ordered 2 controllers in that tower specifically. Still, there are other air traffic control towers all over that are only manned by 1 air traffic controller, and that's kind of a problem, they're saying. But this is an overnight shift, too. How many planes land?
Not a lot.
How many red eyes come in at night?
They do stream in, but not a whole lot.
Anyway.
But there's like 31 different airports. I was amazed.
Yeah, the guy has a 20-year record that is absolutely sterling, but the FAA says...
The guy that crashed?
Yeah, I was tired. Yeah, crashed, tired. I don't know if they use that in the air traffic control terminology.
He was out.
I was crashed.
They don't like to talk about crashing.
Professionalism, the FAA says, would require an individual like that to tell their supervisor if they weren't fit for duty. So they're sort of throwing the guy under the bus, regardless. The census says America is like that ABC show Modern Family. Very much like Gloria, played by the bombshell, Sofia Vergara, with 15% of the American family.
Like that.
Well, yeah. if they all look like her too. Because most American or 15% of American families in the census found are mixed race, and Hispanics doubling in population since the last census. Population migration west and south. At those wounded nuclear reactors in Japan, a couple of workers trying to plug in the death traps to get them back online and cooling stepped in radioactive puddleage and had to go to the hospital with contamination.
Where's the farm?
The farm?
I'm a radioactive.
Oh.
The firm. Your live version of the firm. I expect it every time you talk about radioactivity.
I never went back. You made so much fun of me. I never went back and got the produced studio version.
It's such a bad song.
It is a bad song, but I thought it might not be appropriate either, considering how bad they're suffering.
Okay, yeah.
But they are expanding the safe zone now because of the fact that they think one of the cores of the reactor was breached. And they never knew for sure before, but that would mean there's way more radioactivity than they believe. The Oxford English Dictionary, adding a few new words, or are they words, really? OMG, oh my God, LOL, FYI, BFF, all in the new dictionary. The heart, as in I heart you. Ego surfing.
How about WTF?
No WTF.
You know what?
It's in high use these days. Everybody's saying that now.
WTF. I just saw
it's
that.
It's huge now. Everybody's using it.
It was in I know what it was. The Michigan students who were marching in opposition to the cuts in.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, and somebody had a WTF sign.
Mm-hmm. it's in high use across the board.
But also, it takes a while for the dictionary to catch up. But I'm not sure they put that one in there anyway.
They will eventually. I think it's loose enough
because
anymore.
Of what it translates out to.
So loose
it's getting so loose anymore.
Ego surfing is the new terminology for...
What does that mean?
Googling yourself.
Oh, okay.
And smack talk and muffin top were also in there. A muffin top defined as a protuberance of flesh below a crop top and above the waistband of a tight pair of jeans.
What's that called?
Muffin top. Muffin top. Dude.
That's a real bummer.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard that before.
Well, I think that was definition B. It's a real bummer and not sexy.
Yeah,
Liz laid to rest.
It needs to stop.
I think it had sort of stopped, except at maybe state fairs in southern states or something.
See a lot more than you should.
Buried at Forest Lawn Memorial Park yesterday in a private ceremony near Michael. They're going to have a more star-studded event in a few weeks with the celebrity paying tribute to her. The country's first pregnant man, Tom Beatty, planned to produce another baby. That would be their fourth child.
Did he deliver this out of his butt? Did we just establish that?
Yeah, I think he has a vagina still. Because it was a woman who transgendered into a man. Oh,
that's right.
So he could marry his girlfriend, Nancy. The only trouble is that they had to file Chapter 11 because after the stock market crash in 2008, it wiped out their savings, ruined their T-shirt business. Their home in Bend, Oregon was repossessed. Now they live in Arizona and are on food stamps now and cash assistance. But he says he could only get pregnant 4 days out of the entire year. So he's trying to decide he wants to have another kid. Maybe this fourth one will happen. At the Royal Oak Music Theater, stepping up at the end of the show to help out two bands on Shady Records, Eminem. Guess who loves him, by the way, enough to sing or rap one particular tune? Your girlfriend, Penelope Cruz, who was on Kimmel last night explaining she likes karaoke.
I like rapping at karaoke. I do
karaoke,
like
rapping? Really?
But I only know one song.
What song do you know?
Eminem, Two Trailer Park Girls Go Round the Outside. That's the only one.
Do you do a lot of karaoke? Is that
Yes.
part of your life?
Yeah, a lot of people are embarrassed to say that they like karaoke. I have a karaoke at home.
Oh, you do, yeah.
And I'm one of those people that do it by themselves when they are alone at home. And I'm not embarrassed to say it.
Does Eminem know you do his song?
I hope not.
Oh, well.
I have no idea.
I think he would be nothing short of delighted.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can Julie learn how to pronounce karaoke?
Oh, don't tell me you don't think that's sort of sexy.
It's kind of cute, I guess.
She just had a baby. Did you happen to see what she looked like when she's a little tiny black dress? She looked stunning, and she's just had a baby.
Yeah, I know.
In fact, she was at one of the award ceremonies, still looking stunning, earlier in her post-pregnancy.
Her tubes must be massive.
Her tubes were, they were massive. David Arquette and Courtney Cox seen holding hands and giggling together at the press conference to hype the upcoming movie that was filmed in part in Northville, Scream 4. The rumor is that they're headed for a reunion. And I don't know if you'd go to this, but it does have a basketball theme. Larry Bird and Magic Johnson's rivalry made into a Broadway musical.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. A musical out of that?
Musical,
That's terrible.
Right, by the guy who put together the Lombardi Broadway play. He's working on this.
Oh, God.
According to Vanity Fair's April issue, they asked him if the actors playing Larry and Magic would sing Ebony and Ivory together. He thinks that's a neat idea.
Oh, God.
If only, he says, we could get Stevie and what's-his-name, that guy from the Beatles, to do a backing track. Trudy Daniels for Rock and Roll Radio News. Oh, by the way, Aretha's birthday today. She's 69. And Elton John, too. He's 64.
Oh, Elton and Aretha.
Same birthday, huh?
Yeah.
I could see them having a little bash together.
Wow.
She's going to a Broadway show with her friends tonight to celebrate.
They both like to binge eat too. Elton and
I
Aretha.
hope she's handling that a lot better, though.
Well, I think
She
got
needs to
some
go to
help.
John Sally's weekend event. Get some advice from him.
Yeah, she could stand to eat better, but how is it that she lopped off 100 pounds when she's been huge for so long and she never could lose the weight? She even talked about diets and what a failure was for her. And then all of a sudden she has a surgery. A couple weekends later, boom, she's out there 100 pounds less.
I don't know. She's not going to tell us.
Well, she swears though. She said
heard?
now it's not lap band.
Is that what you heard? Oh, is that what you're saying?
Well,
she's having fun with this.
Oh, yeah, she's having a ball.
Did she
I
say
don't
it
know what
wasn't?
all the secrecy is about. I really don't.
It wasn't lap band, but it. She left out the idea that it could be the other procedure.
Right.
So
what's the other one
Yeah,
called?
it could be Clinton speak. Yeah,
I thought she was implying though that she would never do that. Maybe because of the danger or something.
Of the
but
surgery.
So how does 100 pounds come? Unless she had an 80-pound tumor, which is possible.
Nah.
I don't know.
What would that
Who
look
knows?
like? How weird those tumors sometimes come out looking.
Oh yeah. Hair, teeth.
Remember
sometimes they're human.
Yeah, remember that?
Or were.
The one with teeth and hair and everything. Oh, God, I could almost puke.
We talked, did we talk to that chick in Tennessee? She had like a 200-pound tumor.
Yeah.
She weighed like 800.
Yeah.
But she had a 200-pound tumor.
Uh-huh.
See?
And she had no idea.
No idea. It was lost in all the fat.
Oof.
I know,
It had its own circulatory system.
So gross.
It had everything but lungs.
It's not a tumor. Not a tumor at all.
Thank you. We got a break. We'll come back. Great March Madness basketball last night. More coming tonight. And then Mark Cuban in about 15 minutes.
101 WRIF and WRIF HD1 Detroit. Drew and Mike in the morning.
These guys are running the industry, and they don't know.
We're back with more Drew and Mike on 101 WRIF.
Mark Cuban coming up. Shark Tank on ABC tonight at 8 p.m. And hopefully talk a little hoops. I'd like to see what he thinks about the Pistons sale and what's taking so long.
Yeah, it'll be interesting with this Gore guy, like Salley was talking about.
Gorez.
Yeah, if he gets mixed up in this thing, it sounds like it's some pretty extended conversations. It sounds like he's a pretty major player in this thing.
Oh yeah, no question. He wants to buy this team,
Yes,
but there's something is holding this up, and I expect it's money. This guy's such a businessman, and he's involved in all these equity deals, and he knows value. And if this team is worth, I don't know, $320, and she won't budge for less than $380, I don't know, can he pull the trigger on something like that? I know this is more of a toy for a guy like Gorez. Usually that's the way it goes. A guy like Cuban, Gorez, these nouveau NBA owners, they make their billions being incredibly smart, astute business people, and then when it comes to their professional sports team, it's usually more of a toy. But to pay $60 million extra or more than you should, I don't know. I don't know how well that would sit.
I know. And yet a guy like him, it's like a buck, to anybody else.
Yeah.
So you'd think you'd say, like, for $1 extra, I'll do it.
There's also Palace Entertainment, which is, that's really the gold standard in that deal.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
They make money on that.
Interesting how that's been going, that deal. Boy, I thought that was going to be done a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm beginning to think that if Goris hasn't closed it yet, that maybe, there's going to have to be someone else, because it shouldn't take this long. Sports brought to you by Terry's Terrace. Every Friday, as in today, it's Terry's Terrace for their hand-cut, hand-battered fish and chips. Only $10.99. Voted best in Macomb County over and over again. Terry's Terrace on Jefferson, 1 mile south of Metro Beach. Terry'sTime.com for more delicious details. And what a night of March Madness. My God, it ruined my pool, or one of my pools, I should say. Actually, I think they're both pretty trashed, but Duke is done, and that's pretty tough to take, because I thought that was the safest champion. I know they won last year, but they looked, getting the freshmen back, and pretty strong team already, even without him. But last night, they're up 6 in the second half. They look like they're playing a pretty typical Duke game. And then all of a sudden, the Arizona onslaught comes.
How about that rearrangement? Perry with a rebound. The dish. Of course it goes through. Momo Jones pull up, retired. Jumper Horn. Look at this kid. He's banging that chest. He wants more. At the other end, Heron for 2. But they now lead by 11.
Yep, that's how it went. 19-2 was that run. So all of a sudden, instead of being up 6, they're down 11. And Arizona poured it on from there too. They got up 16. They got up 18. Duke couldn't get much more than free throws. And you notice too that when they're down, not only is Arizona hitting a ridiculous amount of shots, they hit 60% of their 3-pointers last night. They're getting offensive rebounds. Duke's turning the ball over due to their defensive pressure, but also it seemed like every bounce, every loose ball Arizona was getting, and maybe they were quicker to the ball, but it just seemed like the offensive rebounds were bouncing their way, the defensive rebounds, the loose balls. It was just one of those crazy nights, and I'm sure Arizona would have won that game, but it was just not to be for Duke. It was not to be for Wisconsin either, and this dreaded Butler team, my God, they're the team you just don't want to run into. I don't care if you're a 1 seed or you got three guys in the front court 7 feet tall and 2 guards who can hit 50% of the 3-pointers. Butler will screw up anyone, and last night they screwed up Wisconsin. They were up 9 at the half. They were up 20 in the second half. It was 47-27. And, that goofy Howard guy in the middle, who I think looks like Andy Samberg, maybe it's just a hair, but he had 19 points. That guy makes 3-pointers now. He's actually improved his game significantly since last year. Anyway, Wisconsin finally, with about 2.5 minutes left, they start to make things happen a little bit. They knock that lead down from 20 to 16, 15, 13, 12, 10, and then all of a sudden, here comes a little Wisconsin run.
Bruzewicz strong to the basket. Knocked away, stolen Jarmus to Gosser, and he lays it in. Oh, a steal, Jarmus! And this full court pressure causing Butler all kinds of problems now. Taylor for 3. Got it! Whoa! Wisconsin right back in it. 4-point game, 53-49. Timeout, Butler.
They had the time, they had the pressure, and there's Taylor hitting those threes the way he always seems to do at the end of a game when they're down. But they just didn't have enough. As Butler, they broke the press, they got the ball in, and they made a couple shots, and that was that. Taylor did have 22 for Wisconsin. The final was 61-54. Then the great rematch. I just love this game, Florida and BYU, because last year it goes 2 overtimes. Fredette has 37. BYU wins. Now here they are in the Sweet 16 going at it again. And in the regulation, because they go into overtime one more time, and Florida should have won this game. They missed a bunch of free throws. They had a couple opportunities. Fredette missed a couple threes in the last couple minutes, too, but I really thought Florida had this game. Fredette was not shooting the greatest. I think he was 11 for 26 going into overtime, but made some ridiculous threes, a couple of really nice drives, and there were a lot of people covering this guy, too. I mean, it seemed like half or more of the Florida team was covering him at any given time. But then in the overtime, he just ran out of steam. Florida made a few shots, and here's some of the Fredette overtime.
Fredette, quick release. Fredette again.
No,
not that time. Way off. Fredette again. Crossover off the back rim. Fredette going cold here. And a timeout called by Florida.
And Fredette had, I believe, 3 turnovers just in the 5-minute overtime. I mean, he just lost it. And again, maybe tired, but Florida advances the final 83-74, just dominating that OT. Connecticut 1 win away from its fourth trip to the Final Four, 74-67. Kemba Walker, 22 of his 36 in the second half. They were up 1 with 1:43 left. San Diego State just kept fighting. Steve Fisher's got a hell of a nice team there. They get it to 1, and Jeremy Lamb, the freshman, who had 24 points, hit a big three-pointer. And that was the dagger. You'd think with 1:43 left, they'd have time, but no, that was it. A couple NBA notes. For one, Kurt Rambis says Kevin Love may miss the rest of the season, a strained left groin. He's got that 54-55 game streak of double-doubles. Nowitzki had 30 and 11 rebounds. Dallas, 104-96 over Minnesota, and New Orleans outlasted Utah in overtime. Wings playoff tickets are on sale tomorrow at noon. Heads up, prices range $50 to $120 per ticket. Tigers 5-2 losers yesterday. Porcello got knocked around a little bit. Bosch had 3 hits, and Matt Stafford throwing and feeling good. And that's sports. I was kind of hurrying there. Is Mr. Cuban ready? Okay. You can play this in the meantime. It's 6. Oh, God, yes.
I am 100% confident.
We got to ask him about this guy.
I will have more money.
Have we asked him about him? Because
God, it seems like we would have.
Something I never told.
Had he heard anything about him?
I'm just make a list of 400. He's definitely is going to be a few names beneath me.
Best part
The worst part truly is that I made some real friends here.
I'm not sure I'm ever going to see him again.
I'm not sure if I'm ever going to see him again.
Not sure I'm going to ever see him again.
Oh, brother.
Wow. What a sobbing baby.
Yep.
Oh.
And he was going to be ahead of Mark in the Forbes 400, I believe that is.
Yeah.
Okay. When we get done with Mark, by the way, we still have the front row seats for Seger. We've got Taryn Manning, who's the centerfold in Playboy this month, and boy, does she look good in there. That's a great shoot. You know, I'm not usually a critique of a Playboy shoot. It's like nude is nude, and usually it's pretty damn good.
No, not necessarily. I will bitch about the bush. I wanted some graphic close-up, some vag action.
Good. She looks good.
No, she does. She the boob is a nice butt, and that butt on her.
Heads up, we've got the benefactor. Clean it up over there.
All right.
Is this Mr. Mark Cuban?
What's up, guys?
Hey, Mark.
How are you?
All right. How you doing?
Good.
Mark, we were fans of the benefactor. What happened to the benefactor?
It crashed and burned.
Well, you're an honest man.
Because it seems to me they aired the thing, and I had myself a little bit invested in it, and they never finished the season, did they?
I know. You know, a girl named Femina won, and I actually liked the show. I had fun with it, but by the time we had some producers that what we did on, in real life versus what they edited to do, they were in their own world. So, next, that one's gone.
But you know what? We've been playing sound from that show ever since it aired of this one sort of roly-poly kid who was sobbing like crazy.
Oh, yeah, I forget his name, but he was just like a big old baby.
William, listen to this piece.
Here it is.
Listen to this piece of audio, Mark.
I am 100% confident that 1 year from now, I will have more money than the winner of the show. I guarantee it. Something I never told Mark. I don't plan to just make the list of 400. He's definitely is going to be a few names beneath me. The worst part truly is that I made some real friends here, and I'm not sure if I'm ever going to see him again.
We left the part about the friends in just for your enjoyment. But is he past you?
You know what? I went into a Burger King, I think, in Atlanta, and he was working there, so I guess that didn't happen.
Okay, so he has not passed you in the Forbes 400.
No.
Were you worried about it at any given point in time?
Terrified. I was like, oh my goodness. No, I was not worried about William.
Oh my goodness, did
Mark,
he cry?
I got to ask, did you watch the March Madness last night?
You know what? I only caught bits and pieces of it, but I was thrilled to death like everybody else for Duke to lose.
Oh, yeah, that was kind of nice, wasn't it? Did you watch the game at all?
No, because the Mavs had a game last night.
Oh, okay, yeah, the Mavs won, in fact.
Yeah, exactly. So I didn't get the chance to see it. So I saw some of the highlights, and I had a DVR, but I didn't really get a chance to watch it.
Do you? I know you're the owner, and you're not a scout per se, but do you watch March Madness and go, oh, I got to tell one of our guys about this guy?
Oh, no, actually, I watch it and I say, I'm curious what the scouts say about this guy so we can kind of compare notes. But, yeah, the kid from Arizona, I mean, you're like, oh, my goodness, did we expect this from him? And, Jim or Fredette, what do they think versus what I think? And yeah, it's always interesting because there's always a new hero in March Madness, and that's part of what makes it great.
What do you think of Fredette?
I think he can play, but, I think he's a little bit better version of J.J. Redick than J.J. Redick was at that point in time.
Uh-huh.
But J.J. might be a harder worker. Here's what the scouts say. The scouts are telling me, and I kind of agree, that if he's got a little bit of Steve Nash in him because he's got ball handling skills and can put the ball on the ground on the court. And if he works on his game to become a pure shooter as opposed to a scorer, he could approach Steve Nash. No one thinks he's going to be near as good as Steve Nash, but he can be that kind of player. Maybe a backup point combo two guard.
Boy, that's, for where the star he is now, that just sounds so small time. But yeah, I mean, it's a different world up there in the NBA.
It's a completely different world. Yeah, it's just a different game and just bigger and faster. There just aren't that many big guys in college basketball, and that's the difference.
Do you know Tom Goris, the guy that seems to be trying to buy the Pistons?
I don't know him at all, but I've heard good things about him.
Do you think this thing's going to happen? We've been kind of waiting. And
yeah, I know it's kind of frustrating for everybody in the NBA too. But I do think it'll happen. I really do. But how and when, I don't know, and I haven't talked to Mr. Davidson about it at all.
Well, I don't know if you'll be the best-looking owner in the NBA anymore if Goris gets his team marked.
Oh, he's a good-looking guy, huh?
He looks like kind of a movie star in his 8x10s.
Oh, well, there you go. So, I'll just get my autograph now.
Hey, Shark Tank on ABC. You're still trying to do the TV thing, and how are you happy? Are you happy with Shark Tank?
Oh, yeah, the show is great. If you get the chance to watch it, it's about entrepreneurs who come in and, they're trying to live the American dream, and they come in and pitch the 5 sharks. And if it's a good idea, the sharks battle it out to try to invest. And if it's a bad idea, we take it to the entrepreneur and kind of set them straight and tell them maybe they should be getting another job at Burger King.
Yeah, I mean, you guys will.
It's ruthless and it's brutal and it's dynamic, but we do help some of these guys reach their dreams. And in tonight's show, 8 o'clock on ABC, we actually one guy gets offered $4 million for his business.
Wow!
Oh my
God! I mean, there's multiple scenarios in this show where people come in, not sure where they're going to pay their next bill and have the potential to be a millionaire before they leave.
Oh, there must be so many people clamoring to get on that show because, I mean, everybody always feels they have that one idea. And
exactly.
Your people must go nuts just weeding out all the stupidity. What's the dumbest thing that's actually made it onto the show where you just scratch your head?
I'm not going to give you all the details, but on tonight's show, this guy comes in with an alarm clock that makes bacon, so you wake up to the smell of bacon.
I always thought a Hillary Clinton alarm clock would be successful because her voice.
Wake your ass up really quick, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because her voice is so piercing and so loud,
Hey, Mark, how about from last season? What would be in your mind? Because I watched the show some last year and I enjoyed it. I love watching the Sharks fight it out. But was there a real big success story from last year that's really kicking ass?
Yeah, and you'll see it tonight. There's a couple of them actually, and so since I wasn't on last season, I don't know all the details, but what they've told me is tonight. Well, every week they highlight someone from the previous season, so you're going to get to come on. But there are some. I think there's one guy who's done like from nothing to $20 million in sales. I mean, there's definitely, it's really cool because, like you said, everybody's got that one idea that they think is going to make them a lot of money, and the chance when you hear the good ones and you see the people who really are working hard and really have got a good idea, the chance to invest in it and then bring our experience and our connections to the deal. Lots of great things can happen, and there's one on tonight that is online and rocking and rolling already since we recorded the show earlier, and they're blowing and going, and so there's going to be a lot of businesses that make a lot of money once they get out of the
God, how many do you have any idea how many ideas are actually brought for that never even see the light of day to the air? I mean, how many?
Thousands.
Yeah, I can imagine. Just thousands.
Of the, for example, tonight you've got the young woman who rents toys in the way DVDs are rented. What do you make of that?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I'm not going to give you away, but one of the things about it is, I've got 3 kids, so we tried it, and my wife loves it.
What about the guy who has I don't know what this was, an extreme sports enthusiast introduces a hip new product that has the sharks hopping. Can you tell us what the product is?
It's how do I, without giving away the whole thing, it's a pogo stick, all right?
Pogo.
But it's not your normal, like, when we grew up, little kid pogo stick.
Right.
Motorized.
You know, when he says extreme, the stuff they do with these pogo sticks is outrageous. But, you know, on the business side of it, it's, you know, the guy... You got to watch. It's the pogo sticks are cool. These guys are flipping and, you know, going up like 10 feet. It's like something straight out of Jackass.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, it's really cool, but the business side of it's a whole other question.
Shark Tank on ABC tonight at 8 p.m. And Mark, great talking to you, and we'll be watching. And of course, we'll see you in town with the Mavs.
You got it, guys. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for the time.
See you, man.
Thank you. We'll do it again.
You bet. I hope so.
Guy. Sounds to me like they're going to have a lawsuit on that pogo stick the minute it's introduced. Somebody's
That's
going to break
the
their
first thing
neck.
I thought of, I swear to God, was
Somebody's
insurance.
gonna get hurt. Oh, yeah. Who would...
like life, is unpredictable. The game is a series of tests to reveal the qualities one needs to be successful in life. To find out who is the most creative, competitive, a risk taker. I've invited 16 people to compete in my game. They know to expect the unexpected. I am going to give the winner $1 million. I am going to change someone's life forever. I am the benefactor.
You are canceled.
I know. I am the benefactor.
Yeah.
It just doesn't sound like that's what he's going to be leading up to.
No.
The benefactor?
I know.
Who knows what that means?
I know it. Son of a bitch, I forgot. Oh, damn it. We had such a short amount of time with him, but damn it, I was going to ask you about that Charlie Sheen thing, because he was the one being interviewed with Jimmy Kimmel at the time that Charlie Sheen came running in there and planted the kiss on Jimmy and stole the T-shirts in the crowd.
He was a bit of a passenger.
Oh,
but
total
he may have talked to
passenger.
Charlie, though. Would have been
it's probably nothing
I am
of it.
100% confident.
How did this guy end up being one of 14 people they selected?
More money than the winner of the show. I guarantee it.
Seriously, they had...
Something I never told Mark.
This wasn't the only major turd they had.
Definitely going to be.
Oh, no, not at all.
The worst part, truly, is that I made
some real friends here.
And
I'm not sure I'm going to ever see him again.
I'm not sure if I'm ever going to see him again.
I love that.
Oh, man.
All right. Coming up, we have our front row seats for Bob Seger. Tickets are on sale for that tomorrow. A couple things I know you will find very interesting, and I certainly did. One, China is banning smoking in hotels,
Really?
indoor public places,
Well,
restaurants.
It's
China!
over. I always told you the day the Chinese restaurants put away the ashtrays is the time when smoking is, in fact, finished in the United States, at least. But now, in their own country, you got to be kidding. Chinese love to smoke.
I know. I was amazed.
Oh, my
to see
God.
that.
They smoke like chimneys.
Now, they're not, apparently, the people, well, quite a few of the smokers are not taking this terribly seriously.
Oh, that's going to be the end of the tobacco industry right there.
Yeah, I would think that'd be pretty big.
Back it up.
But I'm trying to find this where they were talking about how people were really kind of blowing this off.
That's a bummer. And then to quit smoking with all those pressures. I mean, for one, all the loans all the money we owe them that we'll never pay back.
Yeah.
At some point, I predict they're going to start smoking again if they manage to do this at all. Just from the pressure.
I can't find the story, but I'll lay this other one on you. There's this safe house that they've discovered. Oh, here's the China story. Okay, wait. The regulations have considerable loopholes. They do not cover factories, offices, or government workplaces. More important, they lack specific guidelines for penalizing those who violate restrictions. That detail has prompted shrugs among devoted smokers, many of whom have long since learned to ignore the no smoking signs in hospital waiting areas, gymnasium locker rooms, and elevators.
Elevators?
They smoke in elevators.
Oh, that's great. That's fantastic.
Now, I would have thought they would have stopped doing that a long time ago.
God, that reminds me. I've long since forgotten about the fact that there used to be smoking on elevators. There was those ashtrays, remember, that were built right into the elevator.
I know, that's really incredible when you think about it.
Yeah, people get on with cigars, and somebody just step onto an elevator and would reek of cigar. Oh, my God, I totally forgot about that era.
Well, hospital waiting rooms. They still smoke in hospital waiting rooms.
Oh, yeah.
And I saw this kid who was asking his mom about this. We were in an old airplane, and he was going, "Hey, Mom, what's this ashtray for?" Because it is funny to think about smoking in airplanes.
Oh,
how long that went on. And the fact that you'd even see the captain up there smoking in front.
Definitely,
no big deal.
They probably still do. I know. I always envision though, because people. Well, I'm sure they still do, but I mean, people used to get so trashed, and I was always amazed that people just wouldn't pass out like some of those late night flights and just somebody just trashed on bourbon that just drops a cigarette,
set the plane on fire.
Yeah, and starts the plane on fire, starts the carpeting on fire. Next thing you know, you're on top of all those gazillion gallons of kerosene.
Yeah, it's, when you think about it, smoking on an airplane is rather insane, just from the sheer fire hazard.
Oh, my God.
You do not want a fire on an airplane.
Yeah, that's for damn sure. Not a good idea. You're sitting on top of a lot of fuel.
Okay, here's one that's this is going to create some unrest, but I got to bring it up because I'm just so stunned to read this story. In San Gabriel, California, neighbors were noticing this upscale townhouse. The neighbors, I guess these townhomes they're probably connected, but they're fairly close together. Anyway, they keep noticing these pregnant Asian women kind of coming and going, and then naturally they'll get big. They'll burst, and poof, they're gone. And then here comes another pregnant Asian woman. Sounds kind of strange. Gee, what's going on there? So they finally figured out the home was being used as a maternity center for Chinese mothers who had paid thousands of dollars to get over here to gain passage. I don't know if they passports and all that's included or how exactly that works, but you do need there needs to be arrangements made if you're going to stay here for 6 months or however. Maybe they come here 3 months pregnant and they end up giving up the kid. Well, that would be 6 months. If they get here 7 months pregnant, they still got to be here for a couple. And there's visa, there's laws, all kinds of things like that. But this home that they're paying thousands of dollars to use as their home for a few months until they gave birth was a birth center for non-U.S. residents, but Chinese residents who wanted their child to be birthed on U.S. soil.
Oh,
so the child is a U.S. citizen.
Oh my God!
Mommy and Daddy are happy.
Boy,
they may or may not stay here with the child.
Son of a bitch!
But the discovery of the center where women stayed before and after delivering the babies. Was, they believe, the first of its kind and a possible sign that birthright citizenship is being exploited beyond what they ever imagined. In fact, being treated as a lucrative business. Somebody was running this as a business. They were charging these women thousands of dollars. They were making arrangements. Because it's not easy if you live in China. You go, God, wouldn't it be great if my kid could be born on U.S. soil? Kid's a citizen for life.
Son of a bitch.
But where do I go? Well, here's where you go. You call this guy, and for a price, he sets you up in this joint, and all the details are taken care of.
Oh my God! Well, and then of course you've got between all that we've got going on, and of course the Hispanic population, which according to USA Today. Accounts for more than half of the national growth of this country since the year 2000, and now making up 16% of the country's 308 million people.
Don't squish the baby.
Now you add all this to that.
The Hispanic minority just passed African Americans.
Yeah,
correct?
I believe so.
Is that what's just happened?
I believe that's true. So look for all of the politicians to be catering heavily to Hispanics, which of course they started years ago anyway. But yeah, soon we're going to be in the minority. There's no doubt about it. But this law needs to be changed. It's been in need of change for years now. This crap, it's a huge incentive for all these illegal immigrants already to get over here and dump these brats and get citizenship, and then just suck on the hind, of the country, as we have to pay for their education and health care and every other damn thing. They're a load on the system. They're taking down cities. And I can't believe they haven't changed that law yet. That's why you've got garbage like this. This kind of BS wouldn't exist.
Well, this was so common, in Florida and in California where, people would come over the border. And I don't know if it was this organized or if there was some
person that was central to it that you would pay to take care of the arrangements. That's not typically the case. They just, find a way to get here whenever. Then they may get knocked up, but they're delighted to get knocked up because they feel the child gives them they have some kind of a pull at least, or something that can eventually keep them here, hopefully, or at least a really sad story to sell the media when they're exported and the child. Oh, what about the child? Well, I always said, what do you mean, what about the child? The child goes with the mother, because they act as if, well, the child is a citizen in the U.S. The kid loves it here and is in school and they want a better life for the child. Well, the mother is not a citizen, so the child goes with the mother. Duh.
God damn it.
I mean, it's a real simple one, but here we got this is a real major weaselectomy.
That's scary. I wonder how many more of those outfits exist that we don't know about.
Well, they're looking into that, but inspectors found 7 newborns being kept in clear plastic bassinets in a kitchen converted to a nursery.
Oh, God, how weird.
There was a woman there who said she was a nurse, but she kind of scrambled when they got there.
A nurse, yeah, right.
Just 2 mothers answered their bedroom doors when inspectors visited. They told inspectors they were Chinese and Taiwanese nationals. They spoke very little English. Other mothers were out shopping. Mothers told officials their families had paid to send them to the U.S. to give birth.
Oh, God, man. Oh, my blood pressure.
I know.
I could just go bananas. Oh, that just makes me so mad.
And isn't that
I am so pissed off that we allow this. I can't believe, and they could change that damn law overnight if they really wanted to.
I hate it when
Son of a bitch.
I hate it when we have a law that is well-intentioned, as this was when it passed. Now, I don't know when this passed. It was a long time ago, I'm sure.
It was.
But it becomes perverted for this obvious reason. And why don't we've known about this for years. We've known this is happening. Why? It's a stupid law anyway.
It's a stupid law, and it's costing the country a ton of money, which means it's costing the taxpayers a ton of money. Not to mention the fact of just the whole business of it all. I mean, you talk about an incentive to illegally immigrate here. I mean, it's a huge incentive. These people are on a mission to drop their brats all over town. They've been doing it for years and years and years.
It ends up with this pathetic situation when it's all discovered that mommy has to go, daddy has to go, even though he had a job at the meat inspection plant or whatever.
The meatpacking plant.
Yeah, the meatpacking plant.
Of course, where else?
Baby's doing well in school. I mean, we hear these sob stories all the time, and it's like, okay, why have we not changed this law? What's the
hold up now?
When we know it's been completely perverted and people are just using us as this wonderful jumping off point.
That's right.
And meanwhile, we've got state budgets that are completely out of whack. We've got to tax pensions. We've got to cut tax code. We've got to do everything we can to pay the bills in this state.
That's
and then we're putting up with crap like this.
That's right. And this is an enormous cost, and they've got to start somewhere. This is an easy one. Just change the law and enforce it rigorously and save hundreds of millions of dollars. My God, this stuff is an enormous cost taking care of all these illegal bastards. Damn it.
They're not quite bastards. They're not
so
quite
mad.
bastards.
Yeah, not bastard at all. Far from it. Wrong term, totally.
There's a mommy and a daddy, it would appear.
It's just sons of bitches. How about that?
Now, the other thing that's driving me just made me...
Oh, I'm so pissed.
This made me batty yesterday watching this story. I just got so pissed because I'm so sick of Kwame Kilpatrick. And to see that now, okay, here comes the SkyTel lawsuit.
Yeah.
$100 million.
The nerve, huh? The nerve of this guy.
I know. And don't you know that he sees a big pile of cash here. This is all, this is the acting job of his career to try and get on the stand and try and win this case because if he gets out of jail and we know he's about to go back, he's going to get indicted for the big one. Maybe it'll take a couple years, but it's going to happen. He's so nailed.
Yeah, they're taking him down. It's over for him.
He took himself down.
Sure he did.
It wasn't even close. He wasn't even careful about it.
He has his own self to blame for it too.
Oh yeah,
he'll never get that, but he does.
Oh no, and you should, the testimony that he gave yesterday is maybe the biggest pile of BS I've ever heard out of this guy, if that's possible.
I know. Don't you love the headlines this morning in the Free Press? Kilpatrick, I'd lie again.
Yeah, he'd lie again. He's been convicted. Well, he's been convicted of perjury once. He went back to jail because he lied so excessively during the hearing over reducing his
restitution is $6 a month. Remember the BS. He doesn't know what the rent is. He doesn't know anything.
And they caught him red-handed in that. They torched him on that one. They had him on that one.
What he didn't know was how carefully the FBI was keeping track of him. And
That's right.
How much they knew.
They knew everything about that, and they knew he knew, and that was a lie. And of course, it drives everybody nuts who has to stand on the sidelines and listen to this son of a bitch lie up a storm, but hoping that he'll pay the price for that.
But fortunately, and I thought he showed a lot of balls, Judge Groner, after listening to all this pile of lies, and the fact that this guy spent, he wants his restitution reduced to $6 a month. In the previous year, he had spent almost $600,000 on, travel, plastic surgery, fancy cars, that swanky joint he had.
Yep.
And here he made $110,000 showing up at Carmanos' joint a couple times.
Yeah.
But he outspent his income by about $500,000 somehow, and there's nothing left for the city of Detroit for the restitution, which the restitution is a pittance for what got stolen from Detroit.
Definitely.
That is a pittance.
That's right.
Nothing.
That's right. And
look at how this city lost. Look at how screwed this city is thanks to this clown.
That's right. That's right. The debt that the Detroit is in because of this guy single-handedly, and that restitution will never get paid. Meanwhile, wife's still down there in Texas living it up. But as we've found, they don't want to do anything about that because then they'll end up, if they get a conviction and open all that up down there, then the kids have no mother, so they're letting it roll down there. But the audacity to sue this SkyTel, and you knew it was coming in this whole business over releasing those text messages.
Well,
let's hope this is dealt with properly.
It's the testimony, though, is the most incredible stuff to come out of his mouth that I've heard, and that's really saying something. And I know what he has in mind. He has in mind he wins. Maybe he gets $20 million. Who knows? But there he is back in the Rolls Royce with the giant mansion. Basically, the big FU to everyone to say, "Hey, look at me now. I'm living high in the hog, just like I was always meant to be, and I get the last laugh." But in the meantime, we have to listen to such garbage, such as he's got post-traumatic stress disorder.
I know it.
Post-traumatic stress disorder.
Oh, couldn't you just scream hearing that?
From them.
It's like, will you stop it, sir?
And the psychiatrist that analyzed this, he was on the stand yesterday and was asked, wait, post-traumatic stress disorder. It turned out he came up with PTSD before he talked to Kwame Kilpatrick. He talked to, Carlita, Mommy, and his sister. He made the diagnosis, and then he talked to Kwame for, a half an hour or something, and that's what that's based on. But when they asked him, what caused the post-traumatic stress disorder, he said, the unlawful release of the text messages. He said, the unlawful. Not the release of the text messages, the unlawful. This witness, this psychiatrist. Now, something sure stinks when a witness talks that way.
Yep, that's right. Of course, SkyTel coming out to say that it's his, and I love this, that it's his conduct, not the release of the text messages, that led to his demise. He doesn't like to think about that half of the equation.
Well, he implies that he's a hero. He's a hero for lying. I had to protect my wife and my kids. Well, then, you know what? Why did you sleep with these women? Why did you have an affair with Beatty for months on end? He wasn't even careful about it. Why did he have the hoe out in Las Vegas? What about this Cheryl Robinson Wood, the monitor who claims he had a one-night stand with, come on.
Yeah, and there was another ton of money squandered of taxpayer dollars.
Yeah, no.
On that woman.
But this testimony yesterday, he is really the classic the lawyer joke. How do you know when a lawyer's lying when his lips are moving?
Yeah,
I truly believe when his lips are moving, he's lying. I'm serious. I'm not joking. I really believe that's true in this case.
Well, really, most of the time when he's talking, it really is a steady stream of BS out of the guy. Other than saying like hello and see you later, everything that he generally says is suspect. The guy is just constantly weaving tales. It comes naturally to him. The guy just lies so much that it's just a normal part of his conversation to just weave all kinds of mistruths. It's incredible.
He's implying his case is implying too that he is being
cheated out of $2.6 million in future earnings because of the release of the text messages. Now, that doesn't take into account that he's been indicted for, we haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet.
Oh, no. There is a legal tsunami coming for him. And he is going to be swept away into prison for good.
The company's lawyer asked Kilpatrick whether he wishes he had testified truthfully. I've pondered that question. I've replayed in my mind the release of those messages and the tremendous damage that has been done to my family, to my psyche, to my ability not to be able to sleep at night.
Not to be able to sleep at night.
But
he sleeps like a baby at night.
But I always come back to the point, I don't like the way it happened. But I think that one of the reasons that my marriage is even stronger now is because my wife understands that I was trying to do at that moment, which was, to protect her and the kids. So, in other words, he's a noble hero for doing that sweet, kind thing.
Yeah, he wasn't protecting his own ass.
Lying under oath so that his wife wouldn't find out that he nailed these chicks. It wasn't because
he wasn't protecting himself.
It wasn't because he was trying to save his asses in the middle of Detroit or anything like that. It was just him sacrificing, committing a crime for the love of his wife and kids.
That's right. And because of that noble cause, sets the table for why he'd lie again. Because he's just such a knight in shining armor on that white horse that's so in love with his wife. Never mind he pokes anything that's female and moves. He zeroes in on like Captain Nemo. Give me a break. Oh, that's just such BS. This man cares only about himself and nothing else. That's what cracks me up. This guy that is just such a womanizer and such an adulterer, and he has the audacity. Well, the guy's middle name is Audacity, but to constantly profess his love and his undying adoration for his wife and children. Every 2 seconds, he's got that garbage coming out of his mouth. Well, it's just such a bunch of crap.
I know, the poor
Quit
woman.
talking about how much you love your wife while you have sex with all of these females. Get out of here with that.
And his marriage is stronger now because he lied under oath. So then he goes on to say, he recounts the moment early 2008 when he learned the texts were going to be published by the Detroit Free Press. And this was another pile of BS that he tossed out there, that how appalling it was that the Free Press did not warn him or ask him for any comment. The Free Press, it turns out, they allege that they tried to contact him for, I think, 36 hours straight, and he wouldn't return a call. He wouldn't answer the call.
Of course he wouldn't.
So on and so forth. They tried to contact him. Of course they tried to contact him. They're a newspaper, for Christ's sake.
Right, and he's never going to pick
They won
up.
a Pulitzer doing this thing, and they would be so sloppy as to not even want to comment from him. I'm sure.
Yeah,
But
he's not going to pick that up and talk to the Free Press. And of course not.
So he says, I was actually at dinner with my wife and children.
See that? See him? Look how he lays that in there. Notice he always does that. He always finds a way to bring in the wife and kids. You notice that?
Well, yeah,
always finds a way. No matter what the question is, he just goes out there and he touches that and then moves back.
Well, and then listen to how pathetic this is. We were laughing and joking at Chili's restaurant. Who calls Chili's restaurant, by the way? And when my wife saw the look on my face, we ended the dinner right there. Kilpatrick was at times contrite, confined, and combative as he analyzed the scandal and fallout. It was your clients who acted illegally, Kilpatrick told the attorney, saying the company had total disregard for any notion of privacy on my part or my wife's part, my children's part, and anybody else's. And he's now suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, is depressed and hopeless. That's according to a diagnosis filed Thursday in federal court by a psychiatrist hired by Kilpatrick's legal team.
You know that's trustworthy.
Oh, yeah. He is stressed and emotionally drained when he thinks about being away from his family and children, according to the report written. Yeah, because he's in jail for lying when he was trying to get his restitution reduced, lying so badly, such a probation violation that Groner threw him back in the clink. Had he never brought that case up to reduce his restitution, none of this would have ever happened. It is his fault and no one else's fault. He was so arrogant on the stand. It was so obvious he was lying. He put the judge in an absolute, he really put him into a corner. There was nothing else he could do.
Well, I'm glad Groner had the balls to do what he did, and to have said over the course of all these different hearings and trials and such, to say what he said to this guy. I mean, this guy has just every time this guy gets into a courtroom, he just owns it. He just takes over. He just holds court, so to speak.
Here's the quote that just blew my mind. The psychiatrist blamed Kilpatrick's stress disorder. This is a psychiatrist. Imagine this guy on the stand.
Yeah, sure.
What do you blame his stress disorder on? The unlawful release of his personal text messages. So the psychiatrist
we'll be the judge of that, pal.
He's a legal expert now, and he not only will tell you if it what caused this distress, but he'll tell you whether it was legal or not. That's really interesting.
Look at how they're both in sync.
How much are they paying this guy?
Yeah, well, that's just it. Look at how they're all in sync. Obviously, they've been advised to drop in anytime they talk about the text messages to drop in unlawful. Which isn't up to them to decide. Excuse me. We'll decide whether it's lawful or not you. And
you're a psychiatrist, you ass.
Yeah, and we've seen this on umpteen court cases before, Drew. These psychiatrists are so on the take. I mean, these guys will say anything for cash. Talk about lying on the stand. You can get these shrinks to say anything up there for their clients. They're hired hands, man.
Well, unfortunately, it did probably play terribly well when he went on to say he's become a much more withdrawn person and is not involved personally or in activities with other people in his detention facility. Oh, I'm so sad.
Oh, brother.
He is suffering physically, too, Miller wrote. Kilpatrick has frequent headaches, backaches, and stomach problems. Listen to this. Miller, the psychiatrist, never spoke to Kilpatrick until after making the diagnosis. He never spoke to him until after he made the diagnosis. Afterwards, they spoke for 6 minutes on the telephone after he made the diagnosis.
Well, see, there you have it.
Some of the other highlights.
Poor Kwame. Oh, poor thing with his back and his tummy, and it was just so rough. Maybe he should have thought of all that crap before he turned the whole mayoral office into a party place for him and his family and friends.
Yeah, into a whorehouse.
Yeah, he should have thought about all this crap back then.
He said he's never read the text messages that were released in 2008 showing he lied under oath about having an affair. It's hard for me to look at it. It's hard for me to read them. It's hard for me to do anything with them. I try to avoid it. I try to put it out of my mind. I don't like reliving the whole situation. So, yeah, I've seen some, but I don't. I try not to have them plaster themselves to my psyche. Kilpatrick explained why he lied under oath. I wanted to protect my wife and my family and not utterly embarrass my wife and family. He recounted the moment he learned. Then he goes into the Chili's thing, but then it gets into the kids, and this is where he really is trying to play. This is where, the sympathy, he's trying so hard now.
Yeah.
Kilpatrick says SkyTel is responsible for his having to put his 3 boys in counseling. SkyTel is responsible.
I
SkyTel.
See. Yeah.
Not him.
Yeah.
Not the fact that he was nailing BD for years.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that he nailed other chicks. The fact that he committed crimes, which he is now indicted for.
Yeah.
None of that. No. Also, the fact that
it's a company that provides an electronic service. You believe that? It's the fault of a company that provides the electronic technology.
It's their fault his kids are in counseling.
Yeah.
It was reprehensible. Please. It was something that changed my life forever. You sent out messages that impacted my children's lives.
Hey, you typed them. You typed those messages, my man.
Yeah.
Sorry, your fingers typed it. You built this nest. Now lie down in it. You're the one that built it. So there you go. There's your house. I hope you love it.
That put my children in danger. They had my children in counseling. Happy boys. They played football, basketball. Now they're in counseling chairs.
Yeah, well.
He could not verify he actually sent the racy. This is the best part. He will not verify he actually sent the racy text messages, even though he is suing SkyTel over the messages being released. So he's trying to play it 2 ways. He's trying to say he didn't send them.
Yeah.
He doesn't know if he sent them. He hasn't read them, so how would he know? And by the way, if he's not sure if he sent them, why would he read them?
That's right.
Well, you wouldn't want to know if they were actually messages you sent so that you could sue them doubly for releasing text messages that aren't even yours.
Right.
I mean, how absolutely ridiculous is that? How many people do you know that have a telephone where other people send text messages on their phone?
Right.
Are you familiar with? I've never heard of anyone.
No, of course not. And that was the point that SkyTel was trying to make too. That Kilpatrick has absolutely no standing to sue because of that fact that he won't even acknowledge that the text messages were his. And they point out that fact as a basis of this thing being absurd.
Well, then, on that subject about, whether these are his text messages, I believe I was a user on the system, and I did send messages to Miss Beatty. Her name is Miss Beatty, and my name is, I was the mayor. I guess so, but that's pretty much all I can say about this substance. Because he hasn't read them, so he wouldn't know if they were. Oh, my God. He also,
I tell you, it's been nice to have not heard from this guy in a while, isn't it?
I know that he really he piled a lot into one day yesterday.
Yeah, he made up for lost time, didn't he? It's been so refreshing not to hear from this rotten son of a bitch.
He denied assaulting Wayne County sheriff's deputies. When they served the subpoena on the porch, the shove, the instant result.
Definitely.
Yeah, he denies that now. There was absolutely no assault. He blasted the news media for, as he put it, creating an incredibly different me. What is the me the media created? Just curious, as opposed to the me that he is.
Oh, man.
Disputed. This is the best part.
Gotta love this guy.
After he didn't do this, he didn't assault, doesn't know if he sent the text messages. Disputed claims, blasted the news media for creating an incredibly different me. Then disputed claims that he never accepted responsibility for his actions after saying he didn't assault the cops. And that, I accept responsibility for not being truthful about a romantic relationship. I accept responsibility for letting people down in that regard because as the highest elected official in the city of Detroit, people trusted I would effectuate my job. Yes, effectuate my job. But also, I think there's a certain expectation that I would be truthful in the courtroom, and I let them down on that. That's all he did wrong.
Yeah,
That's
there's
all.
an expectation. There would be an expectation of you telling the truth, sir. Yeah.
He then took a shot at Judge Groner, saying the restitution is excessive. The restitution is so far beneath what he cost the city of Detroit, it's not even funny. But then he goes on to say, there was nothing remotely in evidence to suggest that I'd be able to do that, pay the restitution. Nothing. Notice he says nothing in evidence.
Yeah.
Well, I disagree with that because they proved that he spent over $500,000 in the previous year while earning $110,000.
That's right.
So how did he do that?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
He had a lot of money is how he did that. Or he had access to a lot of money.
That's right.
And here come more lies. Noting he did manage to come up with $42,000. I begged, borrowed, I went out, I asked people, I jumped over hoops, I went and cleared out all my bank accounts. I paid $42,000, and he still violated my probation and sent me to prison, away from my wife and children.
Oh, boy, listen, here we go again with the wife and children again. He just so covets his wife and children. Oh, boy, until some other chick comes along. Then it's like, I'll be right back. I'll see you for dinner. I got to go boink this chick. But remember, I love you, and the kids, too.
Amazing.
You believe this cat?
I know.
Wow, is that annoying. Yeah, wow, is that annoying.
Big pile. Front row seats for Bob Seger coming up.
101 WRIF and WRIF HD1 Detroit. Drew and Mike in the morning.
I think it's awful, frankly. I hate to say it. I don't like it at all. I mean, I don't even know what it is anymore.
101 WRIF. Everything that rocks. Back with more Drew and Mike in the morning on 101 WRIF.
All right, front row, Bob Seger tickets coming up. Right after Trudy and Sports and Traffic. Traffic brought to you by Jack Demmer Lincoln. Right now you can lease a 2011 Lincoln MKZ. Wow, the MKZ? I love that car. Only $265 per month plus tax at Jack Demmer Lincoln in Dearborn. Based on a 24-month, 21,000-mile lease with zero down and zero security deposit on A or Z plan with lease renewal. See Demmer.com. That's a smoking car and a smoking deal. Love that MKZ. Stress, you love the MKZ.
Say, what's that?
You dig that MKZ, that Lincoln MKZ?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, MKX is a beauty. I love that thing.
You got the X, but you drove the Z for a while, didn't you? When I was...
Yeah, I did. Beautiful, I tell you. And all that technology, that MySync and all that stuff, it's My Touch.
I was kind
and
of
the sync system, pretty cool stuff.
I was kind of hung up on the EcoBoost. I like going very fast in that car.
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Get
you
it.
it's speed. I love talking to that chick, too. She's, you can tell her to set your temperature. You can order around and she won't get mad at you.
Yeah, it's a very intelligent car.
Yeah, tell her to put on this radio station, try to put this temperature, do this, do that, read a text message to me. She's nice to have on board, I tell you.
I wonder if she could read one of your text messages to you.
That could be interesting. There's some words I don't think she can pronounce.
It's unfortunate she has to work in such a sexist environment, but
Or one of Mike's text messages to him, for that matter. They say have the same.
Oh, yeah, I don't think she could pronounce that.
For lengthy texting.
Well,
let's see. Let's see what's shaking out here at the end of the day. The right lane is shut down. That'll be Southfield southbound before Joy Road. Goodbye to the right lane for thanks to a maintenance vehicle, actually, not an accident. A maintenance vehicle screwing everything up. But that's it. That's the only thing that remains of the morning. So that's Noel of traffic.
alrighty. Trudy News is brought to you by Dr. Roche.
Hey.
And gee, I wonder what Dr. Roche is cooking today. How about some breast enhancement? There's never been a better time to do it because it's more affordable than ever. Call 248-338-1110 or visit drroche.com, DRROCHE, for some beautiful, big breasts at quite a bargain rate.
That you can squeeze into a swimsuit soon, if winter would ever end.
Yeah, one of these days.
Yep.
Or learn how stem cell rejuvenation can help you fight the aging process.
Ooh.
Plus, it also speeds up healing for a quick recovery. 248-338-1110 or drroche.com.
Liar, liar, pants on fire. Kwame Kilpatrick says he'd do it all over again because he felt he was lying to protect his family. Of course, it was from himself and the thing that he had going on with his chiefess of staff, Christine Beattie. But, lying under oath, it's not looked on too coolly by the courts. And he says he knew he would get his butt into trouble, but he would do it again for that purpose. And he believes that the reason his marriage is so strong still through all of this is because Carlita knew that he was lying to protect her. And so somehow that's made her closer to him.
I don't know anything that helps a marriage more than perjury.
This is true.
I've heard it time and time again.
I know. It's an odd idea, but maybe marriage counseling could be conducted that way.
And the beautiful thing
future.
about those particular lies is that had they been believed and no one ever checked on them, or maybe no messages from SkyTel came along, we would have never known. Well, no, we would have known because tons of people knew about it, but it wouldn't have been on the record, so to speak, that he had been nailing Christine Beattie forever and ever and ever.
And then they could have gone on.
And he would have also not only protected his children and his wife, which is all he wanted to do was protect them. Yeah. He also might have still been the mayor.
Oh my God!
Which shows you the beauty of perjury.
Well, that's
but
true.
That isn't what he was worried about. He didn't care about being mayor. He was trying to protect his wife and children.
Yeah, I know. I mean, how altruistic can you be? And how is it that company, who ruined his career and ruined his job,
they're unlawful texts
with the messages that they disseminate. Really, the argument that he actually generated those text messages is sort of lost here. They are the ones who revealed them, so they screwed him over and owe him millions as a result. That's part of his deposition, which is in Freep.com. If you want to go there, it's a fairly lengthy file. So they've got bionic technology again, and they're perfecting it. A new type of artificial limb technology is getting to be very promising. At Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington, they're testing out this new bionic lower leg system. And, of course, it's developed because of the tragedy of so many people coming home wounded from IEDs. But the Army colonel in charge of it, Paul Pasquina, the head of the Department of Orthopedics, says the motors on the bionic limbs make it so much easier for patients to move their feet and their ankles. One guy who has one says it's making his life so much easier. He's enjoying the ability to actually go shopping all day with his wife, which I guess is something that he found really charming after he couldn't do it. So now they're back. The sad tale of Dave Duerson's last moments coming out with the autopsy report.
Oh.
Maybe Dave would want us to know this, how he prepared himself elaborately for his own death after realizing that his mind was beginning to enter the fog of dementia, not being able to spell words, suffering from deleted memories, struggling with financial setbacks, filing bankruptcy in September, realizing he was losing his cognitive edge. He arranged a carefully folded American flag, his medals and awards near himself, mementos of his NFL career nearby in his closet, 3 football helmets, trophies, and a football statue. And then the report says, texted instructions to his family that he wanted his brain to be examined. Then he laid down in his bed and shot himself in the chest. There's been a Bigfoot sighting in North Carolina. Tom Byers thought it was Bigfoot anyway when he produced a grainy video of what they say was a furry behemoth running across the local road, of course in some rural area of North Carolina. What it actually turned out to be was fake, but he said that the thing turned its head and snarled at him. You can see it on video. On close inspection, however, the researchers, there's an actual Bigfoot field researcher organization which analyzes Bigfoot sightings, and they say they're covered up with them these days. People, for some reason, have caught Bigfoot fever. But this one, they say, is an obvious fraud. It was so a bear suit that the guy who made it deliberately blurred the image so that it would look like Bigfoot.
Oh, how stupid. It's been a long time since we got on the Bigfoot thing. It used to be so popular. It's been so quiet on the Bigfoot front. And I've been hearing about this, and I wondered, what's all this about? But it's so fake, huh? It's just a joke.
Like, I think it was last year. Do you remember one guy claimed that he had Bigfoot remains, a dead Bigfoot?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I forgot about that.
Right. And that ended up being a fake, too.
Oh, too bad Stan Johnson, rest in peace, our Bigfoot expert. Too bad.
Stan was... did he really believe that he saw Bigfoot, too?
Oh, God, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, not to mention the fifth dimension.
Oh, the fifth dimension.
See, but we could call him now. We could talk to him about this. But
is he in the fifth dimension?
Stan's not around, though.
Yeah, along with
Stan's Stan may be in the fifth dimension.
With Dennis, what's his face? Who was in the fifth dimension with Stan again?
Oh, boy.
Oh, Dennis Hopper, or no, the other? Dennis
wait a minute.
Weaver.
Dennis Weaver.
Dennis Weaver was in the fifth dimension?
Dennis Weaver, yeah.
Dennis Weaver's such a nut, too, building his house out of glass bottles and stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty wild, actually. I thought that was kind of cool.
They're on the Interplanetary Council.
What's so damn funny?
Is that a turkey call? Is that what he...
Yeah, that's Stan's turkey call.
Yeah. Wait a minute. How do you know that?
The Japanese are so amazing. Just 2 weeks from this horrific, catastrophic event, the quake, followed by the tsunami, and the nuclear power plants, now possibly leaching more radioactivity into everything. But you cannot slow down their productivity. Case in point, Brian.
A stretch of road called the Great Kanto Branch, which we all saw on TV, ripped open like a zipper. It was repaired in 3 days. New Yorkers, take note. The potholes and disrepair that have made roads in this city all but impassable this year don't have to be that way.
A little shot at the... New York State road crews. But
yeah, he sure found a way to hit them in the head, didn't he?
By the way, the Andy Warhol portrait of Liz Taylor, this one right here, suddenly more valuable, from valued at $12 million in 2007 to $20 to $30 million right after her death this week. She, of course, laid to rest.
Oh, this one, that's the silk screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are cool. I love those.
There's a series of those. He made them right after she became the first $1 million actress.
There's Marilyn Monroe, Liz Taylor, Mick Jagger. There's like 7 or 8 celebrities, I think, that became pretty big on the public market. I mean, you can find those online.
Well, if you can. If you got $30 million, you can buy them online too.
Wait, this one is.
You have to be a cheap
did
copy.
You say $12 million?
No, it was at some point. One of the series was about $11.7 million, and so they estimate that one would be about $12 million.
But now that she's dead, it's going to jack up to 2030, right?
Yep, doubled. It's a ways off, I guess, before the casting is done for the movie adaptation of the Motley Crue memoir, The Dirt. But when it's done, the screenwriter likes Ashton Kutcher, Sam Rockwell, and Jared Leto to play Tommy, Mick, and Vince. The Dirt, the book's co-author Neil Strauss says, also visualizes Brad Pitt as David Lee Roth, Jared Leto as Vince Neil, Jack Black or Philip Seymour Hoffman as Ozzy. I don't get that one. That doesn't seem to work.
No.
I mean, Ozzy's...
no.
Because Jack Black is sort of girthy, usually.
Huge.
Yeah.
Okay.
He slims down once in a while.
He can, yeah.
He doesn't stay slim.
Ashton or Russell Brand as Tommy Lee. And according to Tommy, though nobody will confirm it, Rob Zombie may direct that one.
I don't see Ashton as Tommy Lee either, by the way.
I don't either. Russell Brand, maybe. And there's this romance rumor about 50 Cent and Chelsea Handler. You've probably heard about it now and then. There was a rumor that they had a relationship. Both kind of shrugged it off. Now, apparently, they're Splitsville. And in the Vibe magazine...
Wait, how can they be Splitsville if they don't have a relationship?
Well, in Vibe magazine now, 50 apparently was heartbroken. She broke up with
he
him.
was?
Yeah. Says her personality, her confidence made her sexy. She isn't the kind of person that when you sit down with her and see her, you want to jump over the table and bleep her, but you might, after talking to her, find out what a cool person she is. By the way, getting a pencil in the buttock, a number 2, pencil 2, pretty huge drag. 12-year-old kid in Vermilion, Ohio, was in choir practice. As he sat back down from them practicing a song, he was stabbed in the butt meat by a fellow classmate holding the pencil from the seat behind. The kid says, I didn't really think it'd go through his clothes. It did. 2 inches into his butt.
Into his anus?
Ock. Not the anus part.
Oh,
no.
okay.
But get this. They
As you
send
say,
him...
though, it's perfect, the number 2 lead. I mean,
number 2.
Perfect, yeah.
Sticking out of his butt. And that's how...
Using the right tool.
And that's how he walked down to the nurse's office. Can you imagine walking to the nurse's office with a number 2 pencil hanging out of your ass cheek?
That'd be kind of tough to live down.
Yeah, he had to go to the hospital and have it surgically removed.
Oh, my God.
Can't you just pull it back out?
I would think so. Surgically removed. Well...
There'd be some lead. There'd be lead in there.
I mean, it went all the way in, right?
Lead poisoning. But not the anus.
It went...
No, it didn't go in. It didn't go in the out hole.
Oh, that's right.
It just went into the meat of his cheek.
Well, just pull it out. I don't know. Must be more to it.
Yeah. Rub some dirt on it and...
spit on it.
A bear in Montana couldn't appear in court, but it was about him. This is the story about a bear park worker who was such a buzz king. He smoked a joint and then hopped into the bear enclosure. And what do you know? He ended up on the business end of Red, the bad-tempered grizzly's claws. So when he tried to apply for workers' compensation, they refused to pay. The owner of the park says he never asked Brock Hopkins to feed the bears that day, not to mention at 4:20. The lower court denied him.
Yeah, stoner time.
The Supreme Court of Montana, however, overturned them because they say it doesn't matter. It's an equal opportunity mauler, a grizzly bear is, because they'll wail on you regardless of whether you're high or not high. The bear, Red, for the record, knocked him down, sat on him, and then bit him on the buttocks as well. Trudy Daniels, Riff Rock and Roll Radio News.
All right. Oh, boy, a lot of buttocks.
There's some butt cheeks in the news.
Boy, I was listening to the news, but at the same time, I was reading through Kwame's deposition.
Oh, really?
It's just nonstop. When his lips are moving, he is lying.
Yeah, he also had a buttock mention in his deposition as well. Says he knew he'd get his butt in trouble, but he had to lie anyway.
I was just reading about
that's just the beginning.
The death threats, which I really wonder if he got death threats.
Oh, God.
I don't know if I believe that, because he never called the FBI. Yeah. In fact,
who's the Stones to issue a death threat against a Kilpatrick?
Yeah, well, I don't think anyone did. But of course,
that's all BS.
It was issued in the most racist manner possible. I'm going to kill you, your N-word wife, and your N-word kids.
Never happened. No, the guy's a walking lie. Everything you said earlier, everything that comes out of his mouth is a lie, including that.
I like how bummed out he was that they were following him around in grocery stores with hidden cameras.
Making him look like a different person.
That was Dietz, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Dietz. That was once. Yeah. When he was in Texas, once.
And
if they had just stopped in front of a store, he says, well, they would videotape us and say we shopped there when we didn't. Trying to make him look like he was shopping at swanky stores.
Which they were, right?
Yeah. Well, that was itemized in some of the expenses.
Yes, indeedy.
Yeah.
There's also an interesting segment where, I'll finish this whole thing eventually, but there's one part where, of course, the SkyTel attorney is real interested in this diagnosis about post-traumatic stress disorder.
That's what soldiers returning from Afghanistan suffer from.
Right.
Yeah, how dare this guy.
But Kwame gets it from the release of the text messages, not from what he did, or that what he did was exposed. No. From the release, the unlawful release of the text messages is why he has post-traumatic stress disorder. And he's got the headaches, the backaches, the depression, the hopelessness. Yeah, he's, he denied committing perjury, too. There's one part, and this gets really, hair splitting, where he's claiming that remember when he said, I lied about, or I was not honest about the affair with Beattie, and then he says, and I was not honest about whether or not he fired Gary Brown.
Yeah.
And he goes back to say that, no, that was just for the plea, and that's not really true because I unappointed him. I didn't, and he goes back to basically say that his statement was really baloney.
Right, yeah.
He just made it because, whatever.
Wait, so which time did he lie? So it's hard to keep track.
He only lied. The only lie he told was about Christine Beatty, and he did that because he was trying to spare his wife and his kids. He did that. His love for his wife and children, his extreme love, led him to commit perjury.
But then he had to admit that he kind of lied about Cheryl Robinson Wood, too, didn't he?
I never lied to this court.
I think he lied. I wish, I wish she could testify. I don't know what she'd say, but she'd probably lie too. I just don't believe that was a one-night stand because the FBI has already said that was an inappropriate relationship. They didn't.
Right.
They didn't say, well, yeah, it got out of hand one night or anything like that. They just, and I think they probably said that because these texts lasted a period of time. Not one night.
And would reflect more than one time. Session.
He would have you believe that...
even he doesn't believe it.
He would have you believe that he was setting up this incredible, this romantic liaison for months with all this foreplay texting, I guess, for just this one night.
Wow.
Because that's all it was. It was a one-nighter.
He's brilliant when he does lie. That's for sure.
Some might say, I don't know. Well, then, with the post-traumatic stress disorder, naturally, SkyTel wants to know, gee, how did we come to this conclusion? And this sounds so awful. Did you go to a psychiatrist or a therapist, to get past this? Well, yeah, he did. He went to see this guy. I can't remember his name, really. It's Ohu, I think. He thinks his last name is O-H-U. But he's not sure. He can't remember his first name, and kind of not real sure like how many times.
All right, well, take care now.
He seems to think he went 3 times in 2008, but then he goes on to say he was treated through 2008 like if he was treated in February, June, and September, that would mean he was getting treatment all year.
Right.
Because he only went 3 times.
So is bad memory a symptom of having PTS?
Good question. But I would say if you had post-traumatic stress disorder this badly, I think you'd probably go to see somebody more than 3 times.
Yeah.
And somebody who's not, I don't think the guy's really an expert in the field or anything like that. So then he goes on to say that, with Kwame, someone who is such a devoted Christian, that this sort of disorder or this sort of problem, which I guess is taking place in his mind for the most part, it would need to be dealt with through the church and through church counseling programs because of his love of God and the church.
So they're saying he should be let out of jail to go to church?
No, he's just suggesting that this horrible post-traumatic stress disorder, that in order to deal with it, yeah, he went and saw this guy 3 times, but that doesn't really matter because someone of his...
Oh, I see.
His religious intensity would need to do this through the church, that would be more effective. And so he went and saw the church counselors and kind of did it through that.
Wow.
Through the church.
Boy, a lot of people have been analyzing his post-traumatic stress.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And his depression. He is depressed, too.
Yeah, and hopeless. Feels hopeless.
He feels hopeless.
And his poor kids who used to enjoy sports and playing around now stuck in chairs with psychiatrists.
Is he still
thanks to the Scott jail who destroyed my children's lives?
Well, his kid, this is a flat out lie, in my opinion, that his kids were eating lunch, because his kids were not very old at this time. What's the oldest one, like 12 now, maybe, or 13?
I don't know.
So 2008. I think he might have like an 11-year-old, a 9-year-old, and a 7-year-old. He claims that kids came to the lunchroom reading the text messages. That they had the text messages read to them while they were trying to eat lunch.
Wow.
And now his kids, instead of playing football and basketball, they're in therapist chairs.
Oh, that's so sad.
I know. Right. It's such a lie, too.
Right.
Do you believe that a kid...
reads the free press?
Can you see... Yeah, reads the free press and takes text messages to school to read... Hey, Mom, I got to take the free press to school because I got to read these text messages to Kilpatrick's kid. Really kind of rag on him.
No.
That all sounds so incredibly invented to me.
That might be a lie.
Yeah, it might be a lie. Something he's not afraid of.
Well, that headline is great, though, isn't it, this morning?
Yeah.
Big, giant words. I would lie again.
Yep, because he was protecting he was doing something very noble.
Yeah.
Some people don't think of perjury as a noble thing, but they just don't know. They haven't walked in his shoes.
You're right.
Cheryl Robinson Wood. Who is Cheryl Robinson Wood? Cheryl Robinson Wood was a consultant for Kroll, who were a police agency. Before I was elected in 2000, Detroit Police Department was put on a federal consent decree. My job was to create an effort to bring us out of that consent decree. The city hired a management company named Kroll, which is a national firm that does that, and she was the representative that Kroll sent to the city of Detroit. Did you have an affair with Miss Wood? I wouldn't call it an affair, no. What would you call it? My definition of an affair is some kind of long-lasting relationship. That did not happen with Miss Wood. What did happen with Miss Wood? We had an intimate session one night. No,
he thinks he's a musician or something.
An intimate session.
A little session, jam session.
Yeah. Well, we have our mystery lyric. All right, front row.
Seger.
Yep, on sale tomorrow. 2 shows, the 17th and the 19th.
Wow, front row, that's pretty huge, man. Huge.
Yep, it's so huge. People are calling without even getting any kind of
direction at all.
Nothing.
Yeah, and when it comes down to it, if there's any lying, as we have been saying, and it's most important today, the lie be very, very, very well executed.
Yes, when you're reading the mystery lyric that you've looked up online,
Yes.
because no one seems to have the wherewithal to remember the lyric. We might have had one. I don't know. It's probably
hard to say.
That one too. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, who's there?
It's Darren.
Hey, Darren, what's going on?
Not a whole lot.
Why are you calling? There's really nothing going on here.
I was hoping to hear the lyrics.
So in other words, you wanted to be on the phone ringing when that lyric was read, so you would jump in ahead of anyone else.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I appreciate your honesty.
Somebody's got to be first.
Yeah, and you're at a disadvantage because...
Like I stand a chance.
Well, no, and you're at a disadvantage because you don't have any time like the others down the road to look it up once it becomes clear what the song is. I mean, you're in the most danger of anyone right now.
The odds aren't in my favor, I'll give you that.
No, so
Fine, I don't want to talk to you anyways.
I'll hand it to you for that.
Now hang up the phone, all right? Because there's a lot of other guys at the gay bar who need to use it, all right?
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah?
Are you still there?
Yeah.
Hang up the phone, Nancy boy! Save your money for when you call 1-900 make out with a guy!
Yeah! He's still there.
Still here.
Wait. So say something again. I want to make sure you're still there.
Still here.
Unfortunately, he's no longer still there.
What? What?
Hello?
I couldn't hear that last part. The connection just got really bad. Thanks a lot, though. Okay.
Don't you hang up on me.
Me again.
Who's this?
This is Scott.
Scott, this is crazy. We still haven't read any lyrics, started any contests, and
Just take those old records off the shelf.
Yeah.
I sit and look at them by myself.
No, that's not the song.
I'm ready for yours, though.
If you guess the song, I'll read the lyric to you.
All right, you already did Sunspot Baby. I'll say old time rock and roll.
No, sir. Yellow.
Color.
Yellow. Yellow.
Hello.
Yeah, who's there?
This is Eric.
Okay, well, I have to go now.
What's going on, man?
Just calling for the figure tickets.
You would agree that you're calling in early, though, right?
Yes, I am.
So what happens? I mean, how's it going to work?
You're going to...
Riff. Oh, somebody put us on hold. They called and put us on hold.
Oh, man. How insulting.
I know, that's really... Talk about being a weasel.
Yeah, it's incredible. The nerve.
These people are so inventive. Hello?
Hello.
Hey, who's this?
It's Kristen.
Kristen?
Yeah.
You put us on hold.
I did?
Yes. You did. You act like
You did.
question mark. Hold on a second. I'm sorry. I have to do the same thing you. Hang on.
I am a lineman for the county. Your call is important to us. Please continue to hold. And I drive the main road. There are 8 calls ahead of you. And the Wichita lineman is still on the la 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 line.
Hello? Hello? Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. Did they have was there some good hold music or something while we were gone?
Yes. Kind of sounded like Homer.
Oh, really? Cool. Yeah, we're still not in the contest yet. It's crazy. No lyrics been read. So unless were we calling out something else?
Oh, that's what I was calling for.
Oh, man.
I've been calling all week.
Bummer. Wait, hang on.
Can you hold on a second?
Sorry about that. Where was I?
We changed the hold music that time. It wasn't Homer, was it?
No.
Oh, okay. What was it?
I couldn't tell.
No theater of the mind at all. Well, okay. I'm sorry. We have to let you go. You were a good almost contestant, though. I know. Sorry. If I cheat, I mean, it would suck.
How about if I guess a song?
I love weasels. Okay, guess the song. If you guess the song, you'll be the first player.
How about Roll Me Away?
Oh my God, that isn't it. Sorry.
All right.
You were so close, though. That was incredibly close. No, seriously, because I know the side of that album, the way it was set up. But sorry.
Well, it's one of my favorite songs. That's why I'd ask.
That's a great song.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Okay. Do you think this one's hard? Mark? No, this isn't very hard. This is pretty... Actually, I think somebody should be able to get this.
Oh, my God, that's so easy.
It's the easiest one we've had, I think.
Yeah, especially for rock.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we should change it.
We can do an easy one.
We should have someone give us the lyrics without giving them the line before. That's how easy it is.
Just pick a line from the song.
Joe's offended.
Joe came piling in here. He's all bummed out.
Yeah.
I love it when the staff comes just wailing in here. It's usually Eric. Something that has to be redressed. Okay, here we go. And he's looking out for Rosie. And she's looking mighty fine.
Look mighty fine.
And he's walking the streets for Nancy.
Walk the streets, Nancy.
And he'll find her every time.
Find her every time.
God, that doesn't seem like it'd be the next line. I'm sure it is, though.
Must be.
Yo.
Hello?
Yes.
Whoa.
Oh, my God.
Whoa.
Oh, my God. Who's this?
Oh my God, I'm freaking out.
Do you know-
I think I have the right number. I'm trying to win Bob Seger tickets.
Oh my God.
Yeah, okay. Did you want to go on the air with Drew and Mike?
Totally.
Okay, hold on. Don't go away. What's your name?
I'm sorry?
What's your name?
Stephanie.
Stephanie, okay, hold on. How old are you?
How old? 33.
33. Okay, and your cup size?
I'm a what?
Your cup size on your bra.
Oh, 36C.
36C. Okay,
Are
we
they
just...
real? Are they real?
Yeah.
Yeah. How tall?
How tall?
Yeah. How tall are you?
Oh, 5'2".
5'2". How much you weigh?
Right now, 120.
Okay.
Single?
No, the staff is... We have to get this kind of demographic information about our callers before we put them on the air.
Oh.
It's something Mike Clark does. I mean, he's really a creep. I mean, don't tell him I told you that.
Hey. Damn it.
Okay, so can you hold on? Yeah. Okay.
I am a lineman for the county. Yeah. Your call is important to us. Please continue to hold. And I drive the main road. There are 8 calls ahead of you. And the Wichita lineman is still on the la 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 line.
Good morning, Stephanie. You're on WRIF. How you doing?
Steph.
Hello?
Stephanie.
She hung up. She did. She's gone.
Nice job, Clark.
What did I do?
You creeped her out with your line of questioning.
I didn't say
Oh, my
anything.
God. I can't believe that.
Oh, man.
Well, Stephanie's poor luck is someone else's good luck. Who is this?
Evelyn.
Evelyn. Wow, look at all the chicks calling.
Yeah, we love Bob.
You sure
Yeah,
do.
the chicks love Bob.
Now, yeah, I hope you did. You hear that the incredible survey that Stephanie was put through?
No, well, I did hear some of it actually.
Did you?
Were you upset about it, or are you willing to go through the same procedure?
No, I'll go. If I win, I'll go.
Wow, you'll put up with Drew's question, which is the worst of all.
We don't know if she's going to win, though. That's
It's so nice
impossible,
to know,
Evelyn.
though.
I think we should trade, and that you should give me the tickets, and then I'll go through the survey.
No. The idea is to visualize the caller, so everybody has a sort of a video image to put in their mind as we hear your voice.
Okay.
And in order to do that, how tall are you?
I'm 5'2".
5'2", also 5'2".
Popular height today.
And weight and proportion?
I'm curvy.
Curvy.
Yeah.
Okay, so what, 160?
A little lower.
All right, and a little lower, 145.
Yeah,
that
right
means
around there.
that means
All right.
she has enormous breasts. I
Yes.
predict.
Yes, I do.
Really?
Cup size.
Double D.
Double D.
Double
Whoa.
D. Wow.
What, like a 38 double D or something?
40.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow. Oh, jeez.
I would guess,
Wow.
Evelyn, that they get a lot of attention.
Wow.
Oh, yes. Yes, they do.
And you love that.
Well, sure. Who
You
wouldn't?
don't- do
Well,
not-
it depends on the situation.
Right.
Can you
But
imagine those things in row one?
Yeah, in row one. That's right.
Row one would be
Your breasts would look awesome in row one.
so out there.
Yeah, you're going to get an invite backstage. Nice centerpiece, I'll bet, on those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Would you be willing to wear something provocative to provide something for the band to, when they're spacing out, kind of bored with one of the songs they've played a million
Well,
times?
let's see if I get the tickets first.
No, we want a commitment before you get the tickets.
No. You can't commit till you have something in hand.
In hand.
There's some
something
real
in hand.
hard asses today. Jeez. Okay, did you hear the lyric?
No.
Okay, here you go. And he's looking out for Rosie, and she's looking mighty fine.
Looking
And
mighty fine.
he's walking the streets for Nancy,
Nancy.
and he'll find her every time.
Find her every time.
Oh, God. I know it, too, but I just can't think of it.
I felt like I knew it, too.
Let's go back to your boobs, then.
Oh.
Nothing?
Okay. Sure. Well, can you sing it again?
Would you, if you had one, would you have worn something provocative for the band?
Definitely.
I know you would. Okay, sorry.
Okay, thanks.
All
Okay,
right, sorry.
let's
that's
find
too
some other.
bad.
We'll find some other 5'2" chick.
That's too bad.
Hello.
Hello, it's Mike.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, it's a dude. No, I'm kidding, Mike.
5'2" and 40 double Ds. Holy smokes!
I know.
Oh my God.
Mike.
Yes, sir.
You know the song?
I do.
Do you know the lyric?
I believe I do.
Okay, the last line. I'll just read the last line. And he'll find her every time.
There go the street lights, bringing on the night. Here come the man, faces hidden from the light.
No, sir.
Ah!
You're in the ballpark.
Well, I
You
tried.
definitely know the song. You know some of the words, but
Hang up the phone, Nancy boy! Save your money for when you call 1-900 make out with a guy! Yeah!
Maybe you need to put on his glasses and read it again.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello?
Who's this?
Hi.
I want to win the tickets.
Yeah.
Your name is
Millie?
Millie.
Millie. That's an interesting name.
Yeah?
Now, did you hear the process some of the people were going through in order to be screened properly?
Yes.
And you did not have a problem with that. Don't act like you did.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Really? No problem at all?
No.
How tall?
5'2".
What color hair?
Brown.
Color eyes?
Blue.
Weight and proportion?
Tubes.
Weight and proportion?
Weight and proportion. 130.
130? Oh, okay.
And curvy.
Curvy? Okay, actual tube size.
Come on.
What? Come on, you already told us curvy. We know,
Okay.
we know you're racking up.
No, not really.
No?
B.
We'll be the judge. What's the matter with the B cup?
Nothing.
Must be a strong B.
Age?
47.
47. Okay.
Nice, Mark.
You are probably a huge Bob Seger fan.
Oh, huge.
Yeah.
It was my first concert. I was 14.
You're right in the demographic. Huge.
Who'd you go
right
with?
Smack in there.
I went with my sister.
Oh, how old is your sister?
She's 6 years older than me.
Oh, boy, I bet that was a crazy night for you.
Oh, yeah, it was fun.
Now, did you hear the lyrics?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so after "And He'll Find Her Every Time," we'll hear Bob sing what?
When the streetlights flicker, bringing on the night. Well, they'll be slipping into darkness, slipping out of sight, all through the midnight. Watch them come and watch them go.
With only
one thing in common, they got the fire down below.
Wow.
Just like you. You got the fire down below?
Yeah, of course I do.
So, you won. Are you going to take your sister? You're in the front row!
Oh, I can't believe it.
I can't either.
God. I am so excited because I've been trying to get through all week.
You should be front row. Are you kidding?
Oh, man, my heart is pounding.
It should be. That's
Showing off.
huge.
Figured out how to work the Google on the internet machine.
That's huge. You'd be almost able to reach out and touch him.
I know, I'm so excited.
My God, is that going to be incredible?
Now the truth hurts. Did you look it up?
No, I knew it.
You knew it. Did you really know it?
I really knew it. I
Really?
love Bob.
The way
oh,
you-
my God, I grew up with Seger.
Yeah, but the way you went through those lyrics, it sounded very much like you were reading that.
Well, I was writing it down.
Okay, let's go to another part of the song just so we can find out.
Just that one part, let me see that for a second, Drew, those lyrics.
I had to think
There's that
about
one
it. I'm not
part
going to
where-
lie. I had to think about it.
You really did not look up the song.
No, I wrote it down.
Well, you're in the front row anyway. I mean, we're not going to take the tickets away from you. We're just
My
just
heart
wondering.
is pounding.
So now it seems to me you need to return the favor to your sister.
Oh, I don't know if she want to go now.
Really? She doesn't like Bob anymore?
I don't know.
How could she not like Bob? How could she fall out of love with Bob?
I don't know, but you know what? I promised my girlfriend. Listen, I promised my girlfriend Kim that if I won tickets, I would take her.
Well, then it's over. It's a done deal. Then you made the promise.
Sis is
I
in
did.
the picture.
I did.
Well, that's all right. How's
No.
Kim look? Kim,
Yeah, what's Kim
pretty
racking
sharp?
up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What's going on
What are
with her boobs?
Kim's vitals?
Kim Vitals. Let's see. She's 42,
Mm-hmm.
and she has blondish red hair,
Yeah.
and she's curvy.
Yeah.
She's like 5'4" or 5.
Wow. Boobs?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, yeah, and I don't know what size they are. They're bigger than mine.
Yeah.
Would you approximate somewhere between a D and a C?
Yes.
Have you ever seen her bare boobs ever?
I know that.
Have you ever seen her bare boobs?
No, I haven't.
Do you want to?
No, I don't.
But if she was getting dressed and she had just taken her bra off and you asked her a question, she turned around because she's really interested, you would look.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, you would?
Of course you would.
And after you
Who
look,
wouldn't?
would you want to hold one of them?
No.
I love the way you answer. No.
Okay.
Oh, that's darling.
I'm just curious. I just want to hear what you say after I read a couple lyrics. Tell me what comes after this. Here comes old Rosie. She's looking mighty fine. Here comes hot Nancy. She's stepping right on time.
Let me sing it in my head. There go the street lights, bringing on the night. Here come the men. Oh, faces. Dun from the light.
Oh, you're really good. You're either a really good faker or you really know that song.
I know the song.
She had it right. There go the streetlights bringing on the night. Here come the men, faces hidden from the light.
All through the shadows. They come and they go.
With only one thing in common.
They got the fire down below.
Here comes a rich man in his big long limousine. Here comes a poor man. All you gotta have is green. Then what? You know the next line?
Okay, go again.
Here comes the rich man in his big long limousine. Here comes the poor man. All you gotta have is green.
Here comes the banker, the lawyer, and the cop. One thing for certain, it ain't ever gonna stop.
Yeah. Wow. God, you do it.
Boy.
Okay, cool.
Jeez.
Wow, front row.
Awesome.
You must be so pumped.
I am.
Oh, that's
And, by the way, for everyone else, tickets go on sale tomorrow for both shows.
Yeah, I was going to get online, but I don't have to anymore.
No. You're there. You and your buddy in the front row. Whoa.
Awesome.
Very cool. Yeah, is your girlfriend blowing your phone up yet?
No, she's not, so she's probably not listening.
What is she doing not listening?
Bitch.
I know. I don't know.
What, is she doing something stupid like work?
Well, yeah, I'm working too.
Oh, yeah? What do you do for a living?
I am a office manager.
Office manager.
Cool.
Oh, that's very nice.
I love the way she sets the tone by participating in the important contest.
Are you wearing a skirt? Are you wearing a skirt today?
No, it's dress down day is Friday.
Okay, but you do wear a skirt, right?
I do once in a while, yeah.
Yeah. High heels?
Absolutely, every day.
Really?
Uh-huh.
You like your high heels?
I do.
Oh, that's hot. I love that. Thank you.
Well, don't go away.
I'm not.
We got to fix you up.
Awesome.
Cool.
Thank
Have fun.
you.
Enjoy
All
the show.
right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whoa. That's nice.
You know, isn't it amazing how fired up people are for Bob Seger?
Oh, yeah.
Not that
Love
it
the guy.
shocks me, but it just seems like it would be a little more sedated this time, just because, Bob's getting up there. The fans are getting up there.
Yeah, well, still
although
Bob.
I
and
can still
people,
get...
It doesn't matter. It's like the Stones, no matter how old they are, especially if it's been a long time since you've seen them or have never, somehow or another, for whatever reason, never saw them.
I'm trying to think of the last show I got really psyched for. Stones. I was very psyched for the Stones.
Boy, there was the Stones.
But you know what?
For me.
Yeah, McCartney was really good. It's such a nostalgia thing. The Stones. The last time I saw the Stones, I don't know why. I wasn't that psyched. And I thought I'm going to get there and it's going to happen. Everything, it'll be great. I got there and the set list was so much. I've heard them play the same songs like the last 4 times
we went
around.
to a lot of shows too. We
I
started seeing
have
them a lot.
But I never used to mind. It's like I could hear Brown Sugar 5 million times.
Yeah.
I don't care. It's great.
Happy.
Tumbling Dice. It's only rock and roll.
Happy.
Whatever. I can hear them all over and over. But I don't know why. I was a little like burnt. Like, oh, this again. I just wanted to hear. I want to hear some other tunes. Their catalog is so deep. But
it's very
you got to play the hits. You got to play. You have to play those songs. I guess.
I feel like listening to them
Sympathy
all day
for the
long
Devil.
today.
Sympathy for the Devil. They've been playing that show after show after show.
Oh yeah, they always play that.
I like listening to some of their.
Tune.
Lately, I've been listening to some of their live albums that have different songs on them.
I love Get Your Yayas Out. That's my favorite live.
Yeah, Get Your Yayas Out has
Street Fight
Midnight
Man.
Rambler, and they
Charlie's Good
rarely
Tonight.
play it.
Charlie's Good Tonight.
I'm trying to think
You don't
of
want me
that.
trousers to fall down now, do you? Street Fighting Man is fantastic.
Yeah, it's really good on that. Oh, and he does Carol.
Carol,
the old Chuck Berry
Carol.
song.
Hard away, ba 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 ba.
Stray Cat Blues.
Stray Cat
Blues.
Fantastic.
Love in Vain.
Clack of your feet on stairs.
You know what I've been listening to lately is Still Life. Are you familiar with that? Still Life?
No.
It's got Going to a Go-Go. He does Under My Thumb, kind of a really rocked up version of it.
Mark, can you pull Still Life up?
I think it's 1978 or 77. It's just a live album with some different tracks on it.
I always do. Yeah.
The cover's blue. Kind of hard to describe. All right, well, we got our girl fixed up.
Yeah.
And we're rocking. It's Friday. And we better break here because it's 27 after 10 o'clock at WRF.
101 WRIF and WRIF HD1 Detroit. Drew and Mike in the morning.
Stop! You're making me laugh.
We're back with more Drew and Mike on 101 WRIF.
Last night, American Idol had one of the strangest endings, maybe the strangest ending ever. As, Seacrest has it down to the last 3 people. What's that girl's name? The 16-year-old, I think she's Asian? Anyway, she's a little petite little 16-year-old girl. Maybe a little over her head. Mike, what's the girl's name that was in the bottom 3 with the dark hair? She's a cute little 16-year-old girl.
Oh, man, I can't. Oh, I'm a bad. I can't remember.
Oh, is it Pia or Thea? Thea, maybe?
Oh, dear.
Anyway, it's this girl, Stefano, who I thought maybe could have gone.
She's got weird teeth, too, by the way. When last night she had a bad tooth shot.
I thought her or Stefano could have easily gone. I thought both of them were kind of boring.
Yep.
And the girl with the rack who was in the black, remember we were looking at her yesterday?
Yes.
She was wearing a black dress. I thought she was kind of boring, too. But for the third person in the bottom three was Casey with the beard, who everyone loves.
Well, he's got, what I really love when that guy had that damn bass, that stand-up bass.
Yeah.
I thought that was really cool. I've liked that guy ever since. I was surprised.
Yeah, that was cool. I like that, too.
Yeah, by the way, of other honorable mention is that blonde, that long blonde hair with a chick with the legs that's always wearing the hot pants I keep telling you about with the towering pumps.
I agree. She looks fantastic.
Oh, does she have the legs, and her hair is beautiful.
I will know her name by next week. I will remember it. I'll commit it to memory because she is really cute. She's a good singer, too. She's got that gravelly, real gravelly thing, kind of like Allison last year, the redhead.
Right. And she's got really nice eyes, and her hair is so silky. God, she's got beautiful hair. Wow, would I love to feel that hair.
She's saying you really got a hold of me. Heads up. I think she's kind of young. I don't know how young, but
well, I'll pretend. Well, I'm Kelsey. Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer.
You like LT. You don't ask for birth certificates before you talk about someone.
Me and Kelsey Grammer.
She's saying you really got a hold of me, and she nailed it. She was really good. So anyway, Casey is going to perform because when you are the loser in the votes, you get to perform whatever song you want, and he chose a different song too. He sang, I heard it through the grapevine, didn't he?
Yeah, and by the way,
he chose a different song, which is totally weird. I've never seen anyone do that when they sing for the save.
You're right. And by the way, I mean, finally, and it's such a relief when American Idol has a 1 hour night, so it doesn't take all night to get through it. So, but what pissed me off
I
is
thought
that
they were cutting this to a half an hour.
They were supposed to. We celebrated that at the beginning of the season. We were so happy about that. You're right, and they didn't. And we had to sit through an hour of all this crap to waste time, because it's all a time kill on these elimination shows, only to get to the end for a save, which really was very annoying. But, if you want to roll this, the after effects of this, I mean, this guy wouldn't leave the stage.
If you didn't see this, I won't say anything more. Just listen.
Yeah.
It's Casey again.
I don't need no doctor, cause I know what's ailing me.
This song sucks, too.
I don't need no doctor.
Yes, it does.
Cause I know what's ailing me.
Thankfully, they stopped him short.
No, here it is.
Go.
Randy stopped him short.
Listen.
Hold on one sec. Come over.
We know who you are, Casey. We don't need to hear you sing anymore, do we, Stephen?
Yeah, this is crazy wrong. I mean, we made a decision here to keep you on.
His hands are shaking.
Yeah, he almost collapses.
Yeah, or he's pretending to anyway.
I think he really...
No, I think he is, but...
He almost collapses again, too, but before he does that, he swore twice?
Yes.
He said, I can't effing believe it, and you'll hear the audio drop out.
Well, and Steven Tyler's been swearing so much, I think he probably figures it's okay. In fact, that was...
One save for Casey Andrews.
Look at that.
Okay, buddy?
Yeah, I don't effing believe it. Now, everyone's crying.
Oh, I know.
This is a little ridiculous.
It's more than ridiculous.
He's going to thank the judges. He has to shake their hands.
He never cries, though, through all this, by the way.
Are you crazy?
He's ready to pass out, but his eyes are dry as a bone. He goes to the judges one by one.
Watch this now. He literally, he swore again.
Yeah.
He collapsed when he got to Seacrest, grabbed Seacrest, and he kind of slid down his body.
Yeah, he slid down like a fire pole. The problem with that, now he goes over and he hugs his mother. I mean, this goes on forever.
I love you so much. It's like he won $50 million or something. He's only on for another week.
That's right.
One save of
the season.
I mean, this goes on
for
forever.
Casey Abrams, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations.
This is funny
You still
because
can't believe it.
He makes such a big deal about. He's so humbled by this that he makes such a big deal about being humbled that it almost seems like he has an ego.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I read this. It was just that's exactly how I took it. It was like, dude, now you're being arrogant. Now you're on the show with 23 million people watching, and you're taking up the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, just
while we watch
shut
you
up and go
tremble
back to your singer area.
Well, that's right. It's like ass wipe. We're not going to spend the next, go take 30 minutes out of the next show to follow you, watching you be in amazement of yourself being saved. And the damn thing of it is, isn't it kind of comical that when he goes up to the judges, he shakes J-Lo's hand, but then he hugs Steven Tyler. He's got that reversed. And it's like, and the other thing about this is, as you said, when he goes to Seacrest, he grabs him and he slides on him like a fire pole. And then a very awkward moment happens because he drops to his knees while he's holding Seacrest. And suddenly, he finds himself face to penis. He's on his knees with his face up against Ryan's junk. And Ryan's looking down at him like he's going to be serviced. And it's funny because I thought, come on, Ryan, this is the part where you jump back in horror of what's happening. But instead, did you see how Ryan just looks down like he's been in this situation before? He was very comfortable having this man on his knees in front of him.
What if Ryan just threaded it out on national TV?
I know it.
And the guy went for it. He's like so happy to get saved. He just feels like he owes it to him.
I know it.
And Seacrest goes, "That's it for American Idol. I'm out of the closet. It's official. See ya."
I know it.
Seacrest out.
Yeah, of the closet. Seacrest out of the closet. And then at that point, this guy, I don't know if all of a sudden he realized the awkward predicament he was in, but he basically spun out of the problem and kind of spun his body out of it, and then ended up sitting on the stairs trying to gather strength in his legs so that he could stand up and spend another 10 minutes in awe
get
of the
over
save.
it. It's not something that anyone should have ever been that emotional about.
No.
It should have been exciting. Great. You're on the show another week, maybe more.
Yes.
You might be on the tour because whoever goes out next doesn't get to go on the tour. So, yeah, it's a nice deal, but he made way too big a deal out of it.
Way too big of a deal. And then this thing goes on and on because then suddenly Steven Tyler, sounding ridiculous, tries to bring all of this insanity and this chaos in the moment by telling everybody, "Be quiet, everybody, be quiet. Jennifer's got something she wants to say." And it's like, what is so important? And then it's all this love that she comes out with all this yabber.
I thought that I knew that if there was someone that got cut tonight, I thought that they wouldn't use the save because there's 11 people. And so the fact that...
Yeah, and as you say, they announced that all 11 are going on tour.
It's unreal. I started singing, and the fact that you cut it, it scared the stuff out of me.
Yeah. I can guess what the stuff is. We know. Congratulations, man. You did it. You're on. I'll make it
Now, Tyler interrupts at some point here.
I just want you to know, look out into the horizon. There's a nice big wave of hard-earned good fortune coming your way, but listen to Jennifer for a minute here.
Yeah, baby, we were wondering, like, when we heard the results, we were like, what is going on? Why is Casey at the bottom? We don't know. You had a rough week last week. This week, you had a little bit more of all of that stuff going on.
You think they're going to get a commission together to find out why Casey was at the bottom of American Idol.
Just let people feel your soul, and you're going to say, you deserve to be here.
So we had to interrupt the show, Steven Tyler. Listen. Jennifer's got something she wants to say. And then it's all this crap. And now Seacrest does the same thing with the big announcement.
You got the skill.
Here he comes. Here comes. Okay, now at this point, it's bad enough, all the interruptions. Now Seacrest jumps in front of the chaos to go, "Hold it, everybody! I've got a big announcement!" And it's like, okay, what is it?
And they're in overtime, by the way. The show's going over an hour at this point. You see how our TiVo is?
Yes.
We didn't ask for the extra time.
Yes. And then comes his big announcement, which is simply that 2 people will be eliminated next time. And guess what? 11 people are going on tour. Yeah!
Which is, that's all they should care about.
Oh my God. Was that absurd
How do
or
they
what?
make money with that stupid tour that...
Because people go, idiots go. People go, oh my God, Casey, I want him on American Idol for 12 weeks and now he's coming to my town.
Oh.
I know him.
Don't you think by now, though, the philosophy would be, well, you look at those people, you know, they're fresh out of the can. They make like they sell a couple thousand now. And then they're nowhere. And this person is going to soon be nowhere, so I won't waste my money buying a ticket to go see them.
Yeah, a bunch of people that are irrelevant in months.
No logic about that, or everybody has so much money to spend that.
To go see, you're not going to go to the American Idol concert, Trudy? Is that what you're saying?
Go see these people.
I'm very surprised.
Do they think that, Theo doesn't act, so that's a deal. That's a good deal.
Yeah,
because you get one extra singer?
Yeah, you get 12 acts instead of just one or two.
Run out there.
11 in this case.
11. Right.
Yeah, they usually have 10, but because of the dramatic nature of last night, they're going to go with the whole 11.
Jeez. Yeah, run out and pay money to see these people who will be irrelevant in 6 months.
I don't get the hype. I guess I will admit I don't get the hype.
I can't believe that the show goes into overtime. It does that like maybe once every 3 times when it gets to this part of the season.
Yep. And pushes up against another show. Well, and to let this kid take 15 minutes to acknowledge his save.
Yeah, and go make out with his parents, and it's ridiculous. Trudy, you're brought to us by Walsh College. Find out all about Walsh College by meeting with the advising staff on walk-in Wednesdays at the Troy, Novi, and Clinton Township campuses from 8:30 a.m. until 7 p.m.
So watch out, because the MSP are PO'd, and their ticket writing booklets may be fast and furious, because the lifelines are being disconnected by the state from 21 MSP posts, including the one in Detroit. No troopers are going to be laid off, though, but this is part of Snyderman's move to close some posts. Now, some of them, they say, are going to be used as administrative headquarters for the MSP who are still on duty, but the public can't go in. I don't... yeah, I know. That's what I thought, too. It's kind of a weird thing, because if you're going to shutter a post, aren't you saving money by taking that one out of the mix? But I don't know. It's one of those plans to cut everything back down to the bone. Did you hear about the new situation with sex offenders, by the way? Interesting legislation in Lansing about to get the governor's approval that'll keep certain individuals off the sexual offenders registry. Like, for instance, Romeo and Juliet, young lovers having consensual sex. They say a person who's involved with another between the ages of 13 and 16 won't be on the sexual offenders registry as long as there's no more than 4 years difference between their ages.
Okay.
Aye.
Good deal if you're 17.
And that your girlfriend's
13, 14, yeah, 13. 4 years. 4 years is a lot, isn't
creepy.
it? I would say more like
13.
You know, if you're going to guarantee no registry, I would say like 2 years, because you want to get into 3 years.
I think 13 is, but
13 is too young.
Yeah, an 18-year-old should not be with a 14-year-old. Okay.
No. You know, I remember this guy, my next door neighbor. The dad was one of these kind of young dads, like. He used to come over and shoot hoops with me, and he could probably actually. Trudy, my next door neighbor, shooting hoops with me was not worth an ooh. He was a lawyer, and he used to cheat on his wife big time. My mom told me years later.
Wow. There's so much information in this story.
I know, it was a pretty heavy deal. But anyway, his daughter was a freshman, and this guy who was on, I was on the wrestling team when I was a sophomore and a junior, and then I quit to just play baseball. I know. Okay. Ooh, whatever. Ooh. I wasn't a very good wrestler. I did it to stay in shape.
But that means a man has had his arms around you in a kind of weird starting position, right?
That's correct.
You were a bottom. You had to.
Hey, no, you're a bottom and then you're a top the other period. That's how it starts.
Right.
You're on top and then you're the bottom the next one. Yeah, that's how it starts. Oh, man. What did I walk myself into here? Anyway, one of my teammates on the wrestling team, when we were seniors, started dating the freshman girl next door.
Oh.
And when Mr. B came over to shoot hoops, he kind of let on that he wasn't digging that too much.
No, I wouldn't think so. But
and I didn't blame him, because I used to have to wrestle this guy, and he was really greasy.
You can disqualify a guy for being your daughter's boyfriend for being greasy?
Well, that wasn't why he was bothered.
Oh, I see.
But that's what bothered me about the guy.
There's apparently more to the story, but anyway, that's a good anecdote to end the new sex offender legislation.
You know what, though? He was really immature, But she was too. So it was
they're good for each other.
It was weird, and it did get weird too. It started getting into, like him being run off the property. Like
nice.
Midnight. Yeah, weird stuff.
How young is too young to drink, though? I mean, the ACLU suing on behalf of the family whose 7-year-old was yanked out of their house, put into foster care for a couple of days because Dad accidentally gave him a Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Okay, Dad's a little naive. He thought the kid was getting strong lemonade.
In 2008, yeah. Oh, the dad. And you probably remember the story, the Tiger game.
Yeah.
He just hands his kid a Mike's Hard Lemonade. He's an archaeology professor at the university. Maybe he didn't drink that particular drink, because he was a brainiac professor from U of M. But he was approached by security when they noticed the kid sipping on an alcoholic lemonade. Dad said, I didn't know. Wayne County Children's Protective Services jumped in despite the fact that Children's Hospital found 0 alcohol in the kid's blood and took custody of him. So now the ACLU is coming out with a lawsuit against this Wayne County Children's Protective Services.
How come there's no ice in my lemonade?
Scientists have created in a laboratory Tazoa farms. Yep, they're growing sperm, mostly for dudes who've got reproductive issues. I don't know any other reason you'd have, and for cancer patients whose fertility is nuked out of them by chemo and radiation. Other techniques include removing testy material from young men who are about to undergo cancer treatments and freeze them and thaw them out and use them later. Danny Glover at the UAW convention at Cobo Center receiving a Social Justice Award. M was at the Royal Oak Music Theater Thursday to give hype and push behind its new Shady Records cohorts, Slaughterhouse and Yellow Wolf. And M has a huge fan in actress Penelope Cruz, confessing to Jimmy Kimmel last night that she likes both karaoke and digs one particular song, Without Me, the early Eminem.
But I only know one song. Eminem, 2 Trailer Park Girls Go Round the Outside. Oh, not hard. And I'm not embarrassed.
Does Eminem know you do his song?
I hope not.
Oh, I think he would be nothing short of delighted.
I'm scared of what he would say.
Yeah. I'd love to hear that, by the way. Wouldn't you love to hear Penelope Cruz?
Yes.
Doing Without Me?
I would.
Trudy Daniels for Front Row Radio News.
All right. Let's see. Sports brought to you by... Trudy, you were brought to us by Walsh College, correct?
Yes, I was.
You were? I think that's
very
right.
brainy.
How about Terry's Terrace? Because it is Friday. It's Terry's Terrace for their hand-cut, hand-battered fish and chips. Only $10.99. Voted best in Macomb County over and over again. Terry's Terrace on Jefferson, 1 mile south of Metro Beach. Terry'sTime.com for more delicious details. And, boy, March Madness back again tonight after a wild night last night as Duke lost. Duke got their ass whipped in the second half. They were up 6.
Goes to show you there was a weakness after that Michigan game. People wondered. That's a little funny.
Arizona shot 60% on three-point shots, which is unheard of. They also out-rebounded Duke. They got a lot of offensive rebounds, and they took a 6-point Duke lead and had a 19-2 run, and the next thing you know, they're up by 11. They were never threatened. Meanwhile, this is the second time a betting slip has been tweeted, right? Was this tweeted?
He tweets them all the time, but this is the second time in 2 days.
Floyd Mayweather bet $100,000 on Duke winning the first half by 5 points, which they did. He won $90,909.10 for getting that bet right. Boy, he's putting up some big bucks, isn't he? There was Wisconsin down 20 to Howard, and here's another kind of sideline. Oh, Butler, yeah, Howard. Another interesting side story. The score's 47 for Butler, 27 for Wisconsin, and Ann Killian, who's an SI contributor, and I take it she writes about women's basketball. I believe so. Yeah, it would only fit. She tweets, "This Butler-Wisconsin game is the worst. Please, if you're watching, don't ever rip women's NCAA basketball." Are you kidding? As if a momentarily lame Elite Eight game is going to make women's basketball safe from ragging. You out of your mind? Can you imagine if somebody tweeted that every time a women's basketball game got lame? There'd be no room for other tweets.
Jeez.
That is so ridiculous. Plus, Wisconsin came back. They made a nice rally. Taylor hit a few threes. I think he ended up with 22 points. Wisconsin got within. Was 3 the closest they got? 4.
If the Bible has taught us nothing else, it's that girls should stick to girl sports, such as hot oil wrestling. Foxy boxing, and such.
So Wisconsin got within 4, but after stealing a couple inbounds passes, Butler was able to get